I turn and bump into a waiter holding a tray of filled champagne flutes. The tray goes flying, and champagne sprays everywhere. The flutes smash onto the floor, shattering in an explosion of broken glass. Oh, no. This is bad. This is so bad. All eyes are back on me. Photographers snap their cameras my way. Crap. Sorry, I say, turning bright red. I bend to collect shards of glass. We do not fetch and step, Gord hisses in my ear, helping me up. Maple Crown Rule 75. Take everything in stride. Sorry, I say again, blushing even harder. Royals don't apologize. I need to quit it. Then Fee emerges from the group of onlookers, and I sigh in relief at the distraction. The crowd turns to ogle at her looking gorgeous in another Pax original. Silk gloves, jewel-tone gown with puffed cap sleeves. The works. According to Pax, she jumped at the chance for them to whip her up one of their over-the-top, one-of-a-kind creations. It's handy to have staff who can find whatever fabric you're looking for last minute, and it helped that Pax secretly repurposed outfits they designed from last year's class dance. Apparently, the luxurious fabrics they have access to now is worlds different from those from Little Timber General. And it shows. Edward extends his hand toward Fee, and she takes it. Next thing I know, they're twirling expertly on the dance floor. The partner who the firm assigned me is none other than Mac, who made lessons with our dance instructor very entertaining. But she's still buried in her admiring crowd, so I have to wait for her. I feel totally useless, just standing here in the circle of guests while my brother and Fee continue to waltz. Waiters are still scrambling to pick up the broken champagne flutes and wipe up the wet floor. I try to ignore them and gaze out at the crowd. Pax is dreamily watching Edward, their crystal flute tipping so far to the side that cider is practically spilling out. The outfit they designed for themselves is stunning. A double-breasted emerald coat that's encrusted with gems. Wow, he's so graceful, Pax breathes. You can tell he's had years of practice, I whisper. Pax sighs. I think I don't like Fee again anymore. She's stealing my man. I give Pax side-eye. They rest their hand on my arm. I can be the one to turn him gay, Billy. I chuckle. You know that's not how that works, right? I know, but a spirit can dream. I'm still stuck trying to move past knocking over the champagne. Just another cringy mess-up. Why am I so bad at this prince thing? Edward is graceful. When did I become so clumsy? Pax keeps reminding me that my Met violin solo went over well, but I know that was a fluke, and I was warned to never attempt something like that again. It was also a fluke that I mixed up my hockey notes, though I could have sworn I jotted down everything Edward said word for word. Given how tired I am, I guess not. I need to step up my game. I've got a destiny to fulfill. Gazing back out at the crowd to see if Mac's ready to join me, and seeing she's leading a group of people in a TikTok dance, I spot a tall silhouette at the far end of the room, frozen in the doorway. For some reason, my palms begin to sweat. He takes a step inside, and I see a face that doesn't fit. That can't possibly be. The bottom of my stomach drops through the floor. Dustin? I whisper in total disbelief. Remembering the cameras are still on me, I smile. There he is, in an old-timey tuxedo with long coattails, and a rounded top hat. He strides through the crowd as people move out of the way for him until he's on the dance floor. "Surprise," he says, grinning, waiting to see how I'll react, eyes alight. I forgot that his left iris has that brown freckle in the green. My mouth drops open in shock, and he slides his arm around my waist. Before I know it, we're dancing helter-skelter across the dance floor beside Edward and Fee. Compared to Edward's and Fee's practice gliding steps, Dustin and I must look comical. "What are you doing here?" I hiss as he pulls me up from a scarily low dip. I think about how this is going to look to the firm. "I came to be your date." "I can see that." I let out a little laugh. We're spinning now, our feet moving in tighter and tighter circles, and I'm getting dizzier and dizzier. "I was hoping you'd be a bit more excited to see me," he breathes into my ear. "How did you even—" But before I can finish my thought, he twirls me, which is met by a smattering of applause. After what feels like an eternity, the music quiets as the song ends, and Dustin and I and Edward and Fee bow. Then I frantically welcome the other guests to join us on the dance floor. Dustin wraps his arm around my waist from behind and kisses my neck. I fight the urge to recoil at the touch of his lips. How did he even get into the Jubilee? What is he doing? Gord appears beside me. "Get him out of here," he whispers in my ear. Maple Crown Rule 59. No inappropriate displays of affection. I nod at Gord in agreement. Then I grab Dustin's hand. "Hey, come with me for a second." I lead him through the crowd, and we step out onto a veranda lit up by twinkle lights overlooking a garden. I catch Gord following us, but standing at the door, covering for us. He really is good at his job. "What are you doing here?" I ask Dustin, no longer feeling the need to smile with photographers no longer in sight. He snorts. "Spending a romantic night with my boyfriend?" he says playfully. "Sorry, I know that. I just wasn't expecting to see you here," I say, staring at my dress shoes. "Listen, I've been messing up a lot lately. The Prince stuff. And the us stuff. And I was super anxious about this event going well." "What are you trying to say?" he laughs. "That I ruined your fancy party?" I take a deep breath again. "Dustin, I just didn't expect you to surprise me like this." "Yeah, we've already established that. But I'm here. I flew all the way to see you." He sounds hurt. The last thing I want to do is hurt him. "How did you even know about this?" I find myself asking. "Edward." "Edward?" Dustin blinks. "Yeah, he said you're always talking about how much you miss me, and he helped arrange this. He thought you'd like it. I did too, but..." He shakes his head and takes half a step back. That was nice of him. I study my hands, then look back into Dustin's green eyes. I want to apologize. I've been so scatterbrained these past few weeks. I don't want to make excuses, but it's been a lot, as you can probably imagine. "I forgive you," he says. "You do?" I ask, a bit shocked. "Well, good. I'm glad." He grins. "Ready to get back to dancing?" I hum to myself, not sure what to say without hurting his feelings. How do I tell him in a nice way that the whole night's already been carefully laid out for me, and it doesn't include him? "Great. He takes my hand and begins to lead me back toward the door. So, tell me about this mansion I've heard so much about. Can I crash there tonight? What? I blink at him a bunch of times, trying to register what he's even talking about. And who can I talk to about getting myself a new wardrobe? He asks. Hey, maybe I can get my own room in the mansion too. I stop walking. I'm not sure that's how it works, I say, watching the smile slide off his face. Oh, okay. Listen, can we talk more about everything later? I'm really sorry, but I have to get back to the ball and give this big dinner speech, and I'm not sure hanging out in there with you is something I can do tonight and still enjoy myself. He looks stung, but then nods in understanding. Yeah, of course. Prince things take precedence. But first, he pulls me in for a kiss. I gently push him away. Not now, I say softly, glancing past him to make sure no cameras are taking aim from inside. He grimaces at me. Wow, you've really changed. I haven't changed, I say defensively, letting out a short laugh. You have. Look, I'm trying to be understanding, but you don't seem excited to see me. You couldn't end our dance fast enough, and now you don't want to hang out with me. You're making me feel like a loser. Like you're embarrassed by me or something. The corner of his mouth twitches. I don't deserve that, and I don't deserve to be put on the back burner while you do whatever it is you've been doing. My mind races with what to say, and I remain frozen. He shakes his head, taking a step back. I miss the old Billy. I'm still the same person, I say, my face flushing hot. Maybe what? He asks, his face a look of disgust. Maybe we just want different things, I blurt. My words seem to hang in the silence that follows. I can't believe I just said it. The thing I've always felt but never could voice. It's true. I've known this deep down all along, but my love for Dustin and the desire to follow my parents' example made me push those thoughts aside and hold on to the familiar comfort. My parents met in high school and had the picture-perfect life. I wanted that with Dustin enough to ignore the feeling deep down that said otherwise. Maybe I have changed, but not in the way he thinks. I'm not afraid to speak my truth now. I'm not afraid to choose the unknown, whatever that may bring. Wow. Seriously? His expression becomes unrecognizable. I maintain eye contact and keep quiet, willing time to pass. You go off and become a prince and just leave me behind, Dustin says. You don't want to move back to Montana. You don't even want to be with me. His eyes swim with hurt. My heart catches in my chest. It's so much worse hearing him voice the truth than anything I could have ever imagined. It makes what's about to happen feel real, like we're on the edge of a knife. Dustin, it's not like that, I start. I've suspected for a while that he and I want different things. It pains me to my core, and suddenly I'm overcome with the urge to backtrack, to convince him that I'm just having an off night and that we'll be okay again. But I don't. My silence doesn't go unnoticed. In fact, it speaks volumes. Dustin runs his tongue idly over his teeth. I'm so ashamed of the person you've become, he says softly. I shudder, taken aback. What? Why would you say that? My whole body tenses up. How dare you judge me? You're a fancy prince who's too busy to return a peasant's phone calls. A peasant who was only ever good to you. His lip quivers. If I wasn't enough for you, no one ever will be. You'll never be happy. You did this to us. You. And I feel sorry for you. I fight back a sob, struggling to breathe. What? Where is this coming from? I'm sorry. Listen, maybe we can talk about this. It's over. Dustin bows mockingly. Your Royal Highness? He turns and goes. I don't chase after him. And I can't admit I'm heartbroken. Not yet. I still have half a ball to be seen at. I take a stealing breath, trying to compartmentalize what just happened with every fiber of my being. It had to happen. I just hate that it had to be like this. I pull myself together just as Neil sets foot onto the veranda. You okay, Bara? Who? What? Oh, I'm fine. I just need a minute. I stare at the stars, taking another slow and even breath. Was Dustin right? Will I ever be happy? Will I ever find someone who loves me like he did? You don't seem fine. Neil's standing closer to me now. The pressure of prince training is getting to me, I say. I don't know. I'm starting to reconsider accepting my birthright as the Crown Prince of Canada. I sniffle. But I want it so badly. Anything new is hard, he says. This'll be fine. I wheel on him. How can you be so sure? He draws back. Listen, I was just trying to... Tears sting my eyes. I don't need a pep talk right now. I cut in, my voice hard. Neil raises his eyebrows. As you wish. And with that, he turns and stalks away. I wrap my arms around myself. What is happening to me? Who am I?
Chapter 15. Edward. Hook, line, and sinker, I say, reading the tabloid headline about last night's delicious debacle. Billy's boy toy crashes ball. I lean toward Neil, who's seated across the cracked leather sofa from me in the student center. Thank you for arranging Dustin's trip here on the back end. Neil gives a casual shrug, browsing through five-star hotels in Tokyo on his tablet. It was all your idea, he says smugly. That's all you've got to say? I ask. How unlike you. Neil looks up. We knew Gord and the press would have a field day. And did they ever? I smile. That chump doesn't suspect a thing. I grit my teeth. But it still isn't moving the needle. I have to think of what to do that will be just enough to oust him while still keeping the monarchy intact and in good standing. Neil grins broadly, setting his tablet on his knee. What's with you lately? Your obsessive nature is scaring me. Hello, I say grumpily, pointing to myself. Still stripped of his title over here. Neil rubs his forefinger and thumb together. What in the world are you doing? Playing the world's tiniest violin, of course, he quips. Oh, shut it, I snap. Just the thought of the violin makes me want to smash things. That's his instrument, I shudder. Neil cocks his head. This is starting to go a wee bit overboard, wouldn't you say? Maybe the whole bringing his boyfriend here was crossing the line? What are you talking about? I flash, overcome with the sudden urge to ruffle and rumple Neil's thick, superbly moosed hair. I think we should cool it on the sabotage front is all, Neil says. He told me he's really struggling. It was tragic in the bad sense of the word. I laugh. You don't actually feel sorry for him, do you? Then I remember seeing Neil talking to Billy after Dustin stormed out of the ballroom. At the time, I thought he was playing his part, still nothing but a ruse. But now, I'm not so sure. Forget I said anything. Neil, I scoot to the edge of the sofa and gaze intently at him. You can't be serious right now. You're supposed to be helping me take him down. He's this close. I move my pointer finger toward my thumb, to being cancelled. Neil blinks, his shapely eyebrows arched. Edward, he's going through a lot. Oh, I see. I sink back. You've changed loyalties. Don't be ridiculous, Neil laughs. What's this sides game you're playing at anyway? I snort. I knew it. My blood begins to boil. You like him. I like a lot of people. Neil, this is different. He's my twinemy. I facepalm. Wow, Fee is really starting to rub off on me, I mutter. I try to get back on track. Don't you think it's weird that your crush looks exactly like your best friend? Listen, if you no longer want to help me get my title back, that's fine by me. I don't mean it, but I refuse to let Neil think abandoning me was his choice. Excellent. Neil packs up his tablet and textbooks. Well, I'm off to AP Lit. I'll catch you later then. Great. I pretend to stare at my phone until he's gone, acting like nothing's wrong. Why is everything so awful? What is wrong with me? Did I seriously just get irrationally irate at my best friend because he refused to help me sully Billy's good name? My thoughts are spinning a click a minute. I start out for fourth period on autopilot, making my way up the carpeted main staircase, when my phone dings. It's a text from Pax. A flutter of joy stirs in my stomach. It's as if they knew I was in a foul mood and in need of a pick-me-up. Pax. Thought you would enjoy this pic. It's a photo showing Pax and Fee making silly faces on the dance floor last night. So, not Pax checking in on me at all. The photo is accompanied by a link to an article. Pax Andrews becomes the new face of the fashion industry. I want to be happy for Pax. They're chasing their fashion design dream and making it happen in no time flat. But I admit that I really wish Pax had texted to ask how I'm doing. I'm feeling so sensitive right now. I know it doesn't make sense, but it upsets me more than I can admit. I trudge the rest of the way upstairs and slink into my desk for AP Calc. The least I could do is text them back. I pull my phone back out and reply, Edward, very cool. Next, I text Fee. Edward, hey, confirming dinner tonight with my parents. Fee is safe territory. I feel nothing for her, so there's no risk of her making me feel, well, irrationally irate. Tonight we're finally having the big dinner with my parents. They're ecstatic to see us. Fee, wouldn't miss it, my love bug. If I didn't know any better, I think she was actually falling for me. No, that's ridiculous. Am I really that full of myself? I'm seated in the formal sitting room with Mum and Dad on either side of our walnut coffee table, carved to resemble Le Chateau Frontenac. They're enjoying a pre-dinner glass of wine, like always, as I nurse my sparkling water, perched nervously on the edge of an overstuffed armchair. Oh, Edward, I'm so glad you thought to invite Fee over for dinner while we're in town, Mum says from her chair. I laugh awkwardly. It was more Fee's idea than mine. I think it's a great idea. What a fun end-of-the-week surprise. We've been hoping to all get together sometime, Dad says. It's been a while since we've seen her, and it'll be so nice to catch up. Wonderful. Tonight's delicious dinner wafts into my nostrils from the kitchen, wild pheasant in mushroom and wine sauce. I check my timepiece. I'm sure she'll be here any minute now. It's fine. Dad holds up his glass of wine. It's been nice catching up with our son. He takes a sip. Though I'm still not entirely convinced you're doing as swimmingly as you say you are, in light of Billy's arrival. I brush it aside. Oh, sure I am. I'm better than ever, I lie. Edward, Mum says, exchanging an eager look with Dad. Is it all right if we breach the topic of your romantic relationship with her? The doorbell rings. That must be Fee. I jump up. A footman will get it, darling, Mum calls after me. But I'm already down the corridor. I have to make sure that Fee understands that we're still pretending to be dating in front of my parents tonight, especially if they're going to be bringing up the whole romantic relationship topic. Fee arrives, trailed by a footman. She's wearing a polka dot dress with a matching clutch and bright red lipstick. Hello, my love. She wraps me in a hug, then kisses each cheek. I smirk. Don't you look radiant? It's dinner with your parents. Did I have a choice to look anything but? She gives me elevator eyes. You look good yourself. She tugs at the hem of my sleeve and twirls her skirts. Dare I say, kissable? I pull away. You needn't turn on the charms just yet, I whisper, leading her through the corridor. She pouts. But I like flirting with you, she says softly. Is she falling for me? I narrow my eyes. This is strictly pretend, remember? Right, she says, pulling herself together. Strictly pretend. She winks at me, and it strikes a jolt of unease in my stomach. Does she like me for real? Then she strides past me into the dining room. Your Royal Majesties. She bows, despite Mum and Dad cutting through the formalities with hugs. As I take my seat at the table, I realize how serious this meal is for everyone else around me. I think about how the original plan was for us to use each other, her using me for power, me using her for cover. But now that we've bonded as friends through our pranking of Billy, I've seen another side of her. I'm struggling to find ways to keep her at a platonic distance, including now, when she sits beside me and interlaces her fingers through mine beneath the table. I resist recoiling. She must really love seeing me squirm. Oh, Sophia, you look absolutely stunning, Mum says warmly. Thank you, Fee beams. As do you, ma'am. Well, let's eat, I say. Dad raises his water goblet. We're so glad you both could dine with us tonight. Everyone follows suit. I'm so glad you suggested it, I lie through my teeth. Leave it to my parents to be there at every turn, helping this fake romance along. I remind myself how I simply need to make it through this one meal for my parents to get off my case about dining with her. Fee looks over at me and smiles. It almost looks authentic. She squeezes my hand under the table and I squeeze back on instinct. Uh-oh. Not really helping matters in the realm of making Fee think we're not actually falling for each other. I'm starting to really feel bad for stringing her along, if that is indeed what's happening. Now, when exactly did you two start dating? Mum asks, moving her fork around her salad. Here it comes. We both reply at the same time. December. November? I laugh. Sometime between November and December. I shoot Fee a look. She tucks a strand of her ombre hair behind her ear. Wonderful. It's so nice to see young love. Mum smiles at Dad. Do you remember when we were their age, honey bunch? How could I ever forget, my love? Dad gazes fondly back at her. We're the definition of young love, Fee chimes in. Yes, my eyes dart. Well, you're hard not to love, I say, swallowing hard. Dad grins. You two are already using the L word, eh? Oh, yes, Fee says, laying it on thick. We're deeply in love. She pecks my cheek. I turn and kiss her back. This is truly mortifying. You two are so adorable, Mum smiles. The press actually has it right for once. You know, when I met your mother, Dad takes her hand. I instantly knew she was the one. I know just the feeling, Fee says, butting in. Who better to marry than your best friend? I nearly choke on a cherry tomato. This little game has officially gone too far. I feel lousy for faking out both Fee and my parents. People are going to get hurt. It's just a matter of time. But this train has already left the station. Sophia, Edward tells us you're also gearing up to attend the University of Ottawa in the fall, Mum says. Excellent school, Dad says. Oh, yes, Fee agrees. And I hear going to the same university works out terrifically for a lot of couples. Super. The rest of the meal goes off without a hitch, meaning we've convinced them we're a couple, even if I don't feel all that happy about the whole charade. Mum and Dad shower Fee in compliments and dive into a brainstorm of great date ideas for the two of us, including when we're in Ottawa for Billy's investiture ceremony. They ask about her Easter plans this weekend and the fashion show she's helped arrange for Pax, and Fee answers it all graciously. After Mum and Dad bid their goodbyes, I walk Fee to the elevator bay, bumping into Pax, who exits the elevator. Hi! Their eyes flicker from me to Fee, then back to me. Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to. I'll just be going now. Hi, Fee. Bye, Fee. They reverse back into the elevator, and its doors close. They're so sweet and super talented. Big fan. I turn to Fee. Thanks for tonight, I tell her. Now my parents will stop breathing down my neck about seeing you. No, they won't, she says. In fact, I'm pretty sure they'll be wanting to see much more of me as you and I continue to date. I quirk my brow. You mean continue to pretend to date? Is this really pretend? She lightly taps the tip of my nose. It looks pretty real to me. Minus the whole us having chemistry and wanting to make out, I shoot back. She snorts. Speak for yourself. As she looks around, I take a deep breath. Listen, Fee, this charade has gone on long enough. I think we need to cool... So I was thinking... Fee interrupts in a whisper. I have the perfect thing that'll send Billy toppling over like an old colonial statue in a riot. It involves his little speech. I sigh. When Neil falls short, leave it to Fee to help me pick up the slack. Go on. She shares the delicious details of her plan, Operation Twinvestiture, that involves taking Billy's precious cue cards moments before his speech in 2 weeks. All thoughts of calling it quits with Fee fade away. I grin. Perfect. Hello, it's me. She steps into the elevator. Talk soon. Nighty-night, babe. I'm too preoccupied thinking of the plan to register my guilt at her use of the pet name and how it felt like she seriously meant it. I'm soaking in a perfectly sublime lavender-scented bubble bath, scrolling through my Finsta and ogling cake icing videos, hot cookie videos, and cross-sections of gooey, loaded brownies. But I can't seem to scrub Fee's plan from my mind. So far, my attempts at sabotage have been child's play compared to the big prank in store for Billy at his investiture ceremony. Que c'est délicieux. Despite what Neil might have to say about it, which is why I'm not going to tell him. I stare into the mound of bubbles before me as classical music floats through the room's surround sound. This stunt is my last chance to prevent Billy from being pronounced heir and to get back my title. Autrement ça vient de s'éteindre. I've been so listless and heavy-hearted these past few weeks. Taking a deep breath, I slide beneath the hot water. I once thrived off the Crown Prince hustle and bustle, being too busy to luxuriate in a fragrant bubble bath. All this downtime breeds too much time getting in my head about literally everything. So despite feeling hopeful about Operation Twinvestiture, I'm still queasy. No amount of videos of meringues, choux pastries, and financier can help, and that's saying something. I dry off and slip into pajamas, then turn off the lights and music and try to sleep. It's useless. My thoughts are reeling in high definition. Sometimes when this happens, it helps to grab a tall glass of milk from the kitchen. Donning my housecoat and slippers, I travel on over to the East Wing, and am halfway to the kitchen when I overhear something. It's music. I strain to listen. It's a sad, beautiful song, being played on a violin. I follow it up the dark stairwell and to the 6th floor, and come to a halt outside the oak door to the portrait gallery. The classical song is melancholy and heartfelt. I feel like it is exactly what my own heart is feeling. I knock. The music stops. Come in? I step into the room and find Billy holding his violin, looking disheveled in a crumpled suit with his striped tie loose and askew. Was that you playing just now? Oh, sorry. I hope I didn't wake you up. I didn't think the sound would carry. He lays his violin in its case. I find myself sitting on the piano bench across from him, along the wall of framed past princes and princesses, kings and queens. It's quite all right. I rather enjoyed it. He pauses, hands still on the violin. Thanks. It's been a while since I've practiced. I tend to play when I'm feeling blue. I know how that feels, even though I would never admit it to him. And I realize I know why he's doleful. I'm sorry to hear about your breakup, I say. And I am, even though I was the one who brought Dustin here in the first place. I hadn't meant for them to break up. I just wanted to bring Billy back down to earth. Thanks. Billy lets out a beleaguered sigh. I feel like I have to say something. I'm guessing you heard I helped arrange his visit. I thought it'd be a nice surprise. He nods. I appreciate you thinking of me. I smile. I'm sorry it went belly up. Why am I apologizing so much? How unbecoming. Do I actually feel guilty? Admittedly, I can't help imagining how I would feel if the tables were turned and I had gotten publicly dumped by my first ever boyfriend. It would suck. You know, he chuckles weakly. That's not even half the reason I'm feeling down. Oh? I arch my brows, realizing I'm actually interested in hearing what he has to say. He lets out a sad little laugh. Being crown prince is tough. I don't know how you did it. I wouldn't wish the struggles of royal life on anyone, I say without thinking. How uncouth of me. But it's true. He slumps over and stares at the wall of portraits. Neil was right. Seeing Billy like this is tragic. In the real sense of the word. Against my will, I feel a little pang of pity. You've only had a month of this wild life. I've had nearly 18 years of it. Of the pressure and incessant rule-following. I wave my hand for effect. I'm bad at it, Billy says. The pressure, the rule-following. But I want to do better. I want this. For my family. My old one and my new one. Spoken like a true crown prince. He's not terrible at this, I have to admit. Especially when people like me aren't meddling in an effort to foil his hard work. I push the thought aside. If anyone understands you, it's me. I gesture to his violin. Keep playing. I didn't mean to stop you. He raises the violin and fits it under his chin, then lifts his bow. He eyes the door I left ajar. It's all right, I say. Go ahead, please. He nods and picks the song back up. I settle back, letting myself relax. Unlike the station playing during my bath, the live classical music puts me at complete ease. At some point mid-song, I notice the look of absolute concentration on Billy's face. The way his mouth is set in a gentle smile, the way his eyes watch the strings, just like when he played at the Met before his fascinated onlookers. When he's done, he rests his violin on his knee. I clap. Bravo. Beautiful. You just made my night. Thanks. Playing always makes me feel better, too. He chuckles. Usually I just play for the horses at the ranch. I get it, I say. We all have our passions. He looks at me. Yeah? What's yours? For a moment I consider lying, but somehow it feels wrong. What, suddenly I'm Prince Moral Compass? I love to bake, I confess. Not a lot of people know that about me. Well, your sister does, and so does Pax, actually. But now you do too. Your secret is safe with me, he says with a genuine smile. It nearly makes me feel rotten for all I've put him through, and what's still to come. I jerk my thumb to the door. Speaking of baked goods, care for a late-night snack? Within moments, we're entering the dim, vacant kitchen downstairs. When Billy sees me getting out the milk, he pulls 2 glasses from the cabinet. I'm impressed he knows his way around. It took me a year to learn where half the things are located in here. I take a tin of freshly baked chocolate-frosted brownies off the counter, then pull a glass bottle of maple syrup out of the fridge. I freeze. Billy won't judge me for pouring the maple syrup into my glass of milk, right? Billy looks at me, open-mouthed. How did you know I was going to ask you for that? I'm confused. For what? I slowly pour the syrup into my glass of milk. He opens his mouth wider. How did you know I wanted maple syrup in my milk? I laugh. This isn't for you. It's for me. Have you been spying on me? He demands. I've been coming in here almost every night for a glass of milk with maple syrup. It's been my comfort drink since before I can remember. What? I've been doing this since I was a child, I say, laughing. This is too weird. I've never met anyone who puts maple syrup in their milk. My dad started putting it in his coffee, Billy says, laughing, but he looks as stunned as I feel. Then I started putting it in my milk. People always made fun of me for it. Same, I say, shaking my head. Unbelievable. I want to know more about his dad, but it feels a bit too overreaching. I'm sure he'll share all in good time. We mix in the syrup with spindly silver spoons, give a toast, clinking our glasses of maple syrup milk together, then chug them. That hit the spot, I say, reaching for a brownie. Billy examines it. Are those frosted? I give a spirited smile. Brownies should always be frosted. Help yourself. I offer him the tin. So, how are things with Gord? Okay, I guess. He told me to work on my professionalism and that I don't want to become a caricature, whatever that means. He also told me the firm really wants me to stop pushing my gay agenda. Dustin's visit didn't help things. Billy takes a bite of brownie. This is amazing. What gay agenda? I ask, bewildered. Exactly. I'm not sure. Apparently they said gay stuff is inappropriate, especially as a role model for little kids. So they want me to ease off on the gay stuff. Oh, and apparently they think people in the Midwest don't accept gay people, which implies there aren't any there. Billy shrugs. I'm just being me. What? My blood boils. Am I actually growing defensive on his behalf? This kind of stuff is exactly why I hesitate. Then I realize that I'm about to say something out loud that I've never told anyone before. And I'm about to say it to my arch-nemesis. But Billy doesn't seem like my arch-nemesis anymore. Not after the last half hour. I look at him, and suddenly it hits me, really hits me. This is my brother. And that means I'm not alone. Neil may be my lifelong partner in crime, but if there's anyone who understands about life inside the gilded cage, it's Billy. I let out a deep breath, check the coast is clear, and look him in the eye. This is why I've never come out. Billy blinks. You're... I nod. Indeed. He keeps blinking. So, Fee? I grin. A cover. But... Billy's brow furrows, and then he nods. Well, I can see why you haven't come out. He gives a sympathetic smile. I feel bad. Here I am waving my rainbow flag while you... Don't worry about it. I'll be okay. I manage to smile back. Who knows? Maybe the firm will break their silence and finally speak up in support of you, or allow Mum and Dad to do so in their stead. Now, we've got to be strong. And, well, know that we're here for each other. As brothers. Billy's still staring hard at me. Before I realize it, he's embracing me. I let it happen, stunned, then take a staggering step back. Thanks for confiding in me, he says. I'm 100% here for you. I can only imagine how hard it's been all this time, all the having to pretend. He looks like he could cry. Well, when you put it like that, I break into a sad laugh. I can feel myself truly opening up to him. Lots of people within the walls of the monarchy are silenced. But me? I'm just silent. I'm not sure which is worse, to be honest. I was afraid what's happening to you is what would have happened to me. I chew my lip. Truth be told, I think you're braver than I ever could be. Billy blinks. Suddenly, this is all too overwhelming. I need to be alone with my thoughts. Now, I'm heading back to bed, I say. Please, not a word of this to anyone. My brother nods. And with that, I retreat to my room. I lie in bed for hours, unable to sleep. Have I just made the biggest mistake of my entire life? Daily Maple Online. The Royal Roundup, April 14th, 11:36 p.m. Eastern Time. The Truth Behind Prince Billy and Dustin's Breakup, by Omar Scooby. The Jolie Jubilee certainly had its share of excitement, as well as its share of heartache. The Crown Prince's BF made a surprise appearance, leading to the couple splitting up. The ballroom of the Waldorf Astoria glittered with stars, the brightest being Prince Billy. Even Edward and Sophia dancing and twirling on the dance floor wasn't enough to pry partygoers' eyes off the main attraction. And what's a lavish ball without a little drama? Dustin J. Cole of Little Timber, Montana, stepped onto the dance floor, taking Prince Billy in his arms, and the room by surprise. Despite an ill-fitting suit and well-intentioned appearance, Dustin still managed to turn heads with his whopping height and endearing smile. But that smile quickly slid off his face like a pat of butter off a hot stack of pancakes. By night's end, he was seen fuming and storming from the premises. What happened? The Daily Maple spoke to a party guest who claimed the two were seen fighting out on the terrace in the moments before the fallout. Allegedly, Prince Billy and Dustin had been going through a royally rough patch for some time, but have now officially called it quits. Related stories. Billy and Dustin. Who was the man in the relationship? The inappropriate gay kiss that upset parents worldwide. Billy proves he's a hockey player. Tonsil hockey. Edward and Sophia show us their elegant dance moves. Billy's little sister's social blade glows green after viral video. An inside look into the colorful closet of Pax Andrews.
Chapter 16. Billy. The Queen of England is going to be calling you over Zoom? Pax asks in disbelief. She can do that? I guess she can do anything. She did cut a cake with a super long sword once. But Zoom? Zoom? According to Edward. I shrug, watching them as they look in their bedroom mirror at my outfit. A perfectly fitted coal-black suit with silk lapels and red stitching. Around us, Pax has swaths of fabric draped everywhere, and a giant, shiny new sewing machine set up on a wide table. There are also mannequins draped with Pax's designs for their big show. Edward, they say dreamily. My Canadian sweetie. My royal honey. Pax throws their head back. Ugh. Why am I so obsessed with him? Pax, I want to know. I sing back. I want to tell Pax about Edward's secret, to see Pax's face break into ecstasy at the fact they were right all along. But I swore to my brother that his secret was safe with me. And it is. Edward's been so helpful to me since day one. Last night felt different, though. We really, truly bonded. That would be something, I muse. Pax squints at me. What? You have intel. What do you know? Nothing. I turn to them. Do I look presentable enough? Why? Do you have an eerie feeling about the meeting? Pax cracks a smile. Get it, Erie? As in Lake Erie? It's a Canada joke. I just stare at them, then blink once. You look fabulous, and I'm not just saying that because I designed this suit for you. Pax purses their lips. But seriously, why are you acting ambivalent? I'm not, I say, fidgeting with my maple leaf cufflinks. And if I am, it's because I'm about to meet the Queen of England. They narrow their eyes. Lie, Ottawa. They grin again and waggle their eyebrows, their silver glitter eyeshadow shimmering with the movement. Get it? Ottawa? I groan. Pax, focus. Sorry, I'll stop being a Mount Royal pain in the ass. Mount Royal? It's a place in Canada. They laugh, but it's clear I'm not amused. Okay. Officially stopping with the bad jokes. But you have to tell me what she's wearing. My guess is a bubblegum pink hat with matching suit dress. Pax smiles, then fixes the maple leaf brooch to my jacket. Go. Good luck. They usher me out of the room. What are you going to be doing? I ask, knowing how happy they were to learn we didn't have school today for Good Friday. I'll just be here with my girls, organza and chiffon. They gesture to two of their ball gowns stuck with pins they're working on for their Jolie Jubilee-inspired collection. Go. Have fun. I head down the corridor, full of nerves. This is the first time I'll be talking to the Queen of England face to face. Will she like me? What will she be like? Sure, I've been learning all about her lately. Her life in Balmoral and Norfolk. How she has someone whose job it is to break in her new shoes. Which, honestly, would have been nice to have had my first week here. How she celebrates 2 birthdays a year. The fact that she's a living legend and longest reigning monarch ever. But getting to talk to her in real life? I'm terrified. I step foot into the parlor, where the royal staff bustles all around, dusting furniture, tying back curtains, setting out tiered platters of cookies, finger sandwiches, and scones with clotted cream, as if the Queen of England is going to be here in the flesh instead of on screen. Good morning. Edward strolls up to me, looking fresh as a daisy in a perfectly pressed cobalt blue suit. It's showtime. You ready? He sits on the edge of the couch, gazing up at the blank LED TV mounted on the wall, taking up a teacup and sipping with his pinky out. He shows no signs we ever spoke last night. I sit beside him. I'm so nervous, I say. Being summoned to a Zoom with the Queen of England is totally normal, right? Could be totally normal, Edward says, or it could be bad news. We'll find out soon. I fold my hands in my lap, hoping that it is nothing more than just a friendly call with our grandmother, who simply wants to say hello to her newly discovered grandson. The screen flickers to life, and the Queen of England's face appears. She's wearing a giant lavender hat and matching lavender suit dress, white gloves, pearls, and reading glasses. In front of her, tiny tea sandwiches, scones, and a fruitcake rest on a tiered tray. My mind races with all the Maple Crown rules that Gord's been drilling into my head when it comes to Her Royal Majesty the Queen of England. Like Maple Crown Rule 19. Read the room. Not to mention details like how even a second with her requires a ton of careful planning. Her face breaks into a warm smile when she sees us, which takes me off guard. Hello, dearies, she says. Oh, it's so lovely to see you again, Edward. And Billy, it is very nice to meet you. Edward stands and bows before sitting again, and I quickly follow suit. Maple Crown Rule 28, when in doubt, bow. When I take my seat, she's staring at us, a mask of pleasantries. How are you both doing? Before either of us can answer, there's a barking sound coming from behind her. She twists around in her ornate chair, revealing a bunch of corgis running helter-skelter in the background. "Girls! Hush now! Bluebell!" She bends away, vanishing, and comes back up with the corgi in her arms, who begins to incessantly lick her cheek. There, Corduroy." I blink. She's a lot warmer than I'd been led to believe. Comical, even. I find my tense expression softening a little. "We are doing quite well, Grandmother," Edward replies, his whole demeanor prim and proper. He's so good at that. I try to sit up taller, planting my suede wingtips more firmly on the plush rug, and work on stopping my legs from anxiously jerking up and down. "Yes, very well," I add, hoping I didn't leave too much of a delay. Good. Her smile remains just as taut as she pets Corduroy in a steady, constant motion, despite the dog squirming in an attempt to break free of her vice grip. Her big brown eyes suddenly move a fraction of an inch to where I sit. "I wanted to chat with you, Billy. We haven't had a chance to talk since your discovery." I laugh. "Discovery? You make it sound like I'm a dinosaur fossil or something." I grin, hoping this will break the ice. Her face is absolutely unreadable. She stares silently at me. I can feel Edward's eyes boring into the side of my head. Oh no. Is dinosaur fossil one of her dreaded nicknames? Crap. I cough. I'm, glad we're finally getting to chat. It's apparent that your start as Canadian Crown Prince has been a bit rocky. My whole body goes rigid. Of course, she goes on. A learning curve is more than expected. Corduroy yips, and she turns the full force of her gaze on the dog. Knock it off, she growls. Then she smiles pleasantly again. It has been brought to my attention that the firm over there is concerned about the mistakes you've made of late. I catch Edward throwing me side-eye, and he gives a little cough under his breath. "Oh, I'm sorry," I say, taking the hint. My grandmother blinks. It is amusing how your parents branched off from England with hopes of eliminating scandal, and yet the Canadian royals are now creating more scandal than ever. The tabloids are eating up every moment of it. From my non-stop studying up on the royal family history for the ceremony, I am now very well versed in Frederick and Daphne's move to Canada to avoid the British press, and how it created a strain on the royal family, and, to use Gord's phrase, a media firestorm. It is what it is, Edward chimes in with a smile. But Billy has recommitted himself to putting his best foot forward. Haven't you, brother? He grins at me. Wow. He really meant it last night when he said he's here for me as a brother. He doesn't want me to fail. I appreciate him standing up for me, even more than he knows. I nod. Yes, exactly. Some friendly advice. Not his queen, but his grandmother. Billy can't afford to put another toe out of line. The firm is going to be watching even more closely. She looks from me to Edward. You know, you can dig up dirt on anyone. One just has to know where to look. Her expression falls back into the easygoing smile she had at the start of the meeting. Then someone leans in to whisper something in her ear. She grins wider at us. It was lovely chatting, boys. Please behave yourselves. The world will be watching you. The screen cuts to black. I let out a deep breath. Crap! That wasn't good. Edward smiles at me. Pleasant lady, isn't she? She hates me. Why does she hate me? The Queen of England doesn't believe in hate, Edward says, choosing his words with care. And she doesn't hate you. Okay. I spring up off the couch. You do know her better than I do. Hey, thanks for standing up for me. Of course. He takes a cookie from one of the platters. Those calls are always sufficiently strange. I stand. And no more mistakes from me. Hold me to it. Edward nods, then dunks his cookie into his tea before biting it. A footman arrives in the doorway. Your Royal Highness, your lesson with Gord. I rub my forehead. Prince training. See you later, Edward. And that concludes your lessons for today. Gord smiles and rests his sleek black fountain pen on top of his neat stack of papers. I resist the urge to slump over the many textbooks piled around me. Talk about a pathetic Friday night. My brain feels like mush from trying to retain all the information crammed inside it. The names of every Canadian Prime Minister, the various patronages I've been assigned, facts about the First Nations, speed learning French pronunciations for when I'll eventually be reading the speech at the investiture ceremony. And it's not even 8 p.m. At this rate, you may just be able to triumph at your investiture. Good, I reply. Or should I say, bien? I try with a smile. Gord blinks. I take it Her Royal Majesty the Queen of England gave you a little pep talk? She's heard about the stir-up you've caused by being out. I sit up taller. Yeah, what's that all about? Billy. Gord steeples his fingers. As stipulated by the firm, no one in the family is allowed to discuss the details of your gayness. The details of my gayness? I ask, confused. What does that even mean? I don't intend to sound defensive, but I do. It is best that we downplay that little aspect of yourself. It's quite divisive. My existence? I ask, finding it hard to compute what he's saying. You know what I mean. Gord stands and gestures to the door. Good night. Same time tomorrow. And with that, I head back out into the hallway in a daze. In her bedroom, Mom is in a bathrobe watching TV, and Mac's on her phone beside her, reading through comments on her videos. Someone's living their best vacation life, I say to them, the conversation with Gord still not sitting right with me. Mom smiles and pats the decorative throw pillow beside her. I plop down and lean against her, watching one of her favorite game shows. I love how Mom's managed to shed her hard shell and finally start to ease into the glamorous life. I feel like being Crown Prince has brought us all closer together in a lot of ways. It's moments here, like this, that make all the hard work worth it. How are Prince lessons? Mom asks. Tiring, I sigh, not wanting to think about it. Mom lowers the volume with the remote control. Have you heard from Dustin? I shake my head. I can't believe he said I've changed. I haven't changed. We just had the yummiest dinner, Mac cuts in. Jacques made lobster mac and cheese and ribs and placenta. Polenta, Mom asserts. Yeah, that. It was so good. This place is the best. As much as it's nice hearing she's adjusting so well, at the same time, a small part of me wonders if I'm the only one trying to hold on to our old life, to Dad. I think about him for a split second, and about how I don't want to ever forget about him, to let him fade. But I can't sit in the thought for too long either, so I shake it. The staff's been just lovely to us, Mom says. By the way, You've been so busy. I had to text you about tomorrow. Tomorrow? I ask, trying to jog my memory. I haven't checked my phone. We're dyeing Easter eggs tomorrow, Mom says. For Easter, on Sunday. We're doing it on Saturday because it's the day we lost Dad. I sit up straight. Does she actually think I might have forgotten the date of when he died? I know that. April 16th. I know, Mom says softly. You've just been so busy. Remember how much he loved to dye eggs with you two when you were kids? A dozen memories surface to mind. Of walking into the kitchen the day before Easter every year as kids. Dad would always wait for us with his dish of eggs and cups of colorful dyes. Egg dyeing was always his thing. From making the little belts that go around each egg, to carefully balancing the vivid eggs on their drying rack. He scribbled invisible white crayon on his eggs, and after dyeing them, funny sayings would appear that'd make us all laugh. One year, he lined them up so they formed a rainbow. We didn't talk about it, but I knew it was his way of saying he loved me. It's one of the few family traditions we have, Mac chimes in. Of course I'll be there. I give Mom a hug, comforted in remembering that we refuse to let him fade, that we'll continue honoring him, blasting his favorite songs while dyeing those eggs. I wouldn't miss it for the world. A loud yawn escapes me. Mom smiles. Go rest up, dear. I don't argue with her. Love you. I head toward my bedroom. Love you too, she calls after me. See you in the morning for egg dyeing, 11 a.m. sharp, and we'll have lunch together afterward. I'll talk to Jacques about making you some of that delicious placenta. Within moments, I'm sprawled across my bed, thinking about how I have less time for all the things I love, like violin. It's a huge difference going from playing every day to playing once a week, if that. I haven't been spending as much time with Mom, Mac, or Pax, or even with my new family. At the same time, I'm missing Montana and simpler times, from the view of the snow-dusted mountains on cold mornings to my own cozy, sunken bed. Right before I doze off, I check my phone. I look through Mac's latest YouTube videos, with funny titles like, Get Ready for St. Albans with Me. Her view count on each video is off the charts. Next, I reread my texts, specifically all my texts to Dustin. It's strange not having any texts, voicemails, or DMs from him, especially since I've reached out a bunch, mostly asking if we can talk. Over on Instagram, Mac just posted a throwback photo. Even though it's a day early, Mac's post is in honor of the anniversary of Dad's death. Seeing the photo makes my stomach lurch, wiping all thoughts of Dustin. It's the two of us, ages 5 and 9, with Dad in the kitchen, a basket of eggs on the table. He's in his soft flannel shirt, an arm around each of us. I can feel the warmth of his smile. Mac and I look so happy, too. I want to tell that little boy and girl in the photo that he won't be there forever, and to treasure the time they have with him. I regret not turning to him then, and a million other times to freeze the moment by telling him just how much I love him. I should have told him more often. That was the year we made glitter eggs, and Dad agreed, even though he ended up with glitter in his beard for a week. I laugh and wipe my eyes. I zoom in on his face. That's how I like to remember him. Full head of hair, full beard, and his smile that never changed. I can barely allow myself to read Mac's caption, but I force myself to anyway. 3 years without you, Daddy. I miss you so much it hurts. I can't wait to see you again someday. Send me a sign in the sky. Send me a rainbow. I wipe my eyes, power off my phone, and try to go to sleep. But I end up lying here awake, thinking about Dad for a long time. Sometimes I wonder if he's actually dead, and ask myself if he could still be alive somehow. But the answer, like the period concluding a sentence, always follows. The radio blasts. Air rushes into the truck. Dad holds Mom's hand on the center console. The wind whips our hair. We're singing and laughing, a Sunday drive with my family. Mom's and Dad's wedding bands glint in the sunlight. They turn to each other, belting out the melody. Mac dances in the seat beside me. Everything is perfect. The sky a brilliant blue. The car slows into town. I wave out the window at the Howard Loyolas, but they turn away from me, like they can't see me. I holler a hello to Old Man Fletcher, the grocer, and to Mr. Gooding, my violin teacher, and to Miss Byers, the baker, and to Joe, the head cook of the diner, but it's all the same. They keep going about their business, not hearing me. Something's wrong. The sky darkens and it begins to drizzle. There's Dustin, walking along the sidewalk with his basketball under one arm. He's holding hands with someone. My heart breaks into 1,000 pieces, watching as they lock lips. How could he have moved on to someone else so soon? Had he been cheating on me? I grip Dad's shoulder for help. He turns around in the driver's seat, but it's Frederick's face. I begin to sob, unable to catch my breath. Where's Dad? I wake up, surprised to find my eyes are dry. Thoughts of Dad ebb back into the shadows of my mind. Thoughts of the time I assumed we'd always get back. Thoughts of how we never did get the chance to experience so much together. It must be way early because it's still dark, and no one's ripped back the curtains and informed me that breakfast is ready. I check the clock. 6:13 a.m. A footman with a steaming pot of Earl Grey tea won't come knocking at my door for at least another hour. I'm awake so early, and on a Saturday of all days. Part of me blames the overall stress and anxiety of wanting to be the perfect prince. But another part knows it's because today is the anniversary of Dad's death. I roll out of bed and find my way to the dining room, hoping for coffee. I find Frederick taking a bite of toast spread with orange marmalade as he signs pages from out of his red and white dispatch box, a cappuccino in front of him. What's he doing back? I thought he was in Ottawa on important kingly business like usual. He sets down his paper. Morning, son. Son. Typically hearing him use the word grates on my ear. But this morning, it feels even worse. Not on Dad's death day anniversary. It seems sacrilegious in a way, and makes my chest tight. As much as I'm secretly jealous that Edward has a dad, even though, technically, Frederick is my biological father too, I can't let myself give in, let down my walls for him. Good morning, I say politely as a footman pulls out my chair, and I take a seat beside him. You must be wondering what I'm doing back, Frederick says. I nod. It's nice to see you, but it is a surprise. I dole fresh strawberries and blueberries into my bowl of oatmeal, and the footman pours me a freshly squeezed glass of orange juice. Your mother and I are here for Easter brunch tomorrow with you and your brother. We flew in a day early. Daphne is off meeting with the head of an NGO at their headquarters. He glances at his red and white box with paperwork sticking out the top, then at his tablet propped up showing a very full calendar. I have no morning engagements myself, which is rare. Only a meeting with a British bishop at 1. He smiles at me. You know, we haven't had a chance to do something fun together yet. Just the two of us. I feel rotten about not seeing to it. How about a horse and buggy ride through the park? I assume you're fond of horses, from your ranch life? What do you say?" I desperately want to say yes, for a chance to connect with him. But what about dying Easter eggs with Mom and Mac at 11 a.m.? I do some quick mental math. If Frederick and I left soon, we'd definitely be back by then. "I'm in," I say, through a mouthful of oatmeal, followed by an embarrassed chuckle. "Excellent." He stands. "You finish your meal. I'll see to it that everything is set for us." At 8 a.m., Frederick and I climb into the SUV taking us to Central Park. When we arrive, I see that the lake area of the park has been roped off in our honor, with security and police patrolling every inch of the perimeter. Frederick and I step out of his car, where we're met by paparazzi and journalists, along with fans and people protesting a gay crown prince, and the monarchy in general. How did they find out we were going to be here on such short notice? But I have to say, it feels way less scary to face the haters with Frederick by my side. Still, my skin isn't thick enough for this yet. I feel slightly sick to my stomach. We climb into the horse and buggy waiting for us, and it begins clomping down an incline. The road takes us past bike paths and walkways carved into green, grassy hills. Not quite the ranch experience, especially the feather hats on the horses, but it's the thought that counts. "Lovely spring day for a ride." Frederick closes his eyes in a serene way. I watch a squirrel run up a tree trunk, and a lark sparrow alight on a branch. "It really is," I say. He blinks his dark brown eyes at me. "So, tell me about Dustin." "Dustin?" I'm surprised that Frederick cares enough to ask the question. Dad and I definitely didn't talk boys. "Well, we broke up," I admit with a heavy heart. He nods. "I heard as much. From your brother. How are you doing?" "I guess I miss him more than I thought I would," I confess. "And why is that?" I gaze at my hands. I guess Dustin was my lingering connection to Montana, and he played a big role in me learning about myself. Part of me wants to apologize, or maybe try to win him back. I hadn't even admitted that to myself until now. But it's true. As flawed as Dustin might be, there's comfort in the familiarity I had with him. And for some reason, I can only seem to remember the good times with him. From the time he showed me a shoebox he kept full of mementos of all of our early dates, to the time he surprised me with tickets to my favorite local symphony orchestra. Then there's the pain of watching him walk away, discarding me so effortlessly, so easily, like trash. Does he see me as a villain now? A monster in his mind? Does he even care about me at all anymore? Did he ever truly? "If I may," Frederick says, cutting through my thoughts, "I might not have known you in Montana, but you have a good head on your shoulders, and an honest heart. That much is abundantly clear to me. I support you in whatever decision you want to make." "Thanks." I fidget with the seam of my jacket. My dad was also a connection to home. He died 3 years ago, to the day. Frederick nods. "I'm sorry, Billy. I understand wanting to feel a connection to home. I'm sure you've read a headline or two about this, but my dear brother and I still aren't on speaking terms, not since Daphne and I left England. I know how it feels to lose loved ones." I focus my attention on the clomping sound of the horse hooves on the pavement. I just miss him. I look away. I miss him wrangling sheep at the ranch and shaking mud out of his boots and making his famous buttered toast in the oven. He was so proud of that toast. It was just toast. I laugh a little, my eyes misting. Frederick rests a hand on my knee. "You'll always have a connection to Montana. and to your dad. And you'll always have your mother and Mac. I'm overcome by his understanding, and talking to him feels surprisingly normal, like I hoped it would deep down. But the mention of Mom and Mac snaps me back to the present. "Oh no! What time is it? I totally lost track," I yelp. "My mom and sister and I are dyeing Easter eggs this morning." Frederick's eyebrows rise as he reads his watch. "The morning's just about over," he says, reading my panicked expression. "Let's head back." Even with the cops on motorcycles flanking the SUV, and despite being escorted up side streets, the way back to the mansion feels like a slog. I'm at least an hour and a half late by the time the car pulls back to the mansion to drop me off. "I'm off to my meeting with the bishop," Frederick says from his seat. "Thank you for the chance to spend some time together." "Yeah, thanks." My mind is in an anxious spiral, thinking about Maple Crown Rule 73. Never neglect family nor friend. And how I broke it. Again. I race inside the mansion, bypassing the elevators and heading straight up the stairs, taking them 2 at a time. Breathlessly, I step into the kitchen and take in the colorful eggs sitting on a drying rack by a bouquet of fresh flowers. Oh, no. I have to find Mom and Mac and apologize. I spin around and step foot back into the parlor when Daphne walks in, looking as nice as ever in a beige coat, cream-colored sweater, and black slacks, carrying a simple brown bag with gold clasp. "Billy," she grins. "So happy to see you, darling." I stop short. "You too," I say with a put-on smile. It's not exactly the best time for friendly chit-chat. "Good news." She takes my hand in hers. "Your father and I agreed to let your friend Pax redesign your ceremonial outfit for the investiture," she says. "We think they'll do more than a fine job. Would you like the honor of letting them know?" I can't believe it. "Oh, thank you. Thank you. This is the best news ever." My face breaks into a real smile as I squeeze her hand. "Of course, I'd love to tell Pax the good news. They're going to flip." Past her, I notice Mom standing in the doorway. We lock eyes. "Mom!" "Oh, sorry to interrupt." She turns. I see Mac is with her. They disappear back around the corner. "We'll talk more about it later." Daphne grins and releases my hand. I hate to cut our chat short, but I have to meet the Prime Minister for an off-the-record chat. "Hi to Edward for me." She kisses my cheek before hanging a left into the hall. I hang a right and chase after Mom and Mac. "Wait up!" I quicken my steps and break into a run, catching up with them. "You forgot about egg dyeing, doofus," Mac says. "I know. I feel awful. I'm so sorry." My mom and sister keep walking. "It's okay," Mom says. "I understand you have a lot of new responsibilities." "Mom," I try to catch my breath. "I feel terrible. The king asked me to go to Central Park with him, and there was so much traffic coming back, and then the queen was just telling me, 'Billy, it's okay.'" But her voice is cold. She opens the door to Mac's room. "Come on, Mac." My sister scowls at me. "Dustin was right. You have changed." She turns and disappears into her room with Mom. The bottom falls out of my stomach, and a hot gush of tears runs down my cheeks. My mom has always been there for me, and now I've let her down completely. I feel like such a failure. Maybe Dustin was right. Dad would be so ashamed of the person I've become.
Chapter 17. Edward. After an agreeable Easter brunch, the clothes-fitting at Fee's mansion of our his and hers garments for the investiture ceremony leaves a lump in my throat. A reminder that I'm not the one undergoing the ceremony. a reminder of the life that once was mine. By the time we're back in our everyday garb and settling down to cram our homework on a sofa in her massive bedroom, we each can't stop staring at the mannequins. One in the start of a maple leaf printed gold gown, the other in a somewhat complete, fitted burgundy tux with a subtle matching pattern. When Pax learned they could design Billy's ceremonial outfit, they volunteered to do an outfit for each of us, too. Even with 2 weeks on the clock, can that even be done? Have you seen assignment catwalk? Apparemment, they spent all night stitching up these lovelies, with a little help from the staff. You've got to give it up to Pax, Fee says. Their garments are gorgeous. I'm totally excited for them to debut their Jolie Jubilee-inspired royal collection at the fashion runway show tomorrow. She purses her lips at me. They're obsessed with you, BTW. They are? I ask. Although it doesn't surprise me in the least. Her comment gives me a funny flutter in my stomach. It's replaced by a kick of guilt as her glance lingers on me. I get the sense they're royals obsessed in general, I assert. Too bad you're not playing for their team. She moves closer to me on the sofa and rubs her stockinged foot against mine. And too bad you're already taken. Her fingers climb up my arm as her lips form a coquettish smile. I want to tell her that I'm gay, to nip this whole thing in the bud. I'm sick of lying. It felt so good to tell Billy the truth that night, even though a small paranoid voice in my head screams he's going to tell someone, and before I know it, it'll be splashed across the Daily Maple with Mum and Dad calling my phone, wanting to chat. Fee keeps talking. You know, I loved having dinner with your parents, and Easter brunch was fab too. She inches closer to me. She smells like strawberry-scented perfume. It's a nice smell, but not one that makes me want to plant a kiss on her mouth. In fact, I'm inclined to ask her what it is so I can purchase it for myself. Fee, I avert my eyes to my carbon paper notebook, then look back up at her. This whole you and me thing, you know it can't actually work. And why's that? Her voice has a playful lilt to it, and her eyes smolder. I take a sharp breath. It just can't. I flash a smile. Okay? Oh, come on. Her hand lands on my notebook, forcing my eyes back up to hers. You can't be serious. Is Neil in your ear again? Neil? Please, she glares. He's had it out for me since day one. Truthfully, we haven't really spoken in a while. He's been flakier than phyllo crust. Probably too busy planning his rip-roaring gap year away and dancing on tabletops with that guy he's been seeing. I sigh. Plus, I think he's decided he'd rather be friends with Billy than with me. She frowns. That doesn't sound like Neil. I mean, his party year flying all around the world and taking cool photos, yes. But he's had your back literally since the day you two met. You must have really upset him if he's cozying up with Edward 2.0. Fee might have a point. I suppose I owe him an apology, I mutter. She laughs. I thought you didn't believe in apologies. I smirk back at her. I think that's you. Don't try and change the subject. She attempts lacing her fingers through mine, but I move my hand slowly away. Ouch, Eddie Bear. Aren't you having fun fake dating me? I've been looking forward to you being my real date for the investiture. She gestures to the impeccably coordinated mannequins. It's going to be a blast when we pull off our big prank on Billy. But come on, you and I both know we're more than just partners in crime. More than just partners in crime? Oh no, Fee has fallen. And I really don't want her to splat. But I don't have the heart to break hers. I should go. Fee looks stung. What's wrong with you? We're the perfect match. Her troubled expression gives way to a satisfied smile. Am I making this all too easy for you, Eddie Bear? Because I can play hard to get. I stash my notebook into my knapsack. I'll see myself out. I give her a prim smile. Later, Fee. She smiles. I see how it is. You're the one playing hard to get. Well, it's working. Later, babe. Happy Easter. They've just arrived, Your Royal Highness. Gord's matter-of-fact voice carries out into the corridor. I backtrack and pause in the open doorway to the study. Inside, Billy is seated in an armchair with Pax standing beside him while Gord wheels over a cart. On top, there's a box covered in a red velvet drape. He moves it aside in a whoosh to reveal a glass box with what is unmistakably the royal scepter, ring, and sword. I realize I'm a little sad as I see what sits in the center. The gold crown. Happy for Billy, but still a little sad that I won't be the one to wear it. Billy gives a few short, delighted laughs. Pax gasps and clamps a hand over their mouth. Oh, Canada. They're even more gorge in person. Gord gracefully gestures to each object with white-gloved hands. The sword, the ring, the scepter, otherwise known as the gold rod. At that last one, Pax giggles. He said gold rod. The maple mantle is already with the head of robe. Gord unclasps the top of the box. Let us see how this fits you, sir. He pulls out the crown. The crown with the metalwork forming maple leaf peaks. The crown more sacred than the one used to coronate Dad. The crown fit for a future king. The maple crown. This new crown is just what the world has been waiting for. Gord lifts it over Billy's head, and Billy looks up at it, then gazes over at Pax, breaking into an enormous smile. As much as I've been dreaming about that crown since I was 2, I surprise myself by finding that I'm actually very happy seeing it lowering over Billy's head. He is going to make a good king one day. He's a natural. And in this moment, I realize something that I never would have expected. But as soon as the thought crosses my mind, I know it's true. Billy deserves that crown. I have to tell Fee that Operation Twinvestiture is off and convince her to actually listen. Billy spots me in the doorway. Edward, he calls, grinning. Gord freezes, crown held aloft midair, and looks over at me. Prince Edward, he says curtly. I wave. Just passing through. Lovely crown. Looks great. Come in, Billy urges me. Yeah, get in here, Pax pipes up. I shake my head. I don't want to spoil the surprise for the ceremony. You enjoy. And with that, I smile and start off down the corridor before I have the chance to see Gord finish crowning him. I'm restless for the remainder of the afternoon. I finish my homework, anxiety pace around my room, and flick through TV shows and movies, changing the channel again and again, not even stopping to settle on a feel-good rom-com or reruns of Canada's Next Great Baker. My mind reels with interminable questions that I've been repressing ever since Billy showed up on the scene. What does my future have in store? What will my life be like as brother to the Prince Royal? What will my fate become? I still have no idea. I find myself padding through the corridor toward the kitchen, knowing nothing makes me feel better than baking something delicious. A part of me wonders if this is what my entire life will be from now on. Aimlessly wandering about, bathing, baking, breathing space. Maybe that wouldn't be so bad, I realize. It's been nice to have more time to work on my recipes and baking techniques. I'm working on a recipe for the next Canadian classic. I call it the Queen Daphne cake, a twist on the Queen Eliza cake. But instead of shredded coconut on top, I detest coconut flakes, I use marshmallow, plus a maple syrup base for the icing. In honor of Easter brunch this morning, I made a fig and almond brioche, and I've been itching to try adding more strawberries to my pink champagne cake recipe. There are so many tasty options, none of which come from dear Britain, in my humble opinion. Every time I see Granny with her jam pennies and Dundee fruitcake, a small part of me dies inside. I definitely didn't inherit my refined palate from her. As I pass through the parlor, I spot someone standing out on the veranda. Pax. I open the door and step out into the cool evening, the sun sinking into the city horizon. Enjoying the sights? Pax whips around. Sweet baby Jesus! Prince Edward! You scared me. Hi. They're wearing a lime green housecoat and slippers. The housecoat had slipped open a little when they turned, revealing a sliver of smooth, bare chest. They're obsessed with you, BTW. Thanks, Fee. What are you up to? They ask. I thought maybe I'd whip up some millefeuille. Pax blinks hard and fast. Who's she? I chuckle. It's a puff pastry with cream and chocolate. Yum. I gaze past them at the orange skyline. Bit different from Montana, isn't it? Pax cocks an eyebrow. Yeah. They smile. Being here is still surreal, by the way. You'll get used to it, I'm sure. You know one of the best things about being here? Pax casts their eyes down, sending their single geometric hoop earring twirling. I'm still managing to stand out. I was the only gay in Little Timber walking around in a muumuu singing Mariah Carey. She's my muse. I absolutely love her music. Word vomit again. Hey, breathe, I say. It's cool. Pax takes a deep breath. My sights flicker to their full lips, then back up to their intelligent eyes. Is that a knowing look? Dare I say, amoureux? All of the garments you've designed are incredible. They give a silent gasp and grin. Thank you. And I'm not just saying it, I tell them. They really are. And it's true. I've had clothes custom designed for me since before I can remember, but these are some of the most unique ones I've ever seen. Well, good. Pax laughs. I pause for a moment, then dive ahead. I have a question, if I may. Pax nods enthusiastically. Oh, go ahead. I'm an open book. Totally acquiescent. And listen, I just want you to know that you can totally be your unvarnished self with me. Pax smiles. Unbidden, I find myself staring again at their lips. This time I let my eyes linger. It won't hurt, will it? And they don't seem to notice. What was it like growing up in the middle of cowboy country? I'm genuinely curious. Pretty despondent, if I'm being honest. I figured out early on that people will always judge you for some reason or another, especially if you're femme. But might as well let them judge your truth and not give a damn. As for dating, well, it sucked. But maybe New York will be different. At least I hope it will. The vulnerable sadness in their eyes vanishes as quickly as it came, replaced by a bold smile. I nod while thrumming my fingers against the balcony banister. I get that. There's something so appealing about how Pax always seems fully themselves. Before I let myself think about what I'm doing, I step up to stand right next to them. Their bare arm is so close to mine, I can feel the heat radiating off it. Pax rests a hand on top of mine. To answer you, I'd say it's probably not so different than being a gay royal prince, right? I pull my hand away and instantly look around to make sure no one is watching. I can't help it. I've spent my whole life being afraid. I shake my head slowly, like I'm recalling a good joke. I smile as broadly as I can. I'm not gay. Pax gasps. Oh my gosh! No, I was talking about Billy. Oh, right, of course. I feel my temperature spike. There you two are, Mac exclaims from the door. Come with me. She vanishes back into the parlor. I look at Pax, whose mouth is agape, and nod, indicating we should follow her. Inside, we find that Mac and Connie are seated at the table with steaming porcelain cups of tea. They've pushed aside the vases of Easter lilies to make room for the Settlers of Catan game board. Connie gives a friendly smile. How are you, Edward? I'm well, thank you. Mac jangles an empty chair by its back. Play with us. Where's Billy? I ask. We're mad at Billy. Apparently he's too busy for us now. He's doing important prince things, Connie interjects, shooting Mac a miffed look. Meaning we need more people. Mac jabs a finger toward Pax. Sit. Don't have to tell me twice. I could use a break from sewing. Pax sidles in between Mac and Connie. Edward? truth be told, now I'm not in a social mood. I'm terribly sorry, I say. I must step out for a brief moment. I'll be back very soon, I promise. Flashing a smile, I dash from the parlor and take the stairs to the dingy west wing. Mid-step, I hear Pax shouting, "Hey, wait!" I spin around. Oui? I'm sorry. I shouldn't have brought it up. Pax pants. My heart melts. I already feel bad about ditching them and leaving so abruptly. I shake my head. There's nothing to be sorry about. They still look a bit breathless, their eyes wide. They also look kind of beautiful. I'm not sure I'm going to regret what I say next, which is why the words flow out easily. You weren't wrong. I'm careful about how I word it. If someone were to record it on their phone, it'd mean nothing at all. But it's still more honest than I thought I could ever be with a person as magnificent as Pax. I gaze into the depths of their clear chestnut brown eyes. I hope they understand the courage it took. Oh, and Billy knows, I add. Please, don't tell anyone. Pax stares intensely back at me for a split second, understanding swimming in their eyes, locking in that unspoken promise of confidentiality. My stomach is suddenly spinning with butterflies. Are we actually about to kiss? Then Pax nods. Your secret's safe with me. They turn away, heading back down the steps. I watch them go. What was I thinking? Me and Pax? Even though I'm no longer Crown Prince, I'm still Edward, closeted and miserable. And then there's the whole labels thing. If I'm gay, doesn't that mean I should be attracted to someone who goes by he, him, his? Maybe gay, like anything else, is a label, and while labels can oftentimes be helpful, I'm much more than a label, and similarly can be with someone who uses different labels than my own. Before I can think about seriously being with someone else, I have to figure out how to be happy with myself, the way Pax is truly happy with themselves. I can't hide in the closet any longer. In the student center the next day, I find Fee busily studying. Listen, Operation Twinvestiture is off, I whisper. I mean it. What? She asks. Boo, you're no fun. I was looking forward to seeing Billy's face when he reaches into his pocket and realizes his cue cards are gone. No, it's too far. I can't do it. Fine, Fee snaps. What if we swap them out with dud cards so that he ends up reciting all sorts of offensive and silly expressions in French? She tugs at the hem of my jacket and looks up at me with doe eyes. Come on. Why the change of heart, Eddie? Believe it or not, I've grown to care about him. I can't stand the thought of seeing him humiliated any further, especially since the firm continues to keep quiet when they should be coming to his defense. That's rich. Being that you're the one who nudged him into the court of unpopular opinion to begin with. For a moment she looks irritated, but then she shrugs and takes my hand. Fine. As long as we're still the hottest-looking couple there. And there it is, piling onto my mountain of guilt. I glance at my timepiece. Class, see you soon. I barge into the corridor and spot Neil walking toward me. When he sees me, he pivots and starts in the other direction. This isn't like any kerfuffle we've had before, like the time we debated if irregardless was a word for a good 2 weeks. I accelerate my strides until I'm alongside him, overcome with the urge to apologize. Hey, are you still coming to the investiture? I ask, spiritedly. He doesn't look at me. I can't not go. You know I can't resist an epic party. He quickens his steps. I figure this isn't the best time to joke about how he's really only going because he's Team Billy and wants to support his new favorite Dinnissen. Splendid, I say, thinking about how he's not making it easy to keep up with him. Neil, I'm sorry. I just spoke to Fee and I can't handle you right now. Neil cuts in, continuing ahead. Talk soon, okay? I stop and watch him fly up the stairs, my mouth slightly ajar. So, That just happened. After school, I sit in the library at the mansion to start my creative writing assignment. But pretty soon I'm procrastinating by watching one of Mac's YouTube videos, where she's ranking all the flavors of Magnolia cupcakes. It's pretty entertaining, and she's actually doing a great job describing the exact texture of the cake and the perfect consistency of the buttercream icing. It makes me think about how if I'm ever going to make frosting for any reason, it must be buttercream. Whipped frosting is for the grocery store cakes of the world. Special exceptions shall be made for the cream cheese frosting that tops the red velvet cake at Pierre's on Park. I digress. The truth is that I haven't been able to stop thinking about Pax. I wonder if they think differently of me. If this changes anything, now that they know the truth. Footsteps fill the library, and I look up. Pax smiles wanly. Hey. My heart thumps in my chest. Hello there. How's it going? Pax beelines to the far windows, a glittery tote bag under their arm. Good. You? They say without so much as looking at me. I sit up tall. Everything okay? They seem a bit disinterested. Pax freezes and turns slowly to me. Sorry, Can we talk? I pat the cushion on the cracked leather armchair beside me. I would like that. Pax plops down, and I catch a whiff of a wonderful, musky yet flowery perfume that makes me want to move closer to them. So, I have to tell you something. I blink at them. I really want to tell them how gorgeous their eyes are, but I resist the urge. Go on. I've had you on a pedestal, thinking that you had your entire life together and everything was perfect for you. Learning that you're trying to figure out who you are, it made me realize that we're more similar than I thought. And you know what's wild? They shake their head. It makes me feel even more gravitated toward you. I haven't told anyone your secret, and I won't tell anyone. It's yours to tell, if and when you're ready. Relax, I smile. And thank you. I appreciate that. They give a nervous laugh. Oh my gosh, of course. Well, I'll just be going now. They begin to stand, and I gently grip their hand. I have to tell you something too, I say. I really admire you. I gulp. Am I going to say more? But I stop there. Oh, they blush. Thanks. They fumble with their tote bag, obviously trying to change the subject. Hey, so you said you liked my designs? Do you want to see my design for Billy's new investiture ceremony outfit? Sure, I say with a laugh. Their tablet screen flashes to life, and I'm looking at a smart black suit with epaulets. Oh, this is just his entrance look. He's borrowing the suit your dad wore at his investiture. You know that already. Pax swipes to the next image. Here's what I designed, and what Billy will change into right before the ceremony starts. I'm looking at a slim, metallic white suit with red epaulets and gold tassels, a red brocade vest, and sash with golden clasps. Incredible. I'm sure it will perfectly complement his crown. Not to mention it's sure to capture the public's affection. Thanks. I still have a few things to iron out with the pants for the ceremony, literally, and I may have made them a little too small, but other than that, I'm really happy with both looks. Excellent. Heart pattering. I decide to take the plunge. Could I come to your fashion show tonight? Seriously? Of course. Pax grins. I just assumed you... Of course you can. I'm excited, I say. And I mean it. Pax nods. Yay! So, I should get to work. See you later. After they leave, I sit, thinking about their lips. And what would have happened if I'd been brave enough to lean in and kiss them.
Chapter 18. Billy. You knew and didn't tell me? Pax stops combing through my walk-in closet to stare wide-eyed at me. This is why you were acting all cagey whenever I spoke about Edward. How long have you known? Sorry. I pantomime, zipping my lips. Gay twin brother code of conduct. Pax huffs and turns back to flipping through my suits, playing the unofficial role of royal style advisor for me for tonight's event at the MoMA. They're already in full hair and makeup, in a short salmon pink gown with cape that screams famous fashion designer. They take a shirt by the sleeve and draw it under their chin dreamily. Somebody pinch me. He's gay. Prince Edward, he's gay. You don't want him. He's really nice, but I don't think he's good enough for you. Pax puts their hand to their chest. What in the disenchanted... How could you say that about Prince Edward? They sound as if I've said something criminal. But I stand by what I said. I've gotten to know Edward, and while I consider him a good friend now, he's so not out. And Pax is so the opposite. Still, I don't want to say anything more to crush Pax's spirits. Okay. And once again, I'm going to try really hard to take it as a compliment that you're so attracted to someone who's literally identical to me. Pax looks unbothered. Yeah, it's not weird at all. Yeah, not weird at all. My eyes dart as I try hard not to laugh. You two are extremely different, says Pax. It's about his personality. His shallow, detached, icy cold, arrogant personality? That personality? I joke, only half meaning it. Pax's dreamy expression shifts, and they glare at me. You're talking about my crush. Sorry. I'm just glad you finally took him off his pedestal, I remark. Oh, honey, now that I know he's gay, he's intrinsically back on the pedestal. Of course he is. I can't help laughing at the look on my friend's face. I know them so well. And the truth is, I'm happy for them. Who knows? Maybe Pax and Edward will become a thing, even if it's not a public-facing thing. Pax keeps digging through my expansive closet. They pull aside even more suits, and I see my cowboy boots shoved to the back. I haven't even thought of them since I moved into the mansion. A small part of me suddenly misses the feel of putting them on, which makes me miss the ranch and the quiet moments spent feeding the horses crunchy carrots in the barn. How are you feeling about Dustin? Pax's voice is muffled by clothes. Nonchalant? I guess it is what it is, I sigh. But I do miss him. I never liked Dustin, Pax confesses. He was profusely immature. What? I spit. Why didn't you tell me you felt that way? I demand, my blood pressure spiking. Pax pokes their head out of the clothing rack. Would you have listened? No. Probably not. See? Pax disappears back into the row of hanging garments. Besides, I don't trust anyone who doesn't pay attention to song lyrics. That told me all I needed to know about him. He wasn't that deep. And if he's over you so soon, clearly his love was conditional. I wince. Tell me how you really feel, I say. Pax reemerges and begins rooting around inside drawers. So, what about Neil? What about him? I ask, confused. Pax unfolds a shimmery shirt and admires it. It's so obvious he likes you. I laugh. What? No, Neil? He's flirty with everyone. Pax cocks their head. Here's the part where you listen to your bestie, remember? Maybe. I mean, he's nice and all, but I don't know him that well. Besides, when you asked him to walk the catwalk for you, Didn't he tell you he was too busy whining and dining the eligible bachelors in New York or something like that? I think he's actually avoiding Edward, who is coming tonight. At least that's my theory. I haven't seen them hanging out much. Let's say Neil's reason is legit. What says he can't like more than one eligible bachelor in this big old city? Pax winks. I find myself blushing. You're ridiculous. Even if that's true, he's leaving on a world vacation in a few months, so it's moot. But he will be going to the investiture ceremony to cheer you on. Pax pulls out a crimson suit. This is what you're going to wear to my fashion show tonight. I nod. Looks great. Pax puts a hand on their hip. Seriously, where is this royal style advisor I've yet to meet? Did she think I was coming for her job and ran? I don't know, I laugh. I'm so excited for your big premiere. And I'm excited you'll actually be able to be there, Pax quips. Mr. Busy Bee. They hand me the suit. I can't believe Fee is going to be wearing one of my gowns on the runway. This is a dream come true. Not to mention, I'm so happy Edward is going to be there. Swoon. There's a knock on the bedroom door, and I go to open it. Mom's standing there in a purple blouse and black slacks, her hair in a low ponytail with new bangs that the royal hairdresser gave her. They really suit her. Hi, dear, she says sweetly. Mac's beside her in a loose paisley dress, with her hair on the top of her head pulled up in a blonde waterfall. Hey, Billy. She flashes her braces-filled grin. I've missed that smile. Hi. What are you up to? I ask, smiling. Things have been better with both of them since I apologized this morning. We're going to grab a quick snack, Mom says. Would you like to join us? Or will that fill you up too much for your dinner with the king later? My schedule is tight, but I'm determined to make it all work. Yeah, I'd love that, I say. Let's grab a bite. Then it'll be time for me to get ready for my dinner, and I'll see you at Pax's show after. Mom's face lights up. Great. And how do you expect to cram all this in again? Pax asks suspiciously. I've gotten pretty good at mastering tight schedules, I say. Besides, King Frederick says it's important he and I both attend the dinner. More important than my show, I get it. No, I didn't mean it like that. Okay, Pax says, relenting. You know this means the world to me. I've got it all figured out. You're biting off more than you can chew, Billy. No, I'm not biting any of this off. I didn't choose this. If I had it my way, I'd skip the dinner entirely. My stomach knots with guilt at how excited I am for this dinner. I'd be willing to skip it for Pax's event if it really came down to it. Wouldn't I? A footman appears beside Mom and Mac. Your Royal Highness, Gord sent me to retrieve you for your lessons now. Oh, wait, I say to Mom and Mac, crestfallen. I have to go. Sorry, I forgot. Mom's face falls, but she gives a little shake of her head. We know how busy you are. Don't worry. Yeah, it's okay, Billy. We figured you were super busy today, Mac says. We thought you already had lessons earlier. Next time, I promise, I say. I really hope they can hear the sincerity in my voice. No, I know. We understand. Mom smiles. Love you. Bye, dear. See you at the show. She and Mac head off down the hall, while the footman remains standing stock still, waiting. Let me just grab my notebook, I tell him, ducking back into my room. Gord had me replace my notepad for a thick notebook long ago, and after filling up the first two, I'm on to my third one. Pax hands it to me. See you tonight. My first ever fashion show. And you promise me you won't miss it? I give Pax a quick hug, careful not to crush the shape of their sequined gown, and smile. As Mariah would say, I'll be there. They let out a jubilant whoop. If you're not, I will hunt you down, they tease. Dinner at the opulent Crystal Room of the Tavern on the Green goes off without a hitch. It's not every day one gets to eat dinner with the Ryder Russell. He tells me what it was like growing up in Canada, and I share what it was like growing up on the ranch, picking horse hooves and raking up their pea spots. I get a lot of laughs. At one point, I'm so in the moment that I almost don't recognize my own voice. I sound happy. As the remains of the chocolate mousse and cheesecakes are cleared away, I check my phone. Right on time. I lean toward Frederick and whisper, I'm going to head out. He turns to me. I'll come with you. Nobody will question me for leaving now. Let's go straight away. You don't want to miss it. Cool. See? I knew I could handle a tight schedule. He and I finally begin to say our goodbyes to the celebrities and other high-ranking dinner guests when the President of the United States strolls up and starts talking to us. It's clear a few minutes in that there isn't really a good time to cut her off. What's more important than being in the presence of the President of the USA and hearing her speak about survivors of a flood in Australia? But the whole time, I can feel the pressure getting heavier and heavier on my chest, making it hard to breathe. At this point, I'm going to start cutting it close. I appreciate Frederick's efforts, and I feel helpless myself. After what feels like forever, he finally excuses us. Dodging past a few Weasley paparazzi, we share a town car, and within minutes are pulling up to the steely gray exterior of the Museum of Modern Art. Everyone is pouring out the front door, including photographers and models. There's Fee in a corseted dress with sleeved gloves, a little hat with veil, and silver feathers soaking up the flash of cameras. Oh no, I missed it. I missed Pax's show. I feel sick to my stomach. First Easter egg dying, and now this. I am such a failure. I should have seen this coming. I really need to find a better balance. There's Pax, stepping out onto the sidewalk as photographers snap their photo. They beam and answer the questions of eager journalists who wave phones in their radiant face. They turn to another reporter's mic, their gowns shining like shimmering rainbow scales. Frederick looks back at me. Do you want to get out and congratulate them? I shake my head. I'm too heartbroken. But more than that, I'm ashamed. Take us back to the mansion, please, Frederick tells our driver. The whole ride home, I contemplate what to tell Pax and how to make it up to them. I finally just made amends with Mom and Mac. Now I have to try to do the same with Pax. I can't bear the thought that I hurt them. They must be devastated that I didn't show. I know I am. I lean my head on the cold window. I suddenly miss being back in Montana again, driving Dad's rusty 1988 Dodge Ram home late at night after working at the general store. The night was always full of stars. Here in New York City, they're masked by all the light pollution, and the buildings are closing in around us, making me miss the wide, open roads and skies. How do I keep breaking Maple Crown Rule 73? Never neglect family or friend. The car pulls up outside the mansion, but I don't move. Neither does Frederick. We just sit in silence, facing forward. Luckily, there aren't paparazzi lying in wait for us beneath the awning. Finally, he looks over at me. I remember being your age and struggling to balance my schedule with my friendships. He reaches out and pats me on the knee. Your true friends will understand. I let out a deep breath. Thanks, Dad. My smile vanishes as I realize what I just called him. No, that word is reserved for my real dad, my original dad, the person who raised me. But then, why does it feel right saying it to Frederick, too? He blinks, not missing a beat, and a warm smile washes across his face. I smile back. Maybe it's okay. Maybe, I think for the first time since Dad died, it's all going to be okay. I have to do something to take my mind off what a mess I've made of tonight. So I head to the study to practice my French for the ceremony. But I keep getting distracted every time I glance at my phone. Pax still hasn't replied to any of my texts, and I have no idea what time they're planning to get home. I think I remember them telling me they would be going to an after-party, but I don't even know if that's accurate, which only causes the guilt eating away at me to intensify. Maple Crown Rule 25. Remain tranquil in times of tension. Sometime after midnight, when I'm finally surrendering to sleep over the stack of French textbooks, the doors to the study fly open. There's Pax, covered in glitter and looking exhausted. You missed my show. Hey. Gulping, I straighten up, ready to tell them what happened, the same way that I always tell Pax everything. Then I realize that telling them I missed the most important day of their life because I was having too much fun hanging out with Ryder Russell paints me as an even worse best friend. You know, I had a really important dinner with... I mumble. I find I can't look Pax in the eye. Pax crosses their arms. Celebrities? Really, Billy? Last I checked, you don't even care about celebrities. I feel my face flame. Wow. Pax shakes their head. That's really uncool. Pax, I am so sorry. I had to go. I didn't have a choice. You're still lying. You just wanted to enjoy the perks of being a prince. This isn't about supporting your new royal family. This is about you just caring about your fabulous new identity as Prince Billy. I wince. I've never had Pax this upset at me. That's not true, I say defensively, although hearing an echo of what Dustin told me, now from my best friend's mouth, makes my rebuttal sound shaky. Is so. There are tears shining in Pax's eyes. I feel like I don't even know what's going on with you anymore. You've always been there for me. Now you're flaking and being super shady about it. I'm sorry, but if you don't hear it from me, then who else around here is going to say something? Oh, I don't know. Maybe Dustin? I quip. Maybe he was on to something, they shoot back. That's not fair. Billy, you are so selfish and superficial now. My face heats, but this time it's due to a flash of anger. I couldn't turn down the King of Canada to go to some fashion show. Now that's superficial. Pax looks like they've been slapped. I instantly want to eat my words. Pax, I didn't mean... Pax's expression hardens. You have changed. I always knew there was a risk this could happen, that it would all go to your head and we'd lose the Billy we love. And with that, they turn on their heel and go.
Daily Maple Online. The Royal Roundup, April 19th, 12:18 a.m. Eastern Time. Prince Billy attends star-studded dinner by Omar Scooby. With just 11 days left until his investiture ceremony, Prince Billy was seen rubbing elbows with A-listers at a tavern on the Green dinner with royal pop at his side. The Crown Prince of Canada was in fine form, gabbing with the best of them at a private dinner in Central Park. A-listers like Ryder Russell and Blair Ivy were among those in attendance. Onlookers remarked Billy looked awfully chummy despite his recent split with ex-BF Dustin, exchanging laughs and easy smiles with his father the king. Father's Day has come early, said a source who spent the night admiring the duo from afar. It's clear the two have become incredibly close. It's wonderful seeing them bond. Billy cut a classically handsome figure in custom suit and gold bracelet. As for the king, he wore his signature navy blue suit and black tie, leaving the focus on his son. Royal watchers simply can't wait for the special connection between the king and Prince Royal to continue to flourish, as they make up for so much lost time. Related stories. Billy and the King's Central Park carriage ride. Pax Andrews, fresh face of fashion industry. Edward and Sophia engagement rumors. Breaking, Billy under royal surveillance. Crown Prince orders seafood and talks politics. Twinces, what their handwriting says about them. Royal twinvasion. Are two princes better than one? Mackie Montana vows to free Central Park horses. Chapter 19. Edward. After the thrilling fashion show, I try my best to finish my abysmal AP Calc homework without completely nodding off or letting my thoughts continue to drift. Being demoted from Crown Prince isn't all that different from when I was grounded for almost a year, now that I think about it. There's plenty of time to reflect and ruminate. I learned a lot about myself during that time. Maybe that will happen again. Suddenly I hear footsteps passing by my room. Is that the sound of someone weeping? I stop trying to interpret the definite integral and tiptoe through the dim corridor until I find the source of the noise. Pax, crying in a cushioned hallway nook under the portrait of King George VI in his purple cape and white stockings. I approach slowly, tentatively. Hello? Pax starts and promptly wipes their eyes. Hey. Are you okay? What's wrong? Last I saw them only a few hours ago, they were all smiles on the catwalk, absorbing fervent applause amid their lineup of models and taking a bow. Oh, nothing. Never been better. Other than fighting with my best friend and telling him he's become a terrible human being. No big deal. Pax tries to grin, but it's clear their heart's not in it. Okay. Breathe, I instruct them softly. Pax takes a shuddering breath, tears running down their face. I'm fine. Really. I fight the urge to crack a joke. You're clearly not fine, I assure them in a slow, even tone. Without thinking, I take their hand. What am I doing? Somehow I can't move my hand away. Their perfect buttercup yellow nail polish is the tiniest bit chipped. What happened? Sorry. Tears are clinging to their lashes. I hate how you're seeing me like this. I'm not usually such a hot mess. Their laugh fades back into the quiet of the corridor. Then their grip in mine tightens just the smallest amount. How have you been? I chuckle. I've been better. A slight smile forms on Pax's face. I smile back, feeling their fingers tense in mine. Why is royal life so hard? Isn't that the question of the millennium? I quip. Billy's been so busy doing Prince things that he missed my fashion show. I thought it odd I didn't see him there. In any case, I'm sorry. I realize that Pax still doesn't truly grasp how much pressure Billy's under to fulfill his royal duties. It's common for the crown to take precedence. But he was just at some celebrity dinner. Sometimes those happen, I say. I'm still sorry that he missed your show. Pax nods. I should probably try being more understanding. They say it slowly and grudgingly, but I can tell they're really making an effort. I wouldn't beat yourself up about it, though. They tug my hand bashfully. As you say, Your Royal Highness. We sit quietly. Even with their eyes puffy from crying, they still look handsomely beautiful. I seriously can't stop staring at them. So much for Maple Crown Rule 44. Staring bouts are unbecoming. I'm glad I got to see your show, I say quietly. It was stupendous. Pax looks my way. And suddenly I feel like every Maple Crown rule is out the window. It's just me sitting here, no rules, no inner monologue telling me what I should or should not do. No voice telling me to check that we're not being watched by any of the mansion's inhabitants, let alone a nosy staff member. I feel totally out in the open. It's terrifying. I want to look anywhere but their face, but I can't take my eyes off them. I gaze at their long lashes and wide, tear-filled eyes, and their lips. There's the slightest trace of clear lip gloss left over from the night. I'm overcome by the overwhelming urge to kiss them. Pax's eyes flicker to my lips, too. A tiny smile lights their face. I really like you, I say, finally listening to my pounding, protesting heart. Pax's eyes go wide, and they clear their throat. They never take their eyes off mine. And I realize I've always known I liked them, even if there was a small part that didn't know what to think at first. But now, I'm finally, truly letting myself be who I've been afraid to be for my entire life. We lean toward each other, closing the infinitesimal gap between us. Their lips are soft against mine. I close my eyes. I feel my sorrow leach away, feel years of pent-up self-loathing evaporate like the spell I've placed on myself is finally lifted. My heart is thumping in my chest, and I'm wondering if they can hear it, if they can feel it, and if I'm doing this correctly. Their hand finds its way to the back of my neck, and their fingers slowly but firmly run through my hair. The way our lips press against each other feels so right. I'm lost in the darkness, walking on air, high in the clouds, my whole body tingling. Edward, stop. Someone will see. Oh, femme ta gueule. After losing track of time, we finally pull apart. I open my eyes again, dizzy and disoriented. That was nice, they say quietly, averting their gaze as a blush creeps across their face. My lips are practically buzzing. I nod. It was, especially for my first kiss. Pax breaks into an elated smile. I am so honored. I grin. I couldn't have thought of a better person to share it with. They squeeze my hands, and I can tell they feel the same way. It wasn't just a kiss for them either. Does this mean... Are we a thing? They ask. I consider. I don't know, I reply. I've never thought a thing would be possible for me. At least, not back when I was Crown Prince. But now, we intertwine our fingers together. It hits me how right this feels and how wrong it felt when Fee laced her fingers in mine. You don't need to be out, you know, Pax says. Do whatever's best for you. What's best for me is probably not hiding anymore. But it's harder than it sounds. The firm isn't exactly the warm and fuzzy land of love and acceptance. I do want to do something. I'm just not sure what or how. You do you, Pax says. It just feels impossible, I say. I can feel the Maple Crown rules threatening to rise back up inside me, like hot, rising bile. Maple Crown Rule 15. Follow the plan. Is that your fear talking? I laugh. Quite possibly. I lightly graze my fingers up and down theirs. Hey, you're good at this stuff. They blink. What stuff? Being authentic. You live and breathe authenticity. You're like this radiant beacon of sunshine. You don't let anything get you down. Pax points to himself. Hello? Still upset about the whole Billy thing over here? Well, for the most part, I amend. It's what I like about you. Pax does a little shoulder dance. Well, what I like about you is who you are when you're being just you. Like right now. They smile, but then look down, unable to meet my eyes, and sigh. What's the matter? To be honest, it's not always easy. Sometimes I have to remind myself that it's okay to not be smiling 24/7. It's just this thing I do, trying to see the world in the best light because of all the terrible things I've gone through. Most days I'm truly happy to be alive. There's so much good in the world. But then some days, memories surface, mostly of home, and I feel like the biggest reject in the world again. Pax sniffles. Wow, I've never said that out loud before. Hearing it breaks my heart. It's okay to let yourself feel whatever you need to feel. Pax takes a deep breath and nods. This is very true. I promise I'll keep an eye on it. Excellent. I can't help smiling. May I kiss you again? Do you have to ask? Actually, I always appreciate asking for consent. Pax leans forward, and our lips connect. This time it's short and sweet, but still absolutely perfect. And you don't think I'm too extra? Pax asks. I shake my head. Someone's too extra is someone else's just right. OMG. Pax bites their lip and breaks into a laugh, clearly smitten. I like that, they say. I'm glad. Well, I should head to bed, I say. I want to stay here forever with them, sitting side by side in this surprisingly cozy hallway nook that I've only ever brushed past over all these years. But it's late, and I'm starting to realize just how frightfully exhausted I am. Totes, Pax says. Me too. I let go of their hand. Good night. Good night. I head back to my bedroom, feeling light as air. Or as a fluffy meringue. Definitely a meringue. I rise with the sun and take a few laps in the indoor pool to help wake myself up after such a late and exhilarating night. Afterward, I pass the home gym when I hear activity coming from inside. I hover in the doorway, watching Billy walking to his mark, 2 blue pieces of tape crisscrossed on the floor. Then he pivots with the exacting movement and perfect posture of a foot guard in the Canadian Armed Forces. He's kneeling on a bench when I step into the room. Très bien fait, I say. Billy starts, nearly falling over. Then he stands up straight and turns to me. Merci. I'm just rehearsing before school. I can see that, I smile. Let me see. Take it from the top. Billy crosses the room, then begins the long walk toward the bench. Try not swinging your arms so much. Billy adjusts without breaking stride. Try holding your head up a smidge higher, I add. Billy complies. Relax your mouth. It's too tense, I instruct. Billy stops mid-room and buries his head in his hands. I can't do this. I approach his side. You can. You've got this. How many people will be watching again? He asks shakily. Oh, well, figure that over 2 billion tuned in for Auntie Caroline's royal wedding. I try to do the mental math. He looks at me, face pained and paling. Am I going to sink the monarchy? No, I assure him. Go easy on yourself. Being crown prince comes with a steep learning curve. A feeling of guilt washes over me as I remember I was responsible for what brought on his recent public blunders. Thank goodness I told Fee that Operation Twinvestiture is canceled. I'm just so worried the firm will want to strip me of my title, and I don't want that to happen. If it does, trust me, you'll survive, I say good-naturedly. I didn't... Billy tenses up. Sorry, things can't go back to the way they used to be. As stressed out as I am, I'm finally happy again, for the first time in a long time, even with the public knocking me every chance they get. This isn't about that. The corners of his mouth pinch down as if he's on the precipice of tears, and his voice quivers. This is about me, my family, and bringing positive change in the world one day. I won't be able to do that as a rancher in a barn back in Montana. I won't. You're worrying far too much, I say in an attempt to calm him. The only thing you should be worried about is meeting your cousins, aunts, and uncles at the ceremony. They're a dull lot. Billy's expression goes blank. I haven't even thought of that. I've honestly been too busy panicking about being closely monitored by the powers that be. Why, you don't have any giant secret, do you? Billy gives a relieved sigh. No. Good. It would have to be really bad to strip you of your title, especially if the ceremony goes swimmingly, which it will. I think I'm just panicking about everything, Billy confesses. I think so too. Gord says the ceremony has to be perfect. Billy hangs his head. I don't know if I'll ever feel ready enough. I rest a hand on his shoulder. You will. You have more than a week to prepare. And what could go wrong in a week? Daily Maple Online. The Royal Roundup. April 27th, 10:46 p.m. Eastern Time. The Boone Family's Giant Secret by Omar Scooby. Meanwhile, back at the ranch, juicy details emerge revealing that the Boone family has been hiding dark secrets, namely hiding Prince Billy's true identity for the last 3 years, and we've got receipts. Everyone has skeletons in their closet, but Prince Billy's are by far the meatiest. Just over 6 weeks after entering the world stage, a photo surfaced of Billy posing with his mom, Connie Boone. In the pic, which was confirmed to not have been altered, there is a People magazine in the background with Prince Edward on the cover. According to an insider, Connie knew all along that Billy was secretly a prince. How could she not know? I mean, look at that photo. There's no way she couldn't have noticed her son looked exactly like the Canadian prince. Sources tell us that Connie Boone had been paid off by the royal family to keep quiet for the past 3 years, which means the Canadian royals had been trying to keep the truth about Billy being a prince from the public for a while now. Oops. But why? And why come clean with the dirty little secret now? I bet the ranch the Boones knew they'd have the Canadian royal family over a barrel and could exact whatever they wanted from them, our royal insider shares. Those fame-seeking clout chasers were likely waiting for just the right time, right before the investiture ceremony. Things don't bode well for Canada's newest royal family member. Poor Billy can't seem to do anything right these days. Now, after such a negative public reaction toward him and the Boones, can this cowboy ever get back up on the horse? Related stories. Connie looking to marry into upper echelons. Connie, the secret social climber. Connie all along.
Chapter 20. Billy. After debating whether to confront Pax about what they had said, I thought better of it, and chose to spend the following week and change going over my lines for the ceremony. Besides, every time I've passed by their room, they've been busy either snipping swaths of fabric or pinning them up. I'd also gotten swept up in royal treatment prep, getting primped and pampered with my first eyebrow waxing and mani-pedi, and a facial using LED light therapy that left me feeling like a fresh-faced baby. This morning, however, I wake up with a pit in my stomach. I don't know if it's because the ceremony is in 2 days, or because I had such a bad fight with my best friend in the world, and over a week later, we still haven't made up. And what did they mean by, we'd lose the Billy we love? Were they really worried that would happen? Have I really changed that much? It's been weird not speaking to Pax at school. It's even weirder seeing them in the halls with an obvious spring in their step and not being able to ask why. Maybe there's more good fashion news. Evenings, I've been attending my training with Gord. I spent hours rehearsing for Saturday. I even managed to have high tea with Mom and Mac, who pointed out the light from her crystal cup sent a rainbow sparkling on the tablecloth. She's always saying it's Dad sending a rainbow, his way of saying hi and I love you. Over the past week, there's been no time left for violin, or for me. I feel like a shell, worn thin, and anxious about flying to Canada tomorrow. But duty to the crown above all else. At least things with Edward are solid. He just about cheered when I told him that I invited Chef Pierre to the ceremony. I know how bummed my brother had been after canceling his plan with the chef the night of our failed twin swap. It was my small way of making sure Edward feels seen. Call it twintuition. It's also kind of a birthday present, too, since the chef is secretly baking him a cake. "Can you please pass the orange juice, dear?" Mom smiles at me from across the table on the veranda. Pax is seated next to her, refusing to meet my eyes as they roll berries around in their parfait with their spoon. "Sure." I hand her the carafe, then continue buttering my toast. I can't look at Pax either. I just need to get through breakfast, and then I'll be off with Gord, rehearsing my steps and lines. "Somebody's nervous," Mac says in a sing-song voice beside me. I shrug and start adding orange marmalade to my toast. Pax remains silent. "How's all your designing and sewing going? Have you continued to receive interest in your clothes?" Mom asks them. "Tons," they announce loudly. They finally look at me. They don't smile. Jeez, this freeze-out is rough. A footman glides onto the veranda and sets down the tray of morning papers and tabloids. I snatch the magazine on top, hoping it'll open wide enough that I can hide behind it. When I see the front cover of the tabloid beneath, my stomach drops. There's Mom and I, posing with our arms around one another, cheesing for the camera. Pax sees it at the same time. We both lunge for it, but I'm faster. I scrutinize the headline. "The Boone family's giant secret," I read aloud, noticing the burst about exclusive photos being inside. "Oh, come on. Didn't we tell the staff to weed out the drama tabloids about us?" Max gripes. Then she grins. "So what's it say?" Heart racing, I tear the tabloid open to the feature article, an exposé claiming that the entire Boone family is just a bunch of fame-seeking clout chasers who knew all along that I was secretly a prince and that Mom was simply waiting for just the right time, mere days before the investiture ceremony, to come clean with the secret, knowing she'd have the Canadian royal family over a barrel and could exact whatever else she wanted from them. "This can't be true," I say, gazing up, my hands shaking uncontrollably. I so fiercely want to defend Mom, to tell myself that anything a tabloid publishes isn't real, like what Daphne's been reassuring me for weeks. Mom could never be that conniving. Her voice cuts across the table. "Billy, what does it say?" She sounds strangely serene. "Sources tell us that Connie Boone has been paid off by the royal family to keep quiet for the past 3 years," I read aloud. I look up again. "Is this true?" I ask her. She looks very pale. She blinks the way she always does when she's trying to figure out what to say. I can't help reading on. An accompanying article even goes so far as to insinuate that Mom is happy about Dad's death because it frees her up to marry someone in the upper echelons of society. She's painted as a selfish, scheming social climber. A knife twists in my stomach. "You knew for the past 3 years that... My vision shimmers. Mom's eyes mist up, though her expression is still unreadable. Pax begins to chew their lip, looking to her. I fling the tabloid onto the table. Mom regards it like it might bite her. "This isn't true. Is it, Mom?" Mom shakes her head, visibly upset. "I don't want to talk about it." Mac grabs the magazine and studies the full spread article, which is papered with personal family photos of us. Then it's true? I demand. My whole body is shaking. It feels like someone is sitting on my chest. I can barely get a breath in. I'm not discussing this right now, dear. Her tone is firm, unwavering. Part of me wonders if she's keeping mum because she doesn't want the footman to overhear us as he clears our plates. So it is true. Pax peers at the magazine but still says nothing. Did you know all this time too? I ask them on instinct. Pax nods their head, avoiding my gaze. Mac? You too? We didn't tell her, Pax whispers. I gape in disbelief. My mom and my best friend knew I was a prince and kept it from me for years? Absolutely unbelievable. I can't breathe. How did the Daily Maple get these old photos anyway? Mom asks through tears. Mac cringes and goes beet red. I've been using old family photos to compile a virtual scrapbook for Billy as a congratulations/birthday gift for after the ceremony. Someone must have stolen the photos off my laptop. Mac races inside to investigate. Pax? Nothing at all to say? I glare at them. That's a first. Pax looks shocked. They finally speak. I guess Connie was right not to tell you the truth 3 years ago. I fight my own tears, stinging my eyes. But why didn't you tell me? Billy, I always thought you and Edward looked alike, but your styling was so different. And you always kept your hair longer and had so much scruff. I didn't think there was actually anything to your uncanny resemblance. They give a sheepish smile. But then one day, I made a joke to your mom, and I could tell by her reaction that it wasn't really a joke. I made her tell me. I couldn't believe it. I wanted to tell you, but I couldn't. I cut Pax off. You've both known my true identity for the past 3 years? Is that what you're telling me right now? Pax slowly nods. Mom opens her mouth, but just then the footman reappears holding the teapot. More tea, ma'am? He intones. Mom's eyes dart nervously, and her voice drops to a whisper. I'll explain everything. Later, when the time is right. Explain everything now, I say through gritted teeth. Please. But Mom's already standing from the table and vanishes inside, likely not wanting the footman to overhear any more than he already has. I wheel on Pax. How on earth did the world get the full scoop before I did? I'm still trying to catch my breath. My whole body is buzzing. How does any of this make any sense? Mac returns with her sparkly pink laptop. I'm going to figure this out. She flips open the lid and punches at the keys. Then she stops and stares up at us with wide, darting eyes, waiting a beat for the footman to head back inside, giving us privacy once more. It looks like someone sent the photos from my email, she says in a low voice. Look at the timestamp. It was sent 2 weeks ago. Oh, I knew I should have kept this thing password protected. What email were they sent to? I ask. Mac reads the address. Cupcake28@can.mail. Edward, I breathe, thinking of his love for baking. It has to be Edward. Yeah, that makes sense, Mac chimes in. I'm pretty sure his Finsta handle is Cupcake Lover for life. Edward? Pax shakes their head. No, he wouldn't do something so low. I shoot Pax a look. You're one to talk. They flinch. It was Edward. I'd bet anything. My thoughts start racing. Granny told Edward you can dig up dirt on anyone. That must have been her insinuation that Edward should find dirt on me. But why would he do that? Mac demands. Why would he do that? I think hard. And suddenly Edward's voice sounds in my thoughts. You don't have any giant secret, do you? It would have to be really bad to strip you of your title. To justify removing me from the throne, I say, and I can feel it's true, deep in my bones. He wouldn't do that, Billy, Pax says softly. The footman reappears in the doorway and extends a phone to me on a platter. Your Royal Highness, His Royal Majesty, the King. Ignoring Pax's sudden flip-flop to defending Edward's character, I pick it up. Hello? My voice sounds weak and ragged. I'm guessing you've seen the Daily Maple. His voice is somber. Hi, I sigh. Yeah, it's bad. My eyes lock with Pax's. They look like a deer in the headlights. Daphne's voice sounds in my ear. We don't want to alarm you, but you should know that the story is getting picked up everywhere. Is it true? I ask, sounding suspicious. Has the Canadian monarchy been paying my mom to keep my true identity a secret? Frederick and I knew nothing about this arrangement, Daphne says. That is, if there even was one. We're looking into it to see how valid the claims are. But I'm sure it's just the tabloids doing what they do best. I sigh, allowing myself to believe her. So, what are people saying? The tide of public opinion is turning against you, Daphne says, as gently as she can. In a very significant way. My stomach clenches. Here I was, worried about single-handedly sinking the monarchy with a slip-up during the ceremony. The fact this wasn't my fault feels that much worse. Will I be okay? Will the Canadian monarchy be okay? The heat we're taking will cool off, Frederick replies. We've sent a request to the firm to see if they can deny these claims, or if the Prime Minister will be intent on stripping you of your titles and patronages. My jaw drops. This may not come as a surprise, Daphne adds, but we have yet to hear back. What happened? Pax mouths, but I ignore them. I search for the words. Are they going to take away my titles and patronages? I think about how they might be gone before I even have the chance to memorize what all of them are. There's a chance, Daphne says, but it's too soon to know. Okay, what can I do? I ask shakily. The show must go on, and the ceremony is still a go. After all, there are always rumors and tabloids. Just focus on the ceremony, Frederick says. We'll handle the rest. That's right. We refuse to let the rumor mill stop us. Even if there's validity to the rumors, we'll find the person or people responsible for it. Keep your spirits up, Daphne adds. Please don't worry. Sending so much love your way, Billy. They hang up, and I stare at Pax. You all ruined everything, I croak in disbelief. They stare back, stunned. They've never seen me like this. What about Edward? Mac pipes in. Good question. I'm going to go find out. I stand and stride from the veranda and through the hall, the tabloid crumpled up in my fist. In the west wing, I knock on Edward's bedroom door. Edward? I knock again. Edward, it's me. Open up. When no one answers, I push the door aside and peer into the empty room. Hello? Silence. I pull my phone from my pocket and call Edward, but no one answers. Surprise, surprise. I decide to FaceTime Neil next. Hey, he says. face filling the screen. There's a lot of background noise with bumping music and people passing behind him with trays of food. Who parties at this time of day? Where is he? I demand. Well, hello to you too, Neil yells over the noise. I assume you mean your brother. And how exactly should I know? I think you'd be headed to school right about. Have you seen this? I raise the tabloid in my hand like it's a decapitated head. He peers into the screen. Nope, can't say I have. Does that headline say... I cut Neil off. Seriously, where is he? With his girlfriend, I'd imagine, Neil offers. Ha! I snort. He does love to lie, doesn't he? Oh, he told you, Neil says. Why are you looking for him? You think Edward has something to do with that story? No, dearie. I clench my jaw. How can you be so sure? All signs point to him. No, he says, despite his cheeks flaming. My words come out fast. Mac traced the leaked photos back to Edward's email. Fine. Maybe it was him. It wouldn't surprise me these days. Why wouldn't it surprise you? I demand, narrowing my eyes. Neil grimaces. He may have tasked me with spying on you. He pauses, and I stare at the screen, not understanding. He and Fee may have been sabotaging you this whole time. What? I gawk. No, he wouldn't. Then I think about it for a moment. The Hall of Musical Instruments, where he told me to play the violin. He wanted that to go badly, didn't he? The photo taken of me sleeping at the cathedral? He'd planned that too somehow, didn't he? And the false facts for that hockey interview, all those mishaps and near misses were Edward's doing. I shouldn't have said anything, Neil says hastily. Listen, I told him to stop. This is unbelievable. I shake my head. My blood is boiling. I didn't think I could possibly feel this angry. And you spied on me too? I thought we were friends. I'm sorry. It started off as spying, but I genuinely began to care for you as a friend. I was kind of in a tight spot, what with Edward breathing down my neck. But that's why I'm telling you this now. I scoff. It's too late for that. Neil looks away. Well, I'll let you go. But Billy, I sincerely hope you can forgive me. See you at the ceremony. Sorry again. And with that, he hangs up. The silence that follows is overwhelming. After my last day of school, before taking tomorrow and the whole of next week off, I retreat into my room and sink onto the bed, barely registering the staff bustling around, filling my bath, carefully packing outfits for tomorrow's flight in my color-coded, monogrammed royal luggage. I can barely look at the tabloid, tossed face up on my bedside table. My friends at school ignored me all day, along with Pax and Neil, and Edward was nowhere to be found. He must have chosen to play hooky after the news broke. I still can't believe this. I thought I was actually starting to bond with my brother, even though I've only known him for a couple of weeks. I find that somehow his betrayal hurts most of all. I'm about to slip into the bathroom for my bath when I hear voices in the hall, voices that I recognize. After snatching the tabloid, I fly out the door just in time to see Fee hugging Edward. What are they playing at? Fake dating behind the scenes? I realize I don't care. She must spot me because she vanishes down the corridor. He spins around and starts. Billy, why do you look so furious? Is it my imagination, or does he look completely guilty? I thrust the Daily Maple at him. His face falls. Oh, that. I heard. Fine, you win. Take your shiny crown. I'm done. Edward shakes his head. It wasn't me. Yeah, right, I say, despite some part of me wanting desperately to believe him. The rage building inside me is winning out. The crown going back to you is a total waste. You're not even worthy. He scoffs. What's that supposed to mean? You're a total fake person. There's not one real thing about you. The Edward that people know is a lie. I shake my head. Well, that's rich coming from you, he retorts, voice dripping venom. Your family's been lying to you for years about who you are. You may want to look at them when you're calling out frauds. And thanks to you, everyone found out before I did. I said it wasn't me, he snaps. How else do you explain the leaked photos and story? No clue. You emailed them to yourself from Mac's laptop. What makes you think she didn't email them to me? He asks. Oh, please, I say, exasperated. Fine. Believe me or don't. But listen, and I mean this despite how rotten you're being right now, when you say you're done, you know you can't just be a no-show for your big day. Watch me, I say snidely, knowing I don't really mean it. Me aside, Edward continues firmly, there are other people counting on you. You're still Crown Prince. Terrible tabloid article and all. If you won't do it for Mum and Dad, do it for Canada. As much as it pains me to think it, Edward's right. I don't want to let Frederick and Daphne down, or be responsible for dismantling their newfound monarchy. I couldn't do that to them. Fine, I grumble, letting out a heavy breath. But I'm not talking to you until I don't know when. I turn on my heel and stride back into my room, slamming the door hard behind me. I wish flying on a private jet was more enjoyable. I know how it may sound. How hard can it be to enjoy a cabin with shiny wood paneling and cushy seats with a Canadian Royal crest embroidered in gold on the headrests? Full-service kitchen? Widescreen TVs? But no one's talking, which fills the jet with a palpable cloud of stress. I'm mad at all of them, and with good reason. Mom pretends to read a romance novel. Mac edits one of her latest videos, and Pax has their eyes shut with their earbuds in, likely listening to a Royals-themed podcast or Mariah. Edward watches what appears to be a Hallmark movie. Is he slouching? I'm able to distract myself by rehearsing my speech. Weak light from the setting sun slants across my speech cards, which the firm has been agonizing over for weeks now to get it just right, tweaking them up to the last minute. With the ceremony taking place tomorrow, there's still so much up in the air, which fills me with dread. Luckily, Gord got to Rideau Hall early this morning to help tie up any loose ends for me. I feel Edward watching me, so I look away. I just need to focus on my speech and get through tomorrow. Like Frederick said, just focus on the ceremony. After an hour and a half, we touch down on an Ottawa runway beneath a cloudy sky, one I hope will clear up by morning. Hello, Canada! Mac cheers, sunglasses on despite the drizzle starting up and the fact it's basically nighttime. I nearly slip and fall on the last step of the airplane stairs, but Edward catches me and smiles. Before I know it, photographers swarm us. Our security entourage of 5 moves into a protective ring formation as a footman rushes forward and hands me an open umbrella. Edward and I take it at the same moment. May I? He asks politely, his irritating, perfect smile forming. I want to tell him to get lost, but the photographers whistle, vying for our attention. I know by now to smile and wave. Maple Crown Rule 32. With Edward and I both throttling the umbrella, we turn toward each other and laugh. "Eat dirt," I say through my teeth. "You're a pro at this," he retorts through his smile. I fake another laugh. "Learned from the best." We duck into the car and slam the rain out. I stare at the rain-spattered window as the car bumps down one street before careening onto the next. Edward leans over to tell Pax about Ottawa for some unknown reason, and Pax giggles at every little thing he says. Traitors. I look out the window and practice breathing. Deep, even breaths, unseeing the gray blur of the road. Mac excitedly connects her phone to the car stereo and plays a jazzy, upbeat French song, but it does little to lift my mood. Eventually, we cross a bridge over a sluggish river, followed by another bridge soon after. A monument of Granny on horseback greets us before we take a narrow drive that winds through wet, green lawns dotted with maple trees, and her last message flares to mind. "You know, you can dig up dirt on anyone." Finally, the road widens, and we pull up beside a fountain in the roundabout outside Rideau Hall. It looms tall above us, glowing softly in the night, its lights illuminating the Canadian Royal coat of arms carved below the stone building's gently sloping roof. House staff bustles to help us from the car and through the grand, arched stone doorway into a dry foyer with a dramatic chandelier. Frederick and Daphne greet us as the staff whisks our bags off to our rooms. A footman beckons me, and I follow gratefully. "Night," Mom tries. I just shake my head and follow the footman. As much as it hurts me to snub her like that, she still hasn't explained anything. She said she'd tell me after the ceremony that I should only deal with one stress at a time. Upstairs, I'm relieved to set foot into my own private living quarters, where the house staff is already busying themselves with unpacking my bags and starting a bubble bath. I take in the elegant curtains, fireplace, and delicate crystal chandelier in the enormous room with intricate white crown molding on steel gray walls. There, in front of a gated mirror, is a mannequin wearing one of my outfits for tomorrow, steamed and pressed for me, the ceremonial outfit. There's a sparkling ruby red vest and sash under a shiny white suit with twinkling shoulder tassels. I want to hate it, despite Pax's gorgeous handiwork and how the suit reflects light like fresh snow. I'm impressed they finished it in record time and left it for me to try on yesterday before it was overnighted here. Tracing my fingers over the sharp crease of the glossy pants, I wonder where the firm is storing the important items loaned from Granny. I examine the detailing on the vest before me and the inner pocket of the ceremonial jacket and think about what I'd give for a special someone to see me in this fancy get-up tomorrow, or to be here by my side with gentle warmth and reassurance. A little crisp white gift bag on the bedside table catches my eye. Inside, through a bunch of cherry red tissue paper, I find a pair of maple leaf tighty-whities with a small note in Pax's handwriting. "Happy early B-Day, bestie. Part of the ensemble for your eyes only. XO, Pax." If there wasn't house staff flitting around me, I'd fling the tighty-whities onto the floor in anger. I'm too mad at Pax right now to appreciate the gesture. A double knock breaks my thoughts, and I stash the underwear back down in the bag. Gord stands in the doorway, wearing a cashmere sweater and pristine dress slacks. "Welcome to the hall, Your Royal Highness. How are you feeling?" I let out a loud exhale, not sure where to start. There's no reason to be concerned, he continues. You'll blink and find yourself at the after-dinner soiree. I give a solemn nod, watching as the house staff finishes turning down the bed. Gord smiles. See you at 6 a.m. Get some sleep, and don't worry about a thing. I spent the afternoon personally steaming and pressing your outfit myself. You'll look perfect. I try to picture Gord holding an iron. Well, that was unexpectedly nice of him. Thanks. I smile back, despite what I'm feeling. Maple Crown Rule 32. Your Royal Highness. He bows, then disappears along with the rest of the house staff. Before long, I'm bathed and in bed, holding my speech cards under the lamp and going over my lines. The job of a royal is never done. Finally, I stagger out of bed and tuck the cards safely into the inner breast pocket of the ceremonial jacket, like Gord recommended, so I can easily pluck them out tomorrow to read from during my speech, despite having it pretty much memorized, and the fact a teleprompter will likely be there. With the added nerves of the performative aspect, I'm going to need those cards to anchor me in the moment. Maple Crown Rule 17, stick to the script. I'm not breaking that rule again. House staff knocks and enters to quietly wheel out my ceremonial outfit to bring it to where the event will be taking place. They replace it with the freshly pressed black suit I'll be wearing for my arrival, the same Frederick wore at his investiture. After they leave, I climb into bed and click off the lamp, plunging the room into a darkness that makes me feel extremely alone. Even though I know a staff member will be here first thing in the morning, throwing back the curtains to let the light in, I grope for my phone to set a backup alarm. I'm still terrified that by some awful accident I'd oversleep, like I did the morning of my Juilliard audition. I pick up my phone. The screen blows up with notifications. Article after article says citizens of the Great White North think I've proven myself to not be Canadian enough to rule the country. The homophobic bigots who have been lurking on message boards are coming out of the woodwork, even stooping so low as to leave hateful comments on a happy birthday post on the @CanadianRoyals Instagram showing a photo of me at age 3. I shouldn't be reading this. Not now. If Pax were here, they'd smack the phone right out of my hand. I try to recall what Daphne told me, that despite the few bigots, I'm a role model for many, and will continue to be. Tomorrow, I'm not only representing Canada, but also the queer community, inspiring young, out kids and closeted kids to step forward and shine. Tempted to check my Instagram comments next, I open the app. The first photo in my feed sends a cold chill through me. Dustin, at tonight's spring formal, looking dashing in a peach-colored tuxedo with a daisy in his lapel. He's posing with the whole basketball team. I've never seen him look happier. He's better off with them. And I'm better off with, well, myself. Still, seeing him so happy while I'm so not hurts. I close the app. I try again to sleep. I have to do this. I can't let Canada down. Tomorrow will be here in a heartbeat, and I'll be ready. Dad walks into my bedroom in the Park Avenue mansion, marveling at all the glitz and grandeur. He sees me, and it's clear I'm the best thing in the room. He breaks into a chipper smile, that dip in his chin, those bushy eyebrows, that full head of sandy blonde hair. He walks toward me, and I run to give him a giant hug. I wish it would never end. When we part, there are tears in his eyes. Don't leave me behind. I won't, I promise. I'll take care of the ranch. I won't leave you behind. He runs his hands through his hair, and his eyes widen as he lowers a hand to his face. It grips a clump of hair. In seconds, the rest falls out, revealing a sickly, bald head. He looks up from his hand and into my eyes, then opens his quivering mouth to speak. I bolt awake with one thought racing through my head. What am I doing?
Daily Maple Online. The Royal Roundup. April 29th, 10:33 p.m. Eastern Time. Stage set for ceremony. Billy's Last Chance? By Omar Scooby. From the venue to the guest list, here's everything we know about Prince Billy's investiture ceremony. With mere hours to go until the highly anticipated event where Billy will be ceremoniously sworn in as Canada's future leader, the whole world is holding its breath. Earlier this month, Rideau Hall shared the location of the venue, Parliament Hill, a venue symbolic of the heart of the nation in the nation's capital of Ottawa. It is said the ceremony will be held outdoors, weather permitting, to take full advantage of the snowbird's aerial display. Tens of thousands of people are expected to attend in person, while there's a predicted 30 million viewers expected to watch from home. Most of us can't wait to see who shows. The rumor mill expects the Queen of England and her family from across the pond will be in attendance, along with the handsome Canadian Prime Minister. Of course, we'll see King Frederick, Queen Daphne, and Prince Edward. We're hoping a sidelined Eddie won't be too crestfallen on the big day that was once set to be his. April 30th not only marks the day of the investiture ceremony, but also the twinces' birthday. According to a tweet from Rideau Hall, the Crown Prince asked Chef Pierre, owner of world-renowned Pierre's en Parc, to create a celebratory maple baking cake covered with cream cheese frosting and adorned with sprigs of maple leaves. The sure-to-be delectable dinner menu remains a mystery, along with details of the private reception following the event. We'll report on everything as we know more. Above all, most of us are wondering if Billy will be able to pull himself together enough to pull off the ceremony with decorum. He's lost public favor in light of recent follies and his defiance of royal protocol, but many have faith he'll put on a good show tomorrow and turn things around. Regardless, the ceremony of the year starts Saturday at 10 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. So whip up a fresh batch of Nanaimo bars and maple fudge and solidify your investiture ceremony watch party plans. Related stories. What will Billy wear for his investiture? Red maple carriage set to carry Canadian royals. 14 potential performers at the ceremony. List of Billy's charitable donations. 10 ways to look investiture ready. Max investiture ceremony biscuits for royal pup. Easy recipe for baume glacé Prince Billy. Chapter 21. Edward. Ensuring the coast is clear, I slip into an alcove and wait until the staff wheels Billy's ceremonial outfit into the corridor. They talk about needing to cover it with a sheet for transferring the apparel to Parliament Hill, where Billy will change into it before his speech, and then they're gone, leaving it unattended. Now's my chance. I can't believe I'm doing this after all, but I bolt out of the shadows and feel for the speech cards in the inner pocket. Got them. After slipping blank cards in their place, I slide the originals into my own pocket and dash back into the alcove. The staff reappears with a garment bag, which they carefully pull over the outfit, and then they're carting it down the corridor and out into the night. I let out a deep breath. The stage is set. Ever since calling off the prank, Fee's been pushing for me to reconsider. Seize the opportunity, she whispered shortly after arriving at the hall tonight. I folded my arms across my chest. Fee, I can't. It's not right. Since when did you become all high and mighty? she asked with a mocking laugh. "He thinks you leaked that story to the press. He's already villainized you. So do it. What's the harm?" A sudden thought came to mind. Did you leak his story to the press? I wish. I've known Fee for long enough to know she was telling the truth. Fee took the moment to add, "Anyway, strike while the iron is hot. If there was ever a chance to get back your title, this is it." She was right. As much as I told myself I'd be fine without the title, it's a lie. Sorry, Billy. I feel rotten, but this is purely business. Nothing personal. Besides, I don't exactly feel warm and fuzzy toward him since our last few tense exchanges, when his distaste for me has been potent. I haven't forgotten him calling me unworthy of being crown prince. I refuse to let his perception of me color my own any more than it already has. I'll show him and the world, and most importantly, myself. Shifting gears, I dart past rooms where house staff is giving chandeliers a check and polish, heading to the lobby, where Pax is waiting for me. They're wearing a discreet black tracksuit, but I'm still petrified about 1, people being up at such a late hour to see us, and 2, risking being seen at said hour with said cute human. I stand beside the sofa they're seated on. Hey there, hot stuff. They turn my way, beam, and spring up. Why, hello. Shall we? I gesture toward the doors. Within moments, we're skirting past the doorman and out into the cool night. A security detail discreetly tails us. Lucky for me, all of our guards here can be trusted to keep their mouths shut, and the few out-of-town paparazzi have all gone home for the night. One of the many wonderful things about Canada is that the pool of paparazzi here is quite small, due to its very strict privacy laws. Clin d'oeil. We wander lazily through the grounds of Rideau Hall, admiring the neoclassical architecture and sharing childhood stories, like how my family and I once snuck out of the house in costumes on Halloween for one anonymous night of trick-or-treating. Halfway across the bridge over the Rideau River, I stop to lean against the thick stone banister overlooking the dark eddies of water, light from the buildings and lampposts reflecting off its wind-blown waves. Pax stands beside me, so close we're practically touching. Look! They point skyward. A shooting star is shimmering across the sky like magic. She's beautiful, Pax breathes. Then they bite their lip. What's wrong? Is this about that god-awful tabloid? I swear I had nothing to do with that. No, I know that. It's just, me and Billy got into a thing. About me keeping his identity a secret for a while. It'll be okay. I just need to talk to him and explain some things in more detail. Believe it or not, I'm not the biggest fan of secrets. Me neither, Pax agrees. They laugh. But here we are. Secret keeping can also be a good thing, I say. Why did you keep the fact that you knew Billy's real identity a secret from him? Pax sighs. Honestly, it wasn't my secret to share. I grin. Fair. Well, I hope you two can salvage what you had. I hope so too. Pax turns to me, eyes widening. Speaking of secret keeping, can I tell him about us? I'm starting to feel real sketchy keeping it from him, especially after, keeping his true identity from him. The thought of us being an us, and of someone else knowing about us, unnerves me. Yes, but can it wait till after tomorrow? I ask, not sure why the thought of telling him, or anyone for that matter, terrifies me. It hits me. It's because it would make this real. Sure. Pax's smile flags. How are you feeling? Happy, I confess, closing the space between us so that our shoulders rest against one another. The air smells wonderful, like sweet honeysuckle, and I'm uncertain whether it's Pax or the river. Pax blushes. I meant about tomorrow. Unease ripples through me at the thought of still planning to move forward with Operation Twin Vestiture, and Maple Crown Rule 2 comes to mind. Royal blood is thicker than maple syrup. The 10 stolen speech cards weigh heavy in my pants pocket. I'll be fine, I reply. And yourself? Excited to see everyone wearing a Pax original? Yes! Eee! Pax exclaims. It's wild to think that just a few months ago I was sewing silk gowns for baby goats. They laugh. You're serious, aren't you? I ask, deadpan. Pax nods, stifling another burst of laughter. You've come a long way, I nod. I'm proud of you. Pax's eyes mist up. Wow. Thank you. No one's ever told me that before. First time for everything. I gently take their hand in mine. Their fingers are ice cold, but within moments I can feel them start to thaw. So, I know I'm technically a day early, says Pax, reaching into their bag, but I couldn't give Billy a little gift without giving one to you too. So, this is for you. Happy birthday, honey. I take the wad of fabric they hand me and carefully unfold it. It's an apron, one stitched in gold with a cupcake topped by a maple crown and the phrase, King of Bakers. I love it. I hold it up, admiring it, then look up at them. Thank you. Of course, Pax giggles. Then they look very serious. Okay, I'm not good at being all sincere, but here goes. I'm proud of you, too. I try not to snort. For what? For showing up for Billy. For being such a good brother to him. And, well, Pax's lower lip trembles. For opening up to me. And for seeing me, the real me. And for being you. The real you. A smile tugs at my lips. I suppose I have you to thank. My own lip trembles, but it's quickly stilled by Pax's kiss. I don't know how long we stand here, kissing under the starry sky that flickers with distant red and white fireworks. I allow myself to drift into bliss. We kiss until my lips are raw and my nose is chilled by the night air. When we finally start walking back to Rideau Hall, although we're no longer holding hands, I feel closer to Pax than I've felt to anyone. By the time my head hits my pillow, I'm still grinning ear to ear. But the smile fades as my guilt around tomorrow bubbles back up. Even if I can betray my twin brother's trust, can I betray Pax's? Perhaps I already have. The next morning, the investiture ceremony is in full swing. Even inside my private town car, I can hear the bagpipes, the drums, the fanfare, not to mention the whistling, roaring crowds packed up and down Wellington Street. Out the window, I see airheads holding up official merch and souvenirs, along with Canadian pride flags, signs raving about Billy's big day, and posters that say, God save the Queens. I'm trying to ignore the fact that today has totally eclipsed any and all of my own birthday vibes, but it's still a celebration nevertheless, even without the customary birthday parade to kick things off. I fondly recall my birthday party here last year. Then I recall how it ended. This year, no matter how badly today goes, it can't be worse than last year. We roll up to the center block on Parliament Hill, which looks every bit the symbolic heart of our nation, with Dad's royal standard atop the Peace Tower blowing proudly against a perfect blue sky, and banners bearing our family crest hanging from the Gothic Revival rooftops on either side. The grassy lawns out front are roped off, with a grand tent erected over chairs for family and friends, and a brimming media tent where camera crews are set up. There couldn't be a better day for a royal ceremony. I try not to think about the fact that I'm pulling a life-ruining stunt on my innocent twin. A spray of confetti rains onto the car. I doubt anyone knows who's even in which vehicle with their tinted windows, but the exuberant fans have that electric energy today that everything is exciting. Neil would say all the hoopla is more over the top than a Bollywood dance number. I miss his friendship, especially today. The squeamish feeling intensifies. Something in the crowd catches my eye. A random stranger waves an anti-monarchy sign, but then the airheads swarm over him, pulling him to the ground. He disappears underneath the crush of bodies. Leave it up to the fervent fans to wipe out any haters from raining on our royal parade. Now that I'm looking, I notice there's a small smattering of anti-monarchists at this end of the street, and a few anti-gay protesters parading around and waving signs at the opposite end of the street, both groups drowned out by chanting and yelling airheads. Hopefully the fans continue their crowd control. The car turns onto a side street and cruises past buildings until it stops in a petite parking lot, roped off by security. I step out, met by a cool breeze blowing in from the Ottawa River, and by the roar of the crowds congregated on the main road, loud even from here. Camera crews gather around me as I'm led by security onto the red maple carpet for a photo op, where I sink into a courtly bow for Granny, and wave hello to Uncle Liam, Auntie Caroline, Uncle Harold, Auntie Maten, and my snotty younger cousins, Alfred and Olivia, among the assembly of lofty barons, dukes, duchesses, consulates, viceroys, and viscounts. I'm astonished Uncle Liam chose to come. He hasn't spoken to Dad since he and Mum exited England, a.k.a. Frexit, as it was so cleverly dubbed. He should make up with Dad, who forfeited his British right as future king and let Uncle Liam jump the line. Perhaps he's here to save face on the world stage. After all, anyone who's anyone is in attendance. "Who are you wearing?" a videographer asks as I button my jacket. "Pax Andrews," I reply with my dashing smile. While it's a simple burgundy suit with a black feather bow tie and white shirt, it fits like a glove and rivals the likes of my favorite high-end designers. I join Fee, who looks brilliant in a glossy gown with layers of frothy tulle and inspired by details of famous Canadian landmarks, a diamond necklace on loan from Mum resting on her collarbones, and a maple leaf tiara clipped in her soft waves of ombre hair. "You look gorgeous," I say, striking a pose with her, and hoping that if Pax were to look at us, they'd know they'd have nothing to envy when it comes to Fee and me. "I know," she replies, moving her clutch from one hand to another and taking a few steps down the carpet as a team of people move with her, holding the long train of her dress. "You can thank Pax." Speaking of my talented crush, I catch Pax's eye. They're standing farther down the carpet, looking amazing in jewel-encrusted loafers and a vibrant red suit with matching butterfly-esque cape. They dramatically flare it open to reveal a pearlescent silk lining. The whole look resembling the Canadian flag, but glam. They're talking to a camera, and the interviewer is loving it. I wish I could hear whatever fabulous thing Pax is saying, or better yet, that I could loop my arm through the crook of theirs. Mariah's Sweetheart sounds in my head. "Earth to Eddie," Fee says, angling me to face a camera person. Fee and I move along the line as news crews snap our photos, screaming out to us to pose this way and that. The crowd goes wild as Mum, Dad, and Billy arrive, giving regal waves from the gilded red maple carriage drawn by 6 bay horses with footmen in back and on either side. Ever-adorable Evie is sitting, perfectly posed, on an embroidered cushion between my parents. I realize that Pax has even made a custom outfit for the dog, a frothy tulle princess dress bedazzled within an inch of its life. She's even wearing a tiny jeweled crown and a faux fur cape that drapes onto the carriage floor. Dad looks handsome in his military regalia and sword, hat, and white gloves, and Mum is beautiful in a one-of-a-kind hat and ivory silk sheath dress. It's apparent Mum and Dad have so much pride for Billy, the way they lovingly look at him seated across from them. My brother wears a smart black suit with epaulettes and medals, all borrowed from none other than Dad, the representation of the future change from old to new. I ignore a hot stab of jealousy. And to think I almost rode along with them until Gord thought it would steal Billy's thunder. Not even joining the carriage procession in my own coach with Fee was on the table. As Mum, Dad, and Billy dismount, the crowds reach a raucous cacophony, the voice on loudspeakers continuing to give the play-by-play of the royal cavalcade. Billy steps onto the carpet, feet away from me. His smile to the cameras is magnetic, charming, perfect. Which is how I recognize it's put on. He really is a quick learner. He approaches me, grinning. Edward? Billy. I lance my arm around his back, and the two of us smile congenially for the cameras as helicopters loudly circle overhead. He puts the flat of his hand on my torso and turns out to the news crews. He is good. If I didn't know better and were an outsider looking in, I'd think we were thick as thieves. I'd have no idea that Billy thinks I'm a traitorous, untrustworthy... Well, I really can't blame him. I dial my smile up to an 11 and wave, and for an instant, it feels like old times. But today, the news crews and journalists are only calling out for Billy. A part of me aches at the thought that this event isn't in my honor. I'm proud you're the one getting sworn in today, I say under my breath. He ignores me, and we begin to walk lockstep to the end of the carpet. Are you going to cold shoulder me forever? I whisper out the corner of my mouth. He continues to smile and wave, smile and wave. My cheeks flame despite my efforts to remain calm. Regarding the photos, it truly wasn't me. I believe you, Billy whispers, and keeps smiling for the cameras. And as soon as the ceremony's over, I want to hear your side of the story. If there weren't so many cameras trained on me, my jaw would drop. Billy then leans over and accepts flowers from a little girl who's clutching a Billy doll with its own miniature cape and crown. A little boy hands him a piece of construction paper with a scribble of Billy and the words, "You're my hero," in messy handwriting. I hear the crowds roaring his name and see all the signs in the distance. I'm struck with just how beloved and good-hearted he is. He has an admirable way of connecting with people. Footmen direct Billy to the left, toward a side entrance in the center block, where he will head to the Peace Tower. There he will change into his ceremonial outfit, then await word to proceed back outside, down the lawn, and to the maple thrones lined up on the dais. All things I remember from my accelerated year of training with Gord. Speaking of which, Gord appears in the doorway, beckoning to Billy, my twin brother. Billy smiles at the grinning, bashful little boy and girl, and stands, then hands the flowers and artwork to a footman for safekeeping. I can tell when Billy glances my way that we're going to be okay after all. Something snaps inside me. I can't live with what I'm about to do to the brother I'd never even known I had. Blood is thicker than maple syrup. I grab his cards from inside my jacket pocket. "Billy!" Taking a shaky breath, I step toward him. His eyebrow quirks. I move to hug him. "Good luck out there." At the same time, I angle my body to block the view of the cameras and drop his cards onto the ground. We embrace, albeit a bit one-sided, then Billy steps back, staring at the fallen cards. "How did these get here?" He looks at me with distrust. "You must have dropped them," I suggest with nonchalance. Billy waits for a footman to rush over, pick them up, and hand them to him. Then he pockets them, glaring at me for a whopping split second. And with that, he disappears into the darkness of the doorway. Relief washes over me like the sunlight streaming down the long drive as the clock in the tower chimes 10 a.m. I've called off Operation to Investiture. It's incredible how much better I feel now that the guilt has lifted from my shoulders. Royal family members and important persons fill the tent-covered chairs on the sprawling green lawns. The bagpipes drone on, the drums beat. A choir arrayed on the lawn begins singing "O Canada." A flyover from the snowbirds paints colorful streams through the sky. Flanked by priests, Fee and I begin to walk the solo procession down the path as the drums pound to the rhythm of my own heart, as I think about what Gord once taught me about the importance of being a graceful loser. "Is this what our royal wedding's going to be like?" Fee whispers. The earnestness in her voice fills me with shame. At the same time, I realize I'd much rather be walking down an aisle with Pax. The thought makes my cheeks grow warm with surprise. I spot Chef Pierre in a chair, almost unrecognizable without his white chef coat and black apron. He gestures to a nearby table, where a giant cake stands on a platter. I can't wait to enjoy a slice and catch up with him after the ceremony. I beam, waving. It was exceptionally nice for my brother to have invited him. I made the right choice to call off the stunt with the cue cards. On the dais before us, set up in front of the centennial flame, Mum and Dad stand at their thrones, a third throne between them, ready to welcome Billy. Fee and I peel off to the right, striding through the fresh-cut grass, and take our seats by the side of the dais, alongside Connie and Mac, who are incandescent in their chic rose gold and fuchsia dresses and frothy fascinators, and Neil, and apparently his +1, whose name is fuzzy to me, looking dapper in matching suits. "Billy is talking to me again," I whisper to Neil. "That makes one of us." He glances sidelong at me. I knew today was going to be different for many reasons, but not even being able to enjoy it with my best friend makes it all the worse. "You know full well I had nothing to do with that story leaking to the press," I retort. Sure." Neil keeps on looking ahead, posing smartly for the photographers. A smile masks my frustration. Why can't I convince Neil, of all people? But I'm also hit with the realization that maybe I'm a bad friend. I've never even met Neil's beau before today, and I forgot his name. Then it springs to mind. Maybe I'm not such a bad friend after all. I reach my hand across Neil. "Leo, I've heard so much about you. Edward, a pleasure to finally meet you." Neil freezes up, eyes downcast, head giving the most infinitesimal shake. Chris, what did I do? Neil's date shakes my hand. "I'm Carlos." His sights flit to Neil, who feigns interest in the pipers ahead. But with his mouth pinched, I know I just totally stepped in it. Who knew Neil's date was an entirely different person? It would have been nice to have gotten a heads up. Then again, I haven't told him about any of the goings-on in my love life lately. I suppose we're even. I sink back into my seat, loosening my collar. Carlos softly excuses himself and vanishes back up the aisle. Something tells me he won't be returning. Neil must feel it too. The music comes to an end. The singing stops. The toll of the clock fades. For a moment, it's silent. Even the crowds on the street come to a hush. Fee takes the opportunity to slip her hand into mine. There's no pulling away this time. Not with all the eyes on us, as the hottest-looking couple here. I keep facing forward, watching as Dad commands the Earl Marshal to summon Billy from the Parliament building, and the fanfare starts up again. This time around, the brass instruments are joined by the beautiful sound of strings. Nice touch. Now Billy's ceremony can go off without a hitch, like it was always destined to. Daily Maple Online. The Royal Roundup, April 30th, 10:08 a.m. Eastern Time. Investiture Ceremony, live from event, by Omar Scooby. We're mere seconds away from watching Prince Billy get sworn in as official heir to the throne of Canada. Grab a sweet slice of tarte au sucre and your hot chocolate and settle in, folks. The investiture ceremony held at the nation's capital is well underway. Marching bands with bagpipes and the Canadian Grenadier Guards fill the sunny grounds of Parliament Hill outside the center block, with guests bearing witness to the famous occasion that will symbolically mark Billy as official crown prince to the Maple Throne. Crowds of well-wishers line the streets and pack the town, erupting in applause and waving in enthusiasm as they bear witness to a historic occasion. "Long live Prince Billy," people roared as his carriage trundled into view. After the pomp and pageantry of getting wheeled onto the grounds in the red maple carriage with his parents, the Prince of the Blood, or rather, Prince of the Maple Syrup, is out of sight, awaiting word to begin the ceremony. Members of the royal family continue to walk the maple carpet. Outfits are bright and vibrant, fitting for a ceremony full of hope and promise, blending centuries of British customs with a distinguished Canadian sensibility. We look forward to seeing Prince Billy re-emerge from the Peace Tower to proceed to the dais where the King and Queen Consort of Canada will usher him as their devoted next in line. Stay tuned. Related stories. How to watch Prince Billy's investiture ceremony. Investiture live updates as it happens. Happy tidings from the Prime Minister. Wishing His Royal Highness the Prince Royal a happy birthday. Royal arrivals and celebrity sightings. How the investiture ceremony will unfold. Mac Boone's rise to stardom. Fab fascinators for any occasion. A Pax and Mac DIY tutorial. Young Prince Alfred covers ears during loud flyover. Freddie and estranged British brother patch things up.
Chapter 22. Billy. My heart feels like it's going to pound right out of my chest. No amount of training with Gord could have prepared me for the intense panic setting in as I pace around the cavernous rotunda. I try to focus on what I've learned about which flags are to be flown, which designs of armorial insignia have been approved for souvenirs, which badge of Canadian Herald Extraordinary is decorating the ramparts. I try not to think of all the ways the ceremony about to take place outside these doors could go wrong, or the multitude of PR nightmare possibilities, and what those could lead to. Around me, the robed officials making up my procession stand in formation, their red and white robes bearing my insignia. I catch glimpses of the sword, scepter, ring, and crown resting on velvet pillows in their hands. One of the lords holds a Canadian flag. Another wields my personal flag, granted by royal warrant of the King of Canada, featuring grizzlies in blue and yellow squares, and a shield with the maple crown and purple bitterroot flowers. I anxiously rub my thumb over my birthmark, tracing the raised edge. To calm myself, I peer into what must be the Hall of Honor with its Gothic revival architecture, and notice the symbols and coats of arms of provinces and territories carved into the room's high arches. I stop when I start feeling dizzy. Do I have vertigo? I steady myself on the column rising from the center of the room, then smooth the ceremonial outfit the royal style advisor helped me change into immediately after entering the building. The Pax Andrews elegant snow-white suit, plus ruby loafers with silver maple leaf clasps, maple leaf cufflinks, and silver maple leaf brooch. I think of the custom tighty-whities I've got on, and find myself smiling. I put them on last minute. Even if things with Pax and I are weird right now, I still love them and know we'll somehow get past this rough patch. I pull out my speech cards that Edward gave me with trembling hands. Votre discours m'a profondément touché. Je promets de me consacrer entièrement au grand pays du Canada. Gord's voice breaks through my thoughts. It'll be a meteor firestorm if you butcher your French pronunciations. I can't afford to be so nervous. And besides, people are on my side. Minus a demonstration or two we passed by on the street, holding signs reading, "Stop sinning," and "God hates you." Why are those few voices always the loudest? Truly, I just want the ceremony to be over. Suddenly, Gord's words comfort me. You blink and find yourself at the after-dinner soiree. A ruddy-faced man wearing a feathered hat and brocaded jacket with epaulettes, with a curved sword in hand, enters the hall. Everyone straightens up as he approaches. I recognize him from my lessons as Canada's first Garter King of Arms. His Royal Majesty the King has summoned you. I nod, fighting the urge to belch. Is that a nervousness thing? Everything happens in quick succession. The lords and equerry shift into formation behind me. The Canadian Heralds of Arms officers, standing at the front of the procession, begin to walk down the flight of stairs and pass through the sets of double doors. The Minister of Foreign Affairs for Canada strides ahead next, followed by the Garter King of Arms, bearing the letters patent in a long, cream-colored scroll of parchment. And now, it's my turn. Nothing could have prepared me for the adrenaline coursing through my body. Out of nowhere, I think of when I was a kid and Dad would take me to breakfast at the Little Timber Diner as a special treat. He always looked over the top of his coffee mug at me as he waited for it to cool. "I'm so lucky to have a good son like you," he would say, in that no-nonsense way, his big blue eyes boring right into my soul. Boy, if he could see me now. Pressing my eyelids shut and quickly wiping away the tears, I lift my chest and chin high and, with a trembling breath, begin to walk. An unsettling calmness falls over me as my body accepts there's no turning back. Before I know it, I'm past the flight of steps and through the grand archway of the Peace Tower, leading outside. It's a perfect, warm, and bright day. The sun hits me straight in the face, and I resist the overwhelming urge to flinch and shield my eyes. Maple Crown Rule 13: Have a royal presence. I'm suddenly hyper-aware of how my arms swing, how my feet fall on the pavement. I need to keep my strides even, keep up with the rest of the robed figures ahead and behind of me. I hardly register the blaring fanfare and the shrieks and whistles from fans. This is so much more intense than rehearsals in the home gym. Maple Crown Rule 25. Remain tranquil in times of tension. Drawing closer, it's hard to ignore the sea of guests filling the giant green lawns on either side of the path, but I can't let it pull my focus. The Canadian ceremonial guards, in their red uniforms with fuzzy hats, rifles, and flags, salute as we pass. Media crews take aim from under tents. Ahead, past the thrones on the dais, and beyond the divide, the street bristles with hundreds of foaming, cheering, poster-wielding fans. But it's nothing compared to the millions, billions, of people watching me worldwide. Eyes forward, sights level, fill your lungs with air. After descending another flight of steps, I start walking a long drive. I'm in the home stretch. Everyone stands from their chairs as I pass. It sounds silly, but I look for Dad in the audience. I remember how he came to every middle school showing of The Sound of Music, even though I only played the priest who married Maria and Captain Von Trapp. There he was, front row, a fresh bouquet of flowers ready to hand me after every curtain, night after night after night. I never in a million years would have thought I'd be the one presenting him with a bouquet every April on the anniversary of his death. I know if he were here today, he'd have the biggest bouquet of flowers waiting for me. I let the thought disappear, like I always do, but I know it's never truly gone. Frederick and Daphne are tiny at the other end of the drive, where they stand on the dais, joined by the Prime Minister and people dressed in all black, most likely the members of the firm. Even from here, I can see the high-backed, walnut-wood thrones with crimson upholstery, the fire of the centennial flame rearing up before them. My legs feel like they're going to give out on me. Mom, Mac, and Pax smile proudly at me from the side of the dais. It's hard not to smile back. I'm glad everyone, including myself, seemed to put aside the drama, at least for today. Next to them, Edward nods with his sly smile. Fee blows a kiss, and Neil looks at me in awe. I can't help the corner of my mouth from upturning. After what feels like a lifetime, I approach the dais and stop, like I rehearsed. My face blushes as I notice a huge camera on a crane homing in on me. Just keep breathing. The Garter King of Arms hands the scroll of parchment off to Frederick. who hands it off to the Minister of Foreign Affairs. Frederick takes a seat on his own high-backed wood throne beside Daphne. I'm close enough now to make out the little maple leaf pattern of the crimson upholstery of my throne, empty and waiting. I kneel on a cushioned stool facing them, my head bowed low. So far, so good. The Minister of Foreign Affairs, in his black suit with gray hair and glasses, starts to read the letters patent into a microphone at the podium. His Royal Highness Billy Benjamin Dinnissen, Prince of Canada, by the glory of God of the country of Canada, Prince Royal, member of the Commonwealth. I sneak a peek up at Mom and Mac. Despite everything that's happened in the last 48 hours, I'm happy to see they're still smiling. The Minister of Foreign Affairs continues. By putting a sword on his waist, a coronet on his head, a gold ring on his finger, a scepter in his hand, and also by transferring a mantle onto his shoulders, that he may one day govern there, and may conduct and contend those parts. We have produced these our letters to be made patent. Observe ourselves at Parliament Hill, the 13th day of April, in the 18th year of our reign. I hear him rolling up the scroll. My flushed face is actually starting to cool, although now I have my aching knees to deal with. Who knew kneeling for so long would be this painful? Marking the halfway point of the ceremony, the Minister of Foreign Affairs reads the same letters patent, but this time in French. Son Altesse Royale Billy, Prince du Canada, par la gloire de Dieu du pays du Canada. Although my heartbeat is somewhat back to its normal rate, I desperately need to stand. I just need to get through the rest of the ceremony. Maple Crown Rule 37. Patience is gracious. I tune out the Minister of Foreign Affairs and study the intricate details of the empty throne before me, from its upholstery's white stitchwork to its pale, polished wood with a decadent royal crown carved onto the high headboard. I go over the rest of the run of the ceremony in my head. After I'm sworn in, I'll stand, bend into a low bow, the bow of reverence, and take my throne beside Frederick. Then I'll step up to the microphone and read the first half of my speech in English and the rest in French. This will follow with fanfare and the procession back into the tower with Frederick and Daphne. The snowbirds will rip through the sky once more. The town cars will take all of us back to Rideau Hall, and I will be so relieved. Maybe even get my appetite back in time for the reception. And now the prince will receive the symbols of the royal office. First, the sword of the motherland, reads the Minister of Foreign Affairs, followed by the same phrase in French. Right on cue, Frederick stands from his throne, looming in front of me. A robed person hands him the sword, the symbol of strength. He bends to loop its belt around me, and I help him adjust the sheath over my shoulder. I'm officially an earl now. His expression remains tranquil, but even from my bowed position, I can see his eyes shimmer with undeniable pride. At the sight, I'm surprised to fight the urge to cry. Then, the maple crown signifying sovereignty, continues the Minister of Foreign Affairs. The pillow bearing the gold crown swims into my periphery, and Frederick takes it. The symbol of sovereignty, its maple leaf peaks glinting in the sun. With the utmost care, he lowers it onto my head. The crown fits easily, then slips. I reach up to adjust it. Phew! Frederick and I exchange a half smile. The gold ring signifying unity. Another robed official brings the gold ring to Frederick, and I hold up my left hand as he fits it onto my finger. The symbol of my marriage to Canada. The scepter signifying temporal authority. Next, I'm handed the scepter, the symbol of temporal rule, which I lift shakily in my right hand. I grip the hilt of the sword in my other hand. Every minuscule movement rehearsed, practiced, perfect. I can see Gord beside the dais, watching intently, his expression more hawkish than usual, which I didn't think was possible. I know I'm doing him proud, and the rest of the firm too. And finally, the mantle of responsibility. Robed officials drape the maple mantle around me, and Frederick gently taps each shoulder. Although it's mostly silk, the cape feels heavy, making me sweat. Is it time to stand? When he's done, the robe is removed. Frederick steps back. Daphne bows at his side. This all bodes very well. Son Altesse Royale le Prince Billy, Duc du Canada, et maintenant officiellement Prince Héritier du Canada, concludes the Minister of Foreign Affairs. Perfect. Only my oath and speech left to go. Like clockwork, I hand the scepter to an official and press my hands together as if in prayer, all the while keeping my head even so my crown doesn't fall off. Frederick closes his big, warm hands around mine. I close my eyes. It's time for my princely oath. Maple Crown Rule 17. Stick to the script. I, Prince Billy Dinnissen, I say into the tiny mic clipped to my lapel, and stop to hear my voice echoing through the loudspeakers, cutting through the silence over the grounds. Duke of Canada, I continue, keeping my eyes squeezed shut, do become your loyal lord, and of temporal devotion, to lead and perish against all nature of hearts. I open my eyes as Frederick bends, and I give him a kiss on his cheek, the kiss of fealty. And now my ceremony as official sovereign prince is almost complete. All that's left is my speech. Frederick moves to raise me up, and the celebratory fanfare starts to sound over the eruption of applause. I breathe a long sigh of relief. I can finally stand again. My knees will be so grateful. I stand, then drop forward into the bow of reverence. As I bend over, I hear a terrible noise. Rip. A gut-wrenching rip of fabric tearing at the seams. Oh no. Did I step on somebody's cloak or dress? But there's no one standing that close to me. Then I feel a gentle breeze on my legs. On my naked legs. I gaze down at them in horror. My pants have ripped all along the sides. They're down around my ankles in tatters, meaning the 30 zillion people around the world are staring at my tidy whities too, the ones with the little red maple leaves. Frederick and Daphne exclaim something I can't make out. The Prime Minister and members of the firm gasp, along with the entire crowd. The tension is so thick you could cut it with a ceremonial sword. Silence falls. I gulp. Everyone is still staring at me, or rather, at the many maple leaves on my underwear. This could not get worse. Maybe I can salvage this, laugh it off, turn it into a joke. Guess there won't be any more questions about whether I'm loyal to Canada, I blurt out, trying to smile. Oh no. Did I really just put my foot in my mouth at the worst possible moment? I flail, bending to grab my pants in an attempt to scrounge them up. Instead, I fall over. My crown tumbles off and lands beside me. Gord charges over. Billy, what are you doing? This is wildly inappropriate. After I lift my crown from the ground, I leap up and wrap the maple mantle around me. my face flaming hot. All of a sudden, they're shouting. At first, I think it's on my behalf, but then I see that rowdy fans from the main street are hopping the fence and charging toward me, being chased by the armed guards. Cries and yells from the crowd rent the air, mostly words in French I can't make out. The trespassers wave signs saying, "We love you, Prince Billy," and "Billy puts the can in Canada." The airheads stream in like an unstoppable wave. Mom, Mac, Pax, Neil, and Fee are at my side in seconds, along with Edward, Frederick, Daphne, the Prime Minister, and Gord. Who knows where the British half of the family's gone? Armed officials escort us up the drive as guests flee in an ear-splitting frenzy toward the safety of the building. Mom has one arm around me and the other around Mac, telling us over and over to keep our heads down between the occasional screams as people bump into us and as we narrowly avoid the outstretched hands of berserk fans. Pushed and shoved, it's not easy running through the press of bodies with a crown in my hand and a mantle wrapped around my waist. At some point, a fan steps on the hem, and I lose the mantle. Now, I'm racing beside Mom and Mac in my undies. Hands snatch at my crown. One fan grips it. I yank it free and tuck it under my arm like a football, keeping my head ducked in the tumult of shrieks and shouts. In front of the Peace Tower, the guards herd us into 2 SUVs with their engines already running. We roar off the campus, past more rabid fans who hurl themselves at the windows, screaming in excitement like it's a Black Friday sale at Dillard's. Some snatch up lawn chairs and paper programs like they're precious treasures. In moments, we're heading back up the drive to Rideau Hall. All that matters right now is that we're safe. I look at Mom and Mac, their dresses torn and tattered, barely hearing Mom asking me if I'm okay, barely registering Pax, Neil, and Fee huddled in the back seat behind them. I cannot believe we almost got trampled by a crowd of fans, I muse aloud, still in a state of shock. And did I actually just make a joke to the world about my underwear? I try to cover my lap as best I can with my hands, noticing my crown at my feet. I can only imagine what the people of Canada must think of me now, I groan. Forget about messing up the French part of my speech. This was unbelievably, horribly worse. The look on everyone's face only confirms it. They probably think it's cute and funny, Pax offers. I shake my head, wishing I could just dissolve. I've ruined everything. How could this have happened? Mom asks for the 1,000th time. It's late, but we're all gathered on the coral-colored couches of the large drawing room at Rideau Hall, with its crystal chandeliers, gold mirrors, and portraits featuring the likes of King George VI. Looks like my Prince lessons really stuck. Not that any of that matters now. Edward, Frederick, Daphne, and Gord sit ramrod straight, facing Mom, Mac, and me. It feels like a terrible recreation of that first meeting back in New York, after they had told me who I really was. Now, I wish I'd never learned the truth. It was Pax's design, Daphne says delicately. They must not have sewn it right. We should have never agreed to that, Gord adds quietly. Mom shakes her head. Pax wouldn't have left all those stitches loose. No one's blaming Pax. Frederick looks pointedly at me. What's done is done. People think I planned it? I croak. What's going to happen? Frederick wrings his hands. Hopefully we'll find out soon, The door bursts open, and men in black uniforms, a mark of the firm, step into the room. The frontmost man strides up to Frederick and bows, then offers him a little scroll of paper tied with a thin red ribbon. "Your Royal Majesty, a decree from the firm." Frederick takes it from his gloved hand, unrolls the paper, and scans it. "The firm, along with the Prime Minister, has determined that Prince Billy is not fit to rule, and will be stripped of his titles, patronages, security, and funds," he says, his voice dull. "Non-compliance will result in the Canadian monarchy as a whole being dissolved. Finally, something giant enough to get me the boot. It's fair to say today is in the running for worst birthday ever. The Prime Minister has called for a Section 41 amendment vote at the House of Commons to push through this change in law so that HRH Prince Edward will be heir to the Crown of Canada." The official salutes, turns on his heel, and vanishes back through the door, his comrades wordlessly following suit. Daphne bolts up, as if she's about to give chase, but thinks better of it, while Mom clamps a hand to her mouth and looks from the door to me. Frederick slowly turns to us, the letter gripped loosely in his hand, which has fallen by his side. His expression fills me with icy dread. I've never seen him look so drained, so defeated. What have I done?
Chapter 23. Edward. Our Rideau Hall residence is a good place to get lost, with its endless corridors plastered with portraits and art pieces of famous Canadians. It's also great for its sprawling grounds and all they have to offer. Growing up, I roamed the gardens and played cricket with Neil in the summers and skated on the rink with Fee in the winters. But tonight, I'm not wandering aimlessly. Tonight, I know precisely where I'm headed. I tread through the central corridor where I cartwheeled as a child, past the door where I added my own crayon embellishments over Queen Jolie's daughter's paintings of tulips, and slink up the stairs to the sleeping quarters until I come to a stop outside Billy's room. I knock lightly on the door. All evening I haven't been able to shake the eerie feeling that settled over my heart. I'm getting back the title of Crown Prince. I should be overjoyed, but the fact the victory was at my brother's expense has made it a hollow one. I need to talk to him. When no one answers, I try once more, louder this time. It's late, and he perfectly well could already be asleep after such a long and arduous day. I wouldn't blame him. After what the world bore witness to, I also wouldn't blame him if he never wants to show his face again. After a lengthy stretch of silence, I move back downstairs, striding through the high-ceilinged corridors with their pale yellow walls and ornate antique rugs over hard wood. I don't know what I planned on saying, but I was certain he could do with more support. The only other people out and about at such a late hour seem to be the house staff as they pack away food and decor, a dreary reminder that all the festivities have been called off. There is nothing to celebrate, admittedly not even for me. To think I was finally starting to figure out who I was without the high title, a baker, living a more relaxed life, dateable, maybe even lovable. I pause under an old black and white photo of Granny, thinking about what she, the firm, and the planet must have thought of the whole debacle. I have to admit that it seemed undeniably conspired. From Billy's out-of-pocket comment to his perfectly themed, presumably planned-out ceremonial underwear, although I still can't believe that he would have done such a thing on purpose. "Your Royal Highness," says a staff member, slowing to give me a courteous bob. I nod. Good evening. The house staff here is always lovely. I watch her continue down the corridor. I'm glad it wasn't Fee, coming to find me to canoodle in the billiard room. A part of me wishes it had been Pax. As for Fee, I know perfectly well why she hasn't gone back to her house yet. She's hoping for a few more chances of being photographed strolling the lawns with me, wherever she is right now. I keep drifting, no longer sure where I'm headed. I just need to walk. Outside the long gallery, there's the portrait of Mum and Dad square dancing, and the painting of me as a toddler, along with one of the former Governor General looking a bit miffed, and one of Lord Stanley of Stanley Cup fame. I pause, wondering if Billy's royal portraits have already been cancelled, if he's no longer the appointed sponsor of the HMCS Vancouver. If not, then it's only a matter of time. The sound of clattering plates and clinking silverware draws me into the tent room, a vast space with pink and white striped walls adorned with gilded portraits. I poke my head in by the entrance sporting Queen Jolie's portrait and see that the room is buzzing with activity. The staff is packing up the new china and wheeling out vases of flowers and a woodcut beaver statue. It's where tonight's reception would have taken place, followed by an after-dinner soiree in the main ballroom, with tables arranged in formation beneath its dramatic Waterford crystal chandelier. At least the food didn't go to waste. Mum had the good grace to send it to the homeless shelter. A real shame. I was so looking forward to the reception. Neil's voice startles me, and I spin around. I have the urge to hug him, to ask him if he wants to cross the river for a drink. But he folds his arms across his silk housecoat, and what he said sinks in like chocolate chips falling to the bottom of a too thin batter. This wasn't how I imagined our time together here going. Is this what you wanted? His voice drips with displeasure. Au contraire, this is far from what I wanted, I reply with a swift shake of my head. He purses his lips and blinks, unconvinced. Oh, come on, he protests. You've wanted this since the day you found out you had an older twin brother. A curious smile tugs at the corner of his mouth. So how'd you do it? I can't say I'm not impressed. What a spectacle. I didn't have anything to do with Billy's unfortunate wardrobe malfunction. His pants literally came apart at the seams. So what, you cozied up to Pax and had them do it then? Sacrement, I blurt, and a few staff members momentarily freeze and glance our way before resuming packing. In any case, congratulations on getting your crown back. What's your deal? You've been so distant and cold to me. Neil shrugs. I feel like I lost you to your wicked schemes. I snort. Oh, that's rich coming from someone who was only too eager to help with most of those wicked schemes. Neil shakes his head. You went too far. Even by my standards. Everyone's blaming Billy for what happened, but I think I know the truth. He steps back out into the corridor, then turns around. I'm leaving first thing in the morning. See you back in New York. I watch him walk off and grit my teeth. I've regained my crown, but I've lost my best friend. Forever, it seems. I don't know how to make him believe me or how to make things right. My phone dings. Pax. Hey, can you meet? Edward. Now? Certainly. How's the greenhouse? Pax. Aren't there 10 greenhouses? Edward. Just meet me in the main hall. Once I get to the main hall, I take a seat on one of the cool marble steps and do a quick breath check into a cupped hand. I think it smells mostly fine. One can never be too prepared. Footsteps sound, and I jump up and peer around the corner. There's Fee, striding down the corridor in a matching pale pink pajama set, hair in a French braid. I sprint up the few steps and into the main ballroom, praying she didn't see me. She passes by and keeps going, into the reception room. Talk about a close call. After another minute or so, Pax arrives in glitzy floral pajama pants and a jean jacket on over a lavender tank top. Funny running into you here, I say lightly. I'm so happy to see them, especially after my acrimonious run-in with Neil. Pax smiles. Hey. Hello there. I notice they're holding a polished gold spoon with a maple leaf motif. What's with the spoon? Oh, it's a souvenir spoon from the ceremony. Pax tucks it into their jean jacket. My grandma collects spoons. That's very thoughtful of you. I gesture down the corridor. Care for a walk? They chew their lip. Sure. We head through the front door and pass under the porte cochere as I lead us somewhere considerably more private at this late hour, aka the main greenhouse. So, how have you been since the blowout? Pax sputters their lips dramatically. Terrible, woeful, languishing. Shall I go on? My eyebrows rise in a question. Even though no one thinks I had anything to do with Billy's wardrobe malfunction, I've been blacklisted. No one wants to touch me with a 10-foot pole. R.I.P. my fashion career. I turn to them. Oh, Pax, I'm so sorry. I hadn't even thought about that. Pax shrugs. Who knew nobody would want to work with a fashion designer whose garments fall apart at the slightest movement? Shocker, huh? I quirk my mouth, not sure what to say that could lift their spirits. We keep walking until we enter the greenhouse, with its lush green plants and trees, the night sky visible through the glass panels high above, the air smelling of fresh dirt, musk, and mint. Pax gazes around. Wow, this is beautiful. They turn to me and look like they're about to say something, but stop. What? I probe. Pax's eyes mist up. I'm sure people will be lining up for your garments again, I insist. Give it time. That's not it. Pax shakes their head. There's something else. Something worse. What could be worse than that? Billy is convinced you masterminded the pants debacle. Why does everyone think that? I ooze exasperation. Pax, you know I don't know anything. Maybe I just thought I knew. My head jolts back as I distance myself. What's that supposed to mean? I glare. Why did you even ask to meet? To throw blame on me? Everyone else seems to. Go ahead, pile it on. No, not at all. Besides, you know that everyone thinks Billy did this. Pax hangs their head. It doesn't matter anyway, because we're leaving. I gape, nearly at a loss for words and regretful for snapping at them. What? My voice comes out hoarse. Pax gives a little nod. We're heading back to Montana. For good. I stare at them in shock. But you're going to come back, right? To follow your dreams? You're not going to be in Montana forever, right? I start to laugh, then stop. Right? They give a sad sigh. That's the plan. And you'll be in Canada, so what does it matter to you anyway? They blurt, their forlorn, watery eyes locking onto mine. Our flight leaves first thing in the morning. I stare at them. So you're just leaving? Going back home? I have to be there for Billy. He's still upset with me, and I don't blame him, but he needs me. Pax sniffles, wiping their cheek. I can't tell if they're sad about Parsons or about leaving, or both. I take a breath. Well, you're certainly a good friend. I think it's commendable. They scoff. Yeah, a good friend who lies to their bestie. There's something I have to share with you, I start. You're not wrong about only thinking you knew me. I haven't been completely honest myself, and it bothers me that you don't know. Pax's eyes widen expectantly. When Billy first stepped foot onto the scene, I was a bit jealous and manufactured his little follies. The catnap fiasco? The hockey game embarrassment? I raise my hand. Guilty. I'm not proud of it, but you deserve to know. Now I can say I'm being my real self with you. No more secrets. Much to my surprise, Pax bobs their head thoughtfully. I get that. I wouldn't be all that jazzed either if my long-lost twin came to take my crown. Who am I to judge? They screw up their mouth. Well, thanks for telling me. So, did you do the pants? That I did not do, I assert with a smile. But then my smile fades. Pax, you can't go back home. That place isn't good for you. Pax shrugs. Yeah, going home is kind of terrifying, but I'm an expert at slipping into survival mode. keeping to myself, facing the hate with a smile and brushing it off. I can't be myself around my family. They don't use my correct name and pronouns, and they're constantly dismissive. But I'm sure I'll figure it out. Maybe I can move in with my grandma. She's actually really accepting of me. I let out a sigh of relief, but my heart still aches. That's a good idea. Try not to think about the negativity. Pax nods. I get better at it every day. Well, I say, fighting to keep my voice from breaking. Keep me posted, and please let me know how I can help. Pax scratches their chin with their shoulder, looking away, like they're done talking. What about us? I chance to ask, feeling a deepening sense of something I can't place. Pax bites their lip, and their eyes well up anew. They shake their head. Anyway, I should head back. If Billy finds out I met with his sworn enemy, he's Billy. He'd probably understand and it would be fine. But I should still go. Goodbye, Edward. I'll miss you. I reach out and place a hand on their biceps, but they shudder. And now there's clear hurt gleaming in their eyes. I just have one ask, they say, their lip trembling. Anything, I say, feeling my own eyes stinging with tears. Maybe you can tell your parents that you don't want to be with Fee. I freeze. You know I can't do that. Well, then that's that, they sniff. It makes this that much easier for me. Before I can say anything, Pax turns and walks straight out of the greenhouse. They take my heart with them. I shouldn't be surprised. The realm of the royals is topsy-turvy. People come and they go. You learn when you're young not to get too attached. Maple Crown Rule 50. But this feels different. Eddie Bear! Fee emerges into the greenhouse, batting aside a row of leafy ferns to reach me. Super. Just who I didn't want to see right now. Hey, I say, trying to hide my foul mood. What's wrong? She asks, coming up short. Nothing. I force a smile. What brings you out here? Come to hurl accusations at me like everybody else? No, not at all, Fee scoffs. Housekeeping told me you were out here. They have leftover macaron. Come on, Cupcake. She waves for me to follow her. Honestly, sweets would make me feel better right now. How is it that Fee is the one to make me feel a bit lifted tonight? Not Neil, not Pax. Fee. Go figure. We traipse back inside the building and into the large drawing room, where macarons and tiny cakes glisten on tiered plates beside teacups and a steaming teapot gilded with Dad's royal cipher. There's also Chef Pierre's half-eaten maple bacon cake. It's a shame he left Canada immediately following the mayhem. I'm just glad the cake miraculously survived the siege. Fee takes a seat beside me and leans forward. I can't stop smiling, she whispers. I raise an eyebrow. Let me guess. Your vision of becoming queen consort is back and stronger than ever? I cut myself a gooey slice of cake. It's within grasp as long as I've got you. She blushes and sinks her teeth into a strawberry macaron. I'm absolutely convinced she's chosen it to match her pink pajamas on purpose. Then she bursts into a fit of irksome giggles. Let's wait and see, shall we? Pax's words breeze past my thoughts. Maybe you can tell your parents that you don't want to be with Fee. But I shove them down like I'm so skilled at doing. A footman fills my cup, and I take a slow sip of cinnamon citrus tea, furious at myself for not just coming clean and telling Fee she doesn't have me and never will. It's not fair to her. Every passing moment only accrues more pain for the day all hell breaks loose. Gord steps into the room. When he sees us, he blinks. Your Royal Highness, Lady Sophia. He takes a small plate and begins placing pastries onto it. I take a bite of the maple bacon cake. It's pure bliss. I can actually taste the maple sugar used in the sponge. Fee wheels back on me with an elated smile. I heard Billy's going back to Montana first thing tomorrow. I know. I squint at her, wondering how she knows. I heard. She laughs and lightly slaps my knee. Well, don't sound so excited. This is a good thing, Gord chimes in from behind a tier of treats. Trust me. The amount of angry letters we've received? Yes, of course, I reply tartly. Surprised Gord's being so candid with us. He's typically more buttoned up. It's a bit catty, even. Heading back to Montana was Billy's decision, Gord continues. For once, I think it's a good one. Perhaps Gord's right. Perhaps Billy was never meant to be a member of the Canadian royal family, let alone His Royal Highness the Prince Royal. I simply nod and take another sip of tea. I can tell Fee is eating up Gord's words from the way her lips twist up into a cheeky grin, like she's a Grinch gif. When I place my teacup back onto its saucer, Fee grips my hands in hers. This is everything we've been dreaming of, she exclaims. I know he's your brother, but come on. Let yourself enjoy the moment. We won. I slide my hands out of hers, reach for my teacup and drain it. Well, I should head to bed. I stand, bidding Gord and Fee a pleasant night, and head back through the corridor. As I pass the small drawing room, I glance through the open doorway. I'm stopped short by what I see inside. Billy's crown. Correction, my crown. Resting inside a spotless glass case. The other items of insignia are enclosed in similar boxes around it on little tables. No one else is present. It calls to me like a birthday gift, just waiting to be opened. I walk over to it, double-checking I'm alone. The top of the box unclasps with ease, and I flip it aside and reach gingerly inside. I've waited my whole life to wear this crown. Why not? What harm would it do? The maple crown at long last. When I place it on my head and catch my reflection in the ornate mirror above the fireplace, a smile spreads across my face. When everything else fades away, a small sad voice says, at least you'll still have this. You'll still have your crown. Always and always and always. But as my smile melts away, I can't help wondering, what good is a crown without a heart?
Chapter 24. Billy. I have a throbbing headache that just won't quit. I can almost hear it drumming against my pillow. Maybe my head hurts because I keep replaying what happened at the ceremony, over and over and over again, like a scab that won't heal because I keep picking at it. I focus on something new each time. Gord's mortified expression, the Minister of Foreign Affairs blanching, Daphne taking a sharp breath, a robed official, and every member of the firm, for that matter, going wide-eyed, a random news anchor rushing towards the dais. Each vivid replay makes me inwardly cringe, and after a while, it feels like I'm a whirlpool, just funneling down further and further. I don't know how long I let myself spiral. My talk with Frederick and Daphne only adds to my anguish. I want to go back to Montana, I told them, to my real home. Frederick and Daphne both froze in surprise. You don't have to go. You can stay with us, Daphne said. Frederick gestured amicably around the drawing room. Yes, there's plenty of room here for all of you. We'd hate to see you go, son. I shook my head and let out a heavy sigh. I should go back. Frederick's face fell, and he exchanged a crushed look with Daphne. I suppose we can't make you stay if that's not what you want in your heart. Daphne sniffed. We're still your parents, Billy. No matter where in the world you choose to go, we'll still always be family. That'll never change. Thanks, I said, deflated but unwavering. but I need to go back. Besides, I miss the ranch. It's probably where I belong." "We understand." Daphne scrunched up her mouth. "The transfer of your title to Edward will be announced publicly any day now. Of course, it needs to be put to a vote before becoming law. We wanted to give you a heads up in case the messaging deviates from what actually occurs." She sighed. "We'll miss you, Billy." "And we're sorry," Frederick added solemnly. The dejected look on their faces haunts me. It's hard to imagine Frederick agreeing to approve the title transfer. Then again, duty to the crown above all else is practically branded in the mind of every royal. I can't blame him for whatever becomes of me. In fact, I probably deserve it. I flip onto my side, hoping that lying in a new position will stop the worrying thoughts. Now that my princely duties have fallen to the wayside, I do that thing I do, where I start thinking about Dad, thinking about how mad I am I didn't spend more time with him when he was still alive. I play through scenarios where I wish I had chosen differently, like accompanying him to meet with a vendor in town instead of hanging out with Pax, or just sitting with him at the kitchen table and watching as he fixed himself a snack of chips and hummus, or joining him on the porch in the mornings when he'd spend time alone, sipping his coffee in the quiet while looking out at the cows, instead of breezing past him to watch TV in the den. Reruns that would always be there. Reruns I had seen 1,000 times before and would be fine never seeing again. As usual, my mind travels back in time, allowing me to join him at the kitchen table as he reads the paper, taking in his messy hair, his every little detail and movement, his hand reaching for his pot of black coffee, the way he'd loudly clear his throat, the furrows of his brows. It's as if, by sitting there, I can soak up the essence of his presence, hold on to it, never let it go. The vision turns into a game of beating myself up. Why didn't I appreciate the little moments more? At least I can appreciate them now, even in the small comfort of a silent, sun-bleached memory, even though it hurts. I toggle back to another dad memory, trying to find comfort in it. One of my favorite things was when he'd sing along to Italian music. His voice would crack on the high notes, and Mac would giggle and join in, and he was happy. We all were. He never stopped singing until the day he could barely talk from all the chemo, the constant puking making his voice rough and ragged, too weak to utter a single sound. I held his hand. I smiled and told him everything was going to be okay, that he was doing great, that he didn't need to say a single word. Our love was unspoken. The worst part of Dad dying was seeing what it did to us. I grew up real fast. That hopeful innocence gone, marred by worry lines. I realized life is short, and that there wasn't much I found important anymore besides family. And, if I'm being honest, music. I miss playing. Now I've ruined any chance for a fresh start, for that something more. At least I can go back home and forget all this ever happened. But of course, it's not that simple. There's my brother, and Frederick and Daphne. I'm not sure they ever want to see me again, and that's its own kind of heartbreak. If Dustin's still single and is open to making amends, maybe we could finally settle down like he always wanted. At least I'd be closer to Dad, be able to keep the ranch afloat, without any shady back-channel deals with the firm. I haven't forgotten that whole big mess, but it's been eclipsed by all the other troubles. I've never felt more alone. You'll always have me. Dad said that to me the day he died. I've survived the worst day, which means I'm strong enough to survive this too. That's what Dad would have wanted for me. But what do I want? I peel back the covers and sit up shakily. The room tips and pitches, reminding me how long it's been since I've eaten. I'm out of bed and padding down the carpeted steps, trying to remember where the staff said the kitchens were. Believe it or not, this place is bigger and grander than the mansion. I turn into a long hallway. Light spills from an open doorway. I peer into the room and freeze at what I see. Edward? I ask. He spins around, the maple crown on his head, hands up as if showing he's unarmed. I stare at the crown, how it fits perfectly on his head, while it slipped on mine, as if he were born to wear it, because he was. What are you doing? He hurriedly takes it off, but keeps it cradled in his hands, like he can't bear to put it back in its glass box. I was just walking around and happened upon your crown. The crown? He grimaces, lowering it into the box. I've never seen my brother act so uneasy. Your crown is accurate, I say. But all I can think about is how this is his fault. He's gotten exactly what he wanted. He didn't even have the grace to wait until I'd flown back home to get his hands on the crown. And to think, I'd believed he hadn't been the one to leak our story, and was even willing to forgive him for it. He looks at his loafers, and then glances at me. Couldn't sleep either? I feel my anger subside just a little and shake my head. He considers me for a long moment, with his too perfect posture and serene expression, and I'm reminded of the rule: remain tranquil in times of tension. I have no idea what he's actually thinking right now, but he can't possibly be at peace. Finally, I can't take it anymore. Might as well keep the crown on, I say resignedly, because I decided I'm going back to Montana. He looks untroubled. I heard. Pax and Fee. Of course. Word travels fast around here. Edward lets out a deep breath. I wish you wouldn't go. He almost sounds sincere. Almost. I laugh. Good one. I start to turn back into the hall. I also know what Mom and Dad said to you, he says. I pause in the doorway, not sure why I'm giving him the chance to keep talking. You're still their son, he goes on to say. This is still your home. Do you even realize how cruel it is for you to leave them? Your decision to go is selfish. Whatever, I mumble. He's got real nerve name-calling right now. For the 1,000th time, I didn't leak your photos and story to the press. I didn't even know about that. And I didn't have anything to do with what happened today. Sure, I step back into the hall. Connie wouldn't want you to quit. Or your dad. I stop in my tracks and slowly spin around, feeling my face flush red. You didn't know him. My voice sounds angry, but the truth is it's fighting back a sob. Besides, he's not here anymore, and it's not like I have a real choice in the matter. What am I supposed to do? Stick around as Canada's screw up? It's humiliating. Edward arches a brow. Fine, he finally says. You know what? Do what you want. You showed up out of nowhere, took my title, and yes, I didn't like you in the beginning. But I put that aside. I've been there for you. I supported you. And now you're still going to turn around and blame something on me after I stood by you? So all those pranks you pulled on me, what were those? You standing by me? I'm so mad that I'm practically shaking. The corner of my mouth twists up in a snarl I don't even recognize. Good luck with being king one day. With your knack for secret alliances, you're going to be great. My voice is unfamiliar, flat and full of venom. And with that, I head back to my room to try to sleep once more. But just like earlier, I don't sleep a wink. "Did they come by and get your luggage yet, dear?" Mom asks. I slump into a chair in the sunny veranda and take a croissant from a basket. "Yeah," I grumble, thinking how it's far too early and how the veranda smells far too strongly of fresh brewed coffee. "Oh, good." Her cheery demeanor is at odds with the fact she knows I'm still mad at her. We haven't yet talked about her secret dealings with the firm, or any of the tabloid facts. Maybe it's for the best. At this point, the less I know, the better. Mac enters the veranda wearing oversized sunglasses, a sparkly top, and jeans. "I don't want to go." She stomps her sneaker, pouting. "I didn't even get a chance to say goodbye to my new friends at St. Albans." Then she pulls out her phone, and a smile washes over her face, her mood flip-flopping. Typical Mac. "At least my channel is doing better than ever. Maybe when we get back to Montana, I can turn it into a fun, surviving out in nowhere angle." Her expression shifts to amusement as she flips through her phone. "Billy, you're all over Stan Twitter. You're a meme now. And they made a dance out of the whole thing on TikTok and remixed you saying, 'Guess there won't be any more questions about whether I'm loyal to Canada.' Is that good?" Mom looks at me like I've got something to add. I shove the croissant into my mouth and guzzle orange juice in the grumpiest-looking way possible. Croissant flakes fall onto my shirt, but I don't bother flicking them away. I've dug out Dad's old flannel shirt to wear for the trip back home. It seems somehow appropriate. Mac tilts her head at me. "Oh, he's still sad, isn't he?" "Wouldn't you be?" Mom asks her. "Give him time, dear." I grunt and rip back into my croissant. "What about me?" Max cries. "I'm getting sad too. We didn't even get to keep any of the nice clothes, even though no one else here at the hall can even wear them. And I hate Montana." She grabs a mini muffin from the basket and looks at it lovingly. "I'm gonna miss you," she whispers to it. Mom chances a glance at me. "Have you said your goodbyes?" Her sights land on an old portrait of Edward with Frederick and Daphne and their little dog. I shrug and take another bite. I just want to go. Pax enters in a lemon yellow shirt and matching capri pants with clean white sneakers. Their eyes bug at the sight of me in Dad's old work shirt. "What the flannel?" I look away, studying the ornate metalwork of my fork handle. I'm not the high-end designer suit kind of person, remember? Never was. Before all this, I didn't even know which high-end designers were which, and I'm definitely no crown prince. I sigh loudly. I should have listened to my gut and turned all this down. "Well," Pax tries, "there must be more to this provincial life, you know?" Gord steps onto the veranda and clears his throat. "The car is ready to take you to the airport." He hands our IDs and passports to Mom, who tucks them in the front pocket of her pullover satchel, along with our printed-out plane tickets. Mac groans and stamps her foot again. "Great!" Mom's voice sure has a lot of pep to it. She places her fine linen napkin on the table and stands. "Let's go, dear," she instructs my sister, with that slight warning edge to her voice. Mac sticks out her bottom lip. She whines, then marches after Mom. I sluggishly rise and head after them. I stop in front of Gord in the doorway, my mind swimming with questions I want to ask. How can I reach Frederick and Daphne after I'm back in Montana? When will I see them again? Will I see them again? I'm still their son, and a royal by blood, aren't I? But all that comes out is, thank you for everything. He blinks his steel-gray eyes and smiles sympathetically. Of course. And that's it. We sit in silence as the car pulls out of the circular drive, past the Fountain of Hope, how ironic, and down the road, cutting through the sprawling green lawns. A reminder of all I've just lost. I look back one last time at the hall, growing smaller and smaller. There's nobody there. I feel pathetic for even looking. Who did I expect to see? Someone running out and calling for me to come back? Life isn't a movie. Of course there's nobody there. Just security, following in a car behind us. They'll be with us at least till we board the private jet. Then it's back to the doldrums. Frederick and Daphne gave me the option of having security come with us, but I requested they don't. I want 0 reminders of my royal life. I know it was ultimately my decision to head home, but I can't stand the thought of staying. I've spent the past several weeks pouring my heart and soul into what I needed to learn and become, only to fail. Epically. I went from a no-name rancher in Montana to the Crown Prince of Canada, thrilled to inspire the LGBTQIA+ community, a community dealing with so much hatred every day. Now, I'm headed back to being a no-name again. At least the ranch is still there, a constant in the chaos, and the whole investiture debacle will make one heck of a story one day. I face forward as we exit through the gates of the property. A few foreign paparazzi spring out from behind the plaque marking the entrance to the grounds. I wonder how long that will last. I'm starting to see why Mom was afraid of no longer having my security detail around. Hopefully, paparazzi are the worst of it. We rumble past them, and the big blue signboard that says, Bienvenue à Rideau Hall. Au revoir, Canada.
Daily Maple Online. The Royal Roundup. May 1st, 9:37 a.m. Eastern Time. The Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe Malfunction by Omar Scooby. We see London, we see France, we see Billy's underpants. In brief, yesterday afternoon while the Prince Royal held his investiture, millions worldwide watched Billy drop trow, setting off a full-scale media storm. Most Canadians were amused. But at the end of the day, things aren't boding well on the political stage. With news of Prince Billy being briefed on how his big day would go down, showing off his Canada-inspired briefs was not what anyone had in mind. The world watched as the now 18-year-old made it through most of the ceremony by the seat of his pants. But after receiving his items of importance and bowing down, his trousers and our jaws dropped. The spectacle gave being caught with one's pants down a whole new meaning. The incident hijacked the event, and chaos erupted as airheads bum-rushed the scene. Fortunately, no one was harmed as police moved in. While some think the brief incident was an accident, most believe it was more than a little slip-up. An insider close to the designer alleges intent behind Billy's wardrobe malfunction. Why else would the briefs have been Canada-themed if they weren't going to be shown? It was clearly premeditated. Regardless, Billy's botched ceremony coming to a screeching halt can't be good for the Canadian royal family, who had looked to the investiture as a way to secure the future of the Maple Empire. We wouldn't be surprised if Billy's cheeky prank got His Royal Majesty the King's royal knickers in a twist. In response to furious pleas from parents, officials at the firm issued a statement. We are just as shocked and profoundly apologize to all those offended. The undies stunt begs some questions. What will become of Silly Billy? Will his ceremony be rescheduled? Or were his days as Canadian clown prince as fleeting as his peep show. Related stories. Breaking. Outraged parents demand apology. You too can have ripped butt pants. Where to buy Billy's briefs. Rideau Hall to deal with Prince Hillbilly. Slice of investiture cake sells for $5,000. Fan arrests at ceremony. 623 and counting. Airheads caught selling investiture souvenirs. British royals' harrowing encounter with fans. Chapter 25. Edward. Get a load of this. The article says an insider close to the designer alleges intent behind Billy's wardrobe malfunction. Fee reads off her phone from the sofa across from my bed at the hall. So the world really does think Billy was behind it. Fighting the reflex to shout that Billy would never do something to intentionally humiliate himself, I shake my head and sink back into my pillows. It wasn't Billy, I say quietly. Well, if it wasn't us and it wasn't him, then... Fee narrows her eyes in annoyance. I'm starting to regret convening in my room to pore over all the controversial headlines. Every media outlet has the same claim. What happened was a planned publicity stunt that Billy set up for scandalous attention, the kerfuffle of his own design. Maybe they were just really poorly made pants, I offer, not actually believing Pax could ever poorly make anything. Fee shoots me a look. Oh, please, you're thrilled your brother has finally left so that you can reclaim your precious title. You're starting to sound like Neil, I mutter to my coffered ceiling. You're avoiding my keen observation. You're thrilled Billy's out of the picture. Admit it. I can't make her understand my reality, that I'm truthfully very much torn up about it. Even if Fee were to understand, she'd jump to thinking I wasn't on board with her grand plan of becoming queen consort. Not that I am on board with that plan. I just don't want to talk about it. I'm missing Pax a lot already. In fact, I can't stop thinking about them. Do remember it was Billy's decision to banish himself back to Montana, I say matter-of-factly. And quite frankly, I don't blame him. If the entire nation had seen my unmentionables on TV, I don't bother to finish. I can still see the hurt and humiliation in Billy's eyes. Fee scrutinizes me. Are you actually going to miss him? Perhaps. I idly keep scrolling through my phone. Have you seen this one? Fee lets out a mocking laugh. This article claims the investiture ceremony broke the record for most searched event in a single day. Wow, I'm gagged. How funny. Hilarious, I say flatly, peering over at her. Honestly, you are cold. Fee beckons me with a finger, the other hand patting a sofa cushion. Then come over here, Eddie Bear. Why are you still here? I ask pointedly. Your Royal Highness, Gord interrupts from the door. Your presence is promptly required. I could kiss Gord for saving me. I slide out of bed and wriggle into my slippers, cinching my cotton housecoat at the waist, and follow him out to the veranda. Dad's reading his daily dispatch documents from his red and white box, and Mom's sipping her maple ginger tea and perusing the Ottawa Citizen. They look up at me, followed by Evie's fluffy head poking up from Mum's lap, where she's been napping, given away by the fur matted on her face. Edward. Mum sounds downtrodden. A footman pulls out my chair, and I take a seat. Dad gives my forearm a little shake. Morning, son. Morning. The footman pours me a cup of piping hot tea as I try to read Dad's expression. So, what's the latest? He rubs a hand back and forth across his forehead. Isn't that the question of the hour? He sighs. As you know, a lot's transpired. And more's still transpiring, Mum adds warily, scraping honey onto a scone. Now I know you and your brother have grown close, darling. So please, don't worry about figuring out how you'll continue to maintain a good relationship with him. We can solve it together, as a family. We want to keep him close in our hearts, but of course, we have to respect his decision to return home. And we have to do what's best for our monarchy. Dad gives a tired smile. This is all a complete disaster. From his spot in the doorway, Gord nods in agreement. Mum continues. As much as we'd like to figure out how to keep Billy close at the moment, there are more pressing matters at hand. Yesterday's disaster of a ceremony and the fact he's returned home is all anyone can talk about. It has marred our image, not irreparable, but also not ideal. Dad groans. Apparently it's giving Granny agita. She can't seem to shake the image of him standing there and nothing but his ginches. I can't help chuckling. Edward, Mum says cheerfully, ignoring my bout of laughter. Your father and I have something to share. They exchange a nervous glance. I freeze. If you tell me I'm secretly a triplet, pour le mort de cri, Mum chuckles. The firm had a wonderful idea to help shift the focus back to you. She takes a full breath and holds it, smiling a bit too brightly. And what might that be? I ask before taking a sip of tea. You're in love with Sophia, aren't you? I nearly spit out my tea. What? I check to make sure she's not suddenly standing in the doorway behind Gord. Of course he is, aren't you, son? Dad prompts. I look from Dad to Mum like they're extraterrestrials. Where exactly is this going? What do you think of the idea of making things official with Sophia by proposing? Proposing what? Well, marriage, of course, Dad says matter-of-factly. This time, tea sprays from my mouth. Mum blots her cheek with her napkin, too preoccupied with my reaction to care. Think of it as a way to change the media narrative, Dad says. You're young, but you're in love. What's the harm in speeding up the timeline? The timeline? I stand. I can't breathe. I need to get out of here. What timeline? Only if you'd want to go through with it, of course, Mum inserts. It is just an idea. One that the firm highly encourages, Dad adds. They each look to Gord, who mulls it over. It's true. It would certainly help matters. They can't all be serious. What about, I don't know, planning and announcing my investiture ceremony? We will definitely be having one for you later this year, but there's no way your investiture ceremony will be able to supersede Billy's. Not like how a royal wedding can, Dad says. We could arrange for Fee's parents to join us for a pre-wedding dinner, encourage well-wishers to send gifts to our charities, give the whole country a day off. Mum blinks, recognizing my panic. If you love her, darling, what are your reservations? You know when it comes to true love, we're always for it. Where to begin? They do recall I'm only 18, right? As of yesterday? I slowly sit back down. If I may, Gord interjects with a respectful nod. A royal engagement would be the perfect distraction and would reflect well on the Canadian monarchy. In the wake of Billygate, the firm's decided this is what's best, with a royal wedding to follow. Hey, Geron, I say flatly. Your father and I are doing our best in light of recent events, so we'd like to arrange a private dinner for you and Sophia at Casa Loma, but only if you're comfortable. You're serious? I say, eyebrows climbing. It's what's best for the monarchy, Gord says, and from the affirming looks his words garner on my parents' faces, I know it's the end of the discussion. Why are you so opposed? Mum reaches out and takes my hands. Let's talk it out. Every fiber of my being protests. If I'm to be engaged to Fee, what do I do about Pax? I can't think about that now. I'm back in the hot seat, and I don't want to drop the ball, not if my refusal could give the firm yet another reason to toss the Canadian monarchy as a whole into the old rubbish bin. I suppose I'm not that opposed. I lie, forcing a smile. Dad leans back, clapping. Excellent. Gord signals to a staffer standing just inside. She enters with a tiny black velvet box that she hands to Mum, who hands it to me. I stare at it, feeling along the scalloped silver edge. Well, Dad says, his eyes playful. Open it. I pop it open and gaze at a gold ring shaped like a serpent with ruby eyes, diamonds, and an emerald. Seeing it suddenly makes this more terrifyingly, gut-wrenchingly real. I think I'm going to be sick. Mom, this is Queen Jolie's engagement ring, I managed to say. Oh, I sent out for it yesterday. Mum beams, looking lovingly at me. And now it's yours, to give to Sophia. She clutches Dad's hand. So what do you think, Edward? It would mean our monarchy's reputation would be restored. I thought we weren't going to take it out of the royal vault here until I'm ready to get married. But honey, aren't you? Mum asks. I stare at the ring in disbelief. I want to tell them how I actually feel. It's not too late to back down, to tell them the truth. Maybe you can tell your parents that you don't want to be with Fee. But I can't. I'm not strong enough, especially seeing Mum's eyes mist up, Dad's toothy grin. They want this so badly. No, they need this so badly. We need this. I don't have the heart to crush their hopes, not after everything they've gone through these last 24 hours. I must keep our monarchy alive and well. I nod. Okay, I utter. I can do that. I suppose I can figure out what to do about Fee later. Fantastic, Dad cheers. Terrific, Mum adds. Now, when were you thinking this proposal would happen? I look to Gord, who shifts from foot to foot. Here's the thing, Mum says slowly, calculatingly. It should be swift. How swift is swift? I inquire. Tomorrow, Dad says. And we can set up the venue like that. He snaps his fingers. I gulp. Tomorrow? I grin. Tomorrow. Chris. Canadian Royal Communications. 1st May. Statement from His Majesty the King. The monarchy is surprised by the unexpected incident at Prince Billy's investiture ceremony. His actions are being taken very seriously by the royal family. We are having private conversations to discover a path forward for Billy and the rest of our family. Ends.
Chapter 26. Billy. Under the blue Montana skies, the rental car crunches along the dirt path toward our ranch. It feels so strange to be back. It's greener now, and there's grass as far as the eye can see. The cows look healthy, too, with shiny coats and bulging sides. The sheep grazing peacefully, barely stirring as we pass. It was a somber time getting through security and flying for 3 hours, with the occasional strained question or curt remark. No one said a word since we climbing into the car. Even Mac isn't speaking, unless you count the occasional vlogging of the landscape. And that's saying something. You really don't know what you have till it's gone. I hate how that message keeps coming around in my life, like a rotating door. We roll under the sign for the old Boone ranch as Pax texts me. After Pax came home with us, we dropped them off, and I had a good talk with them while Mom and Mac hung out in the rental car. Their text says their grandma made welcome home tuna casserole, which is Pax's favorite, and they ask how I'm doing. I suggest meeting up tomorrow, and that'd make me happy, especially since our good talk outside their grandma's house mended our rift. Pax, for the last time, why didn't you tell me? I demanded on the sunken stoop. For one, I didn't want you to move away and leave us all here in Little Timber. I huffed and rolled my eyes, thinking of how selfish they sounded. Pax bristled. What good would it have done for you to know? It would have meant everything. My cheeks flushed, and I took off my cowboy hat to wipe my forehead. You knew I was literal royalty and didn't tell me. Pax bit their lip. Billy, I truly never thought of it that way. All I ever thought about was that it meant you weren't blood related to your dad. And your relationship with your dad was something I always wish I had. Their eyes misted up. You had the most amazing relationship with him, and I saw how losing him broke you apart. I thought about telling you the truth, but how could I do that to you? You didn't seem like you could handle one more thing. So, I did what I thought was right, and I'm sorry if I made the wrong call. It wasn't my place to tell you, and I wanted to respect Connie's wishes of keeping it a secret. I released a shaky breath. You know, I said softly, if the tables were turned, I honestly don't know what I would have done. So, I can't be mad at you. At that, I pulled Pax into the biggest hug. Oh, and one more thing. I've been dating Edward in secret. Or, at least, I was. You what? Mac's voice cuts through my thoughts. Home, sweet home, she says into her video. She's thankful she hasn't lost her millions of followers. I don't bother telling her that it's probably only a matter of time. Mom stops short at the gate, which the ranch hand opens. It feels strange knowing they've been on the Royals' payroll all this time. I take the moment to look up at Dad's oak and say my ritualistic greeting to him, this time in my head. I have a hard time being vocal about these things with other people around. The ranch hand waves at us as we pass by before he closes the creaky gate behind us. A closed gate. A closed chapter. Is the memory of my whirlwind time going to be enough? Speaking of closed chapters, I still haven't heard from Dustin, and I don't expect to. The wild thing is, a part of me really does miss him. He was synonymous with home. It's strange being here as a single guy. Not that I'm in a rush to date again. Right now, I just want to hide from the world. To think, for a few weeks there, I thought my life was going to be different. Almost there, Mom says in a playful sing-song. What's the first thing you want to do when we get back? She likes to use such conversation starters whenever there's awkward tension. Nap, I mumble, rubbing my finger along my birthmark. Maybe I'll film ASMR in the barn, Max muses. Okay, that sounded way more exciting in my head. I keep my eyes trained out the car window. There's Junebug and Lucky Lady galloping alongside us. Seeing them brings a smile to my eyes. I've missed them, and it's nice being back around them. In front of our house, Mom deposits us with our bags, then putters off to park, kicking up a cloud of dust that sends Mac choking and hacking. The temperature is in the high 70s, and I'm wiping sweat off my brow from just standing still. We stare together at our little ranch home, a far cry from Park Avenue. It's weird to be back, Mac turns to me. Are you sure you don't want to shoot an apology video? I thought you said apology videos are never a good idea and only admit guilt and come off as super insincere. Yeah, but I'm desperate, Mac whines. I gained a zillion followers, and I know my surviving on a ranch rebranding isn't going to keep them. Apology videos get a bananas amount of views. Who knows? Maybe people would even forgive you? I snort. For what? I shake my head. It would probably just make things worse. Besides, I don't even have social media anymore, remember? The firm shut it down, which is all fine and well. It just means I won't be anxiously reading any more vicious comments. Mom joins us, wrestling the keys out of her bag, and opens the door. We trail her inside, dragging our bags. It smells unfamiliar. Musty even. I wonder if it always smelled like this, or if I'd just never noticed before. The foyer is dim, and the hot air feels stale. I miss Evie, Mac moans. Mom, can we get a dog? Please? Mom unshoulders her bag. We have horses. Why don't you go feed them, dear? Ugh, I hate it here. She stalks through the den and disappears out back. I get myself a cup of water at the kitchen sink and see the jar of maple butter sitting on the counter right where I left it, glossy red ribbon and all. A keepsake from another person's life. I start lugging my suitcases to my room. Mom catches up to me. I am so sorry. I turn around. Her face trembles. With Mac outside, she's finally letting the strain of everything that's happened crack her otherwise solid resolve. I think I need to take a nap, I groan, pivoting back around. Billy, will you please hear me out? I'd like to explain some things. Oh, so now you're ready to explain? I snap. It's too late. It doesn't matter anymore. Billy, may I at least try and explain what happened? I stride through the hall and roll my suitcases into my room. Mom appears in the doorway, not giving up. I kick off my cowboy boots and toss off my hat, then climb under my covers, yanking them over my head. After a minute, I hear Mom say, Fine. You don't want to talk. The door quietly clicks shut, and I'm alone. I wonder how long I can stay under here. Waiting eventually leads to sleeping. Look on the bright side, Billy. You can get back to your music now. Dad slides my violin toward me. His big blue eyes are wide and hopeful as ever behind his wire-framed glasses. He's got that wide, goofy grin on his face that always makes me smile. I nod. He knows just what to say. What I'd give for one shred of advice or a single word to cling to follow like a guiding star. Can I take your order? Asked the waiter. I look up to find it's Frederick. Seeing him in a greasy apron makes me chuckle. What's he doing working at the Little Timber Diner? When I look back at Dad, grinning, he has hurt in his eyes. Billy, you've replaced me. My smile goes. No, I would never. You have to believe me. Frederick sits beside me in the booth and puts a possessive arm around my shoulders. Son, he says, then looks at Dad. Who's this? Dad, I'd never replace you. I wake in the strange gray light of dusk. The sound of Mac's voice filters in from the hall. So, after I give the horse a glitter mark, who wants to see how to pick dirt out of its hooves? It's going to be the most satisfying thing you guys have ever watched. The dream fades back into the muck, in the swamp of memories, losing details with each passing second. Like I know my time as crown prince will, little by little. I stagger out of bed and decide to start unpacking my bags, not quite ready to set foot outside my room. I pull my violin out of its case. I can't believe I've only played violin a few times since we left. I recall the music gala at the Met, and the night Edward came out to me. I unzip my violin case and begin to fine-tune my strings when my phone lights up. Dustin. Billy, I wish nothing but the best for you. Take care. I let out a sigh. He wasn't a perfect fit, but he was a good first love. And that's okay, Dad would say. I heart the text. It's not just his final goodbye making me uneasy. I don't know if it's because I rested and can think more clearly now, but I feel bad about how I treated Mom. I should hear her out. I pass by Mac in the hall, who's struggling into cowgirl boots, which don't exactly go with the sparkly gown she has on. One she managed to steal from her royal wardrobe, I might add. Typical. "Want to make a cameo in my vlog?" Mac asks. "Stop trying to exploit me," I say playfully, rubbing sleep from my eyes. We've already so easily slipped back into our routines. Like usual, I find Mom seated in the kitchen doing bookkeeping. Hopefully nothing to do with the royal family this time. In her worn lavender bathrobe, her hair in a ponytail, a slice of fresh bread from her bread machine, and a peppermint tea steaming in the lumpy old mug I made for her in ceramics class many years ago. I had forgotten how much she loved that mug. When she sees me, she folds up her reading glasses and blinks. I sit beside her and sigh. "I'm sorry. If you're ready to talk, I'm ready to listen." She nods slowly. "Tell me everything." "Okay. Where do I begin?" She methodically brushes invisible crumbs off the rough-hewn wooden table. "Starting when you were both in high school, Edward was officially a public figure. The press was hungry to make up for lost time, and his picture was everywhere. That's when I realized you and the prince looked identical." She lets out a little laugh and shakes her head. "Like that People magazine cover?" "Yes, that was the first non-baby photo of Edward. He was celebrating his 14th birthday. I brought that magazine home and couldn't stop staring at it, at the uncanny resemblance." She takes my hand. "Since you were born in a hospital in Canada too, I started to wonder. I actually became a little obsessed with figuring out this mystery. First, I found out you were born on the same day in the same hospital. Then I called the hospital to track down the nurses and beg them for information. As you can imagine, I was shocked to discover," her voice breaks, "my biological son died, and that you belong to someone else." She takes 3 sharp, shallow inhales, fighting a cry. I squeeze her hand. "That must have been awful for you." My own eyes mist up. Mom laughs. "It was terrible. It felt like I had to contact the firm, which actually worked. I told them all about you, everything, and well, this part makes me feel just rotten, but the person I was dealing with quickly bribed me with money. He said not to tell anyone about who you really were. He said if I did, there would be a media firestorm. But that's not why I went along with it." This time, tears fall unchecked down her cheeks. I hand her a crumpled paper napkin to blot them up. "I was so afraid that the second you found out you were a prince, you'd immediately want to leave us. That you'd want to leave me. My little miracle." She's trembling, and it hurts my heart to see her cry like this. "I didn't know what to do," she continues. "I was terrified of losing you, but then your dad got sick, and that became my only focus. I wrestled with whether to tell your dad the truth, but I couldn't risk ruining his final days. In a way, I'm glad he never found out." I give Mom a weighty nod. "Now I understand." She sniffles. "After your dad died, I was desperate to help keep the ranch going, so I reached back out to the representative and told him that I'd continue to keep the secret if they help support us. And they did. That tabloid article got it right for the most part. And I am so sorry. I had planned on telling you. I hope you can forgive me." I wipe my eyes. "Mom, it's okay. I don't blame you. I forgive you. It's okay." She takes a stealing breath. When Pax noticed your similarities, I confided in them. I didn't mean to, but I've been keeping it a secret for so long, and they kept pressing the issue, and it all just kind of came out. She gives a sad smile along with a sigh of relief. I'm sorry for keeping the secret from you. It's just that I love you so much. I was terrified of losing you. She dabs at her eyes. Especially after losing your dad, she adds softly. It's okay. We're back. We still have each other, and that's all that matters. We'll figure out the rest. I won't lie. It's nice to be back home with all the memories of you two growing up. Her mention of childhood fills me with guilt. I'm sorry again for missing Easter egg dying this year. Mom shoos the air. Oh, please, I've already forgotten about that. Then she looks me square in the eye. Remember what I said right after you found out you were the crown prince? What did you say? I ask, my mind a foggy, emotional mess. I told you that maybe this was all fate. Maybe this is how things were always meant to be. She smiles. Watching you in New York, I saw what an amazing prince you would have made. I avert my eyes. Well, thanks. But it's moot now. I pretty much ruined any chance of being crown prince. All signs point to the title officially going back to Edward. They should be announcing it any day now. Mom shakes her head. You'll always be a prince in my eyes, no matter what happens. She grips my other hand. I love you, Mom. I take in the details of her, bookmarking this memory, from her happy smile to the steam rising like a ghost from the chunky mug I made for her so long ago. I can tell you're glad to be back. She fights a sob. I really am. I'm sorry. There's nothing to be sorry for. I hug her. I know how much you love this place. She kisses my cheek. Thank you for understanding. You've become a wonderful young man. Your dad would be proud.
Canadian Royal Communications. 2nd May. Statement from His Majesty the King. Today my family had very productive conversations on the future of my sons and our family. We honor and accept Billy's wish to step down as a full-time working member of the royal family. He has made it apparent that he does not want to be dependent on public funds. It has been agreed that he will move back to his home in Montana. Edward is being counseled regarding the possibility of reinstating his royal title as Crown Prince. These are complicated circumstances for my family to settle, and there is much work to be fulfilled. But I have requested for a final resolution to be decided upon in the coming days. A vote will take place in the House of Commons, where a unanimous result will confirm the right for the title of Crown Prince to return to Edward. Ends. Chapter 27. Edward. Are you going to tell me what this is all about? Fee rests her head in her hands, a bemused expression creeping across her face. I'm not getting any younger. The queasy feeling that settled over me has ruined my appreciation for the beautiful night here at Casa Loma. The place is one of my absolute favorites. It used to be a tourist attraction until Mum and Dad made it a home away from home after the city of Toronto practically gave it to them as a gift for the new monarchy. Typically, I'd be curled up inside reading a book or taking a nighttime stroll through the gardens, admiring the trimmed hedges. But tonight is certainly no typical night. Far from it. The staff has set up a table for two outside in the main garden, with radiating heat lamps that are a bit too turned up. The fountain spurts anxiously in view. Beyond it, spotlights throw a sickly glow up onto the stones and turrets of the medieval castle estate. The night would be so much more romantic were I with Pax instead. But I shove the thought away. Will you please relax? I reply in a low voice. Across the table, Fee looks like a vision, in a black velvet dress with a plunging neckline and a set of pearls resting on her collarbones. She wears matching drop pearl earrings, and her sleek hair is up in an elegant bun, 2 loose tendrils framing her face. She looks the part of a prince's fiancée. I'm racked with guilt. But what else is new? I just want to pop the question and be done with it already. She quirks an eyebrow at me. Well, fine then. All during our flight, she ruthlessly needled me for details. She guessed correctly at one point, but I didn't let on a thing. She forces a giggle. At least try to look a little less constipated. We have an audience, she says through her blindingly white veneers. Lo and behold, the paparazzi invited here tonight have been strategically planted around the premises. I'm pretty sure I saw a drone hovering overhead when the staff brought out the hors d'oeuvres, I say with a syrupy sweet smile. Fee nods. The more drones, the better. Under the table, her foot finds mine. I resist the urge to move it. You look dashing, Fee. Truly. She scoffs. Ditto, Cupcake. Her smile lessens a smidge. Well, we don't have all night. Get on with it. Whatever it is you want to say, or ask. You're seriously killing me. Ditto, Cupcake. Thankfully, we lean away from each other like a parting bascule bridge as the staff clears away our dishes and refills our goblets with ice water from a sparkling crystal carafe. And then it's just the two of us again. I grope the little box in my inner jacket pocket. I always forget what a charming place it is here. She cuts in, not paying attention to me anymore. She takes in the hedges, the rows of tulips, the fountain. We haven't been back since we were kids. She shoots me a simmering look. Remember? We'd play tag. And one time I pushed you into the fountain and you ran off crying. She snorts. Dork. I narrow my eyes at her. How is it every story ends with me crying? In fact, I don't know if you're even capable of crying. The photographers continue to snap away, the shutters like clicking insects in the fringes of the night. Fee gives them a cursory wave. I take the moment to slip the box onto my lap. I realize that my throat's gone cotton dry. It's wonderful how they're shifting the focus back onto you, she says in a low voice. Or should I say, us? She licks her lips at me. Quite, I say, mustering my strength. I take a few quick sips of ice water, which isn't nearly enough. Now, I couldn't have planned it better, even if I hadn't tried, she continues softly. I fidget with the box on my lap, my expression inquisitive. Right. Anyway, I have to ask you something. Oh, me first. She grips the edge of the table and tips toward me, eyes smoldering. All right, then, I submit, my racing heart thankful for the momentary reprieve. Well, I wasn't going to say anything, Fee confides. But since you're making this dinner way more cryptic than it needs to be, I may as well spill some tea. She brightens. Okay, guess what? I tilt my head down and twirl a hand for her to get on with it. I was the one who leaked the Boone's embarrassing family photos. She beams, as if expecting me to compliment her. But my whole body stiffens, and my face falls. Fee, that was a rotten, terrible thing to do. Edward? She taps the skin between her eyebrows. Frown lines. She looks over her lustrous shoulder and blows a kiss to a paparazzi, her French manicure twinkling. I don't care that I'm less than camera ready. I keep glaring at her, clenching my jaw. I want to make sure they have some candids and some post photos. Give them options. She laughs when her sights land back on me. Oh, please. You know you secretly love what I did. He's out of the picture, isn't he? I couldn't trust you to take care of matters, so I took them into my own hands. Why would you do that? And how did you learn about the payoff? I only sent the photos. She giggles devilishly. Mac really should have that laptop of hers password protected. It was just sitting there on the coffee table. The gardener could have gotten into it. Anyway, when I saw the photos she had open, I sent them to my dud email, hoping to find something useful. They turned out to be uber bland, and not the most flattering, so I sent them to the press hoping they'd use them somehow. She shrugs. I have no clue who leaked the story part of it, but if that isn't serendipity, I don't know what is. I snort. You really expect me to believe all that? She smirks. It's pretty unbelievable, isn't it? You don't get it, I say flatly. I'm actually really upset. And that's when it clicks. This is how Neil must have felt when he said I took things too far. I can't even believe it. She unwittingly made Billy and everyone else think I was to blame. Not to mention doing something arguably so much worse. I let out a deep, measured breath. You ruined Billy's life. And others too, I think. Like Pax's life. Fee titters. Edward, who cares? She shakes her head and laughs. Honestly, I care. Fee stares wide-eyed at me, delicate hand to her chest. Edward, your reaction is surprising, to say the least. I was just trying to help. Besides, like I said, I didn't cause the scandal. I just shined a light on it. I pocket the ring box onto the table. It's over, I say. Edward. Fee angles her head and gives a put-on pout. You can't be serious. Whatever we have, I'm sorry. My voice trembles. But I'm done. Not quite what I had in mind for this evening. I can't say a small part of me doesn't feel some relief in the rift. Fee's hand goes to her pearls. I thought this was what you wanted. I love you. I'm in love with you. Now it's my turn to laugh. You love me? You're... What? Yes. She looks genuinely wounded. Aren't you? I've never seen her look genuine anything. She isn't joking. She loves me in a romantic way. Guilt gnaws at me, unnerving me. Unfortunately, I don't have feelings for her, try as I might. Blech. I hope Fee can forgive me for what I'm about to say. I lean across the table. I'm gay, I whisper. The words feel foreign on my lips, but also right at the same time. Fee falls back. I thought we... Wow. Tears spring to her eyes. I'm sorry I didn't tell you sooner, I say, deflated but still trying to be truthful. She uses her ring finger to blot the inner corner of her eye. You dragged me into this mess. You led me on. You liar. She looks repulsed. Pretty rich coming from her. Regardless, I owe her decency now. You know it's not like that, I try. Think of my environment, not exactly lenient. She shakes her head. I'm so clueless, she mumbles, sniffling. You know if this got out, it would ruin me, I add in a low voice, eyes darting to the hedges. Save it, Fee snaps, her sorrow replaced by ferocity. I was aiming on telling you sooner. I never meant for you to get hurt. It's too late for that. Fee, I'm so... She lifts her water goblet and chucks its icy contents at me. I stand, gasping, before registering that my face and chest are dripping wet, my shirt clinging icily to my skin. She stands too, throwing her napkin onto the table, before turning on her heel and clumping toward the rose garden. Hey, you can say you've seen me cry now, she calls back. Where are you going? I hiss, flicking water from my chin. How do I explain to my parents why they ended up with distressing water-in-the-face photos versus romantic proposal photos? I'm sure one of these shutterbugs can give me a ride to the airport. The paparazzi chases after her, asking for a statement. I pray she doesn't give them one about my petit sucré, not when I'm looking for smooth sailing as reinstated crown prince. Even she wouldn't be so low as to out someone, right? I'm pretty sure she knows that's a cancelable offense in the public sector. But the more I think about it, the more I begin to kick up a worry wind into a worry vortex. My heart is racing. Did I seriously just come out to her? And is she going to tell everyone? Tevenek. Inside the castle, changing out of my soaked suit and into dry cotton pajamas never felt so good. I climb into my dark wood canopy bed, warming my shivering body, and stare at my phone, considering what to do. My incessant fretting hasn't lessened. Although I know things aren't entirely back to normal with Neil, I still hope my best friend will support me when I tell him about what happened. Edward. Hey, I came out to Fee. It didn't go well. Call me back? I'm surprised at how quickly my phone rings. Maybe Neil isn't so mad at me after all? But then I see his face. He's obviously still not feeling particularly understanding right now. Still upset at me for roping him into my schemes with Fee and likely ruining any sort of friendship he had with Billy, and quite possibly his romantic relationship with Carlos, now that I think about it. I comfort myself with the thought that he obviously still cares about me too, or he wouldn't have called. What happened? His voice is flat. I tell him about the whole fiasco. He sniffs. Sorry to hear it. Thanks. A thought comes to mind. Well, at least I have some good news. I kissed somebody. His eyebrows rise as high as a perfect souffle. What? Who? Pax, I say, feeling myself blush. Wow. Well, good for you. He doesn't look particularly surprised. It stings. There's a long silence. It's clear he feels he's fulfilled his friend duties by checking in on me. I can't blame him for still being upset. Text me if you need anything else. He hangs up. I miss you, I say to the darkened screen. I contemplate texting Billy next, but after some pondering I think about how ridiculous that would be. I haven't said a word to him since he basically told me to drop dead. Maybe Pax would be open to hearing about my predicament and be impressed with me for finally choosing to come out to Fee. Oh, God. Am I really that self-absorbed? Do I seriously need a pat on the back to validate what I did? Regardless, and despite how much I've wanted to reach out, I've been giving Pax space. Sending a text out of the blue sounds like a flimsy idea. I place my phone on my nightstand beside the ring box and space out, gazing at the hardwood floor. I've burned my bridge with Fee, pushed Neil away, and Pax and Billy are back in Montana. I have no friends left, fake or otherwise. Edward, you're doing great. Nice start to your new chapter. I'm also still ruminating on how I explained to my parents why they got photos of waterworks instead of a monarchy-saving engagement. I'm relieved that I was able to be honest with Fee, but how it went down was less than ideal. I hope nothing more comes of it, and I hope Fee can forgive me. I don't know what this means for our fake dating, but that's the least of my concerns. She'll bounce back. It's who she is. But I'm strangely still riddled with a biting remorse. I decide to send a text to her. Edward, I know I'm likely blocked, but I hope you're okay. I'm sorry. The next morning I sip a bitter cup of hot coffee in Casaloma's Edwardian dining room, ignoring calls from Mum, Dad, and Gord. The staff hands me the tray of tabloids and papers. Taking a deep breath, I lift the topmost one. To my shock and relief, the tabloid in my hands shows Fee and I looking cutesy at dinner, with a favorable headline. Lovebirds share romantic night at Fairy Tale Castle, while another tabloid features an old photo of Billy smooching his ex-boyfriend Dustin, with a jagged line drawn between them and a less than favorable headline. Are gay breakups even messier than straight ones? I honestly don't have the stomach to read it. Not to mention the question is ignorant. My phone lights up. It's Gord. I let it keep ringing. So, they're calling me to simply inquire about last night. No coverage on the disaster. What do I tell them? That I chickened out? They're just going to insist Fee and I do it all over again. But next time I'll need to follow through. Who knows, maybe Fee would even be amenable. Keep the secret. Marry me despite our romance being a complete and utter falsehood. All of which would be contingent upon whether she chooses to forgive me. Maybe I need to rethink my priorities. Sure, she could end up being queen consort, but her entire life would be a sham. I know a thing or two about that, and wouldn't wish it upon anyone. Deep down, I already know Fee is too hurt to play pretend anymore, regardless of the lofty title it could afford her one day, at least for now. It started as an innocent game, but I'm through playing it, and through with my life being a sham. I sincerely regret stringing her along. Whoever thought I'd live to see the day when Fee had my sympathy? Hiding my true identity isn't just hurting me anymore. It's hurting those I care about. I'm done hiding. After the swift ride back to New York on the private jet, I'm reclined on a sofa on Park Ave, doom-scrolling on my phone while gnawing on an eclair. It's not easy taking my mind off my last phone call with Mum, even as I tap away from the slew of defamatory posts about Billy and browse my trove of baked good posts. Not even gorgeous photos of opera cakes, pearl sugar-sprinkled chouquette, or powdered beignets can put my mind at ease. "What do you mean things with Fee are as sticky as buns?" Mum had inquired. I accidentally upset her before I could propose. A mere hiccup. "Oh, Edward, what did you say to her?" "Something about her necklace," I lied. "It was nothing, truly." I suppose old habits are harder to break than I'd imagined. "I hope you haven't scared her off. We'll look into rescheduling with her." "Sounds good." And with that, I hung up. Why can't I just be honest with them? Fee was right. I am a liar. More than figuring out what to do about Fee, I wish there was something I could do to help salvage what little is left of Billy's reputation and talk with Pax. But it's like I'm on a train, chugging along on the tracks with no way out and no way to stop it from barreling full steam ahead. On top of all that, I'm still longing for Fee to text me back to assure me that she's okay. My phone dings, but it's an email. Dear Prince Edward, sincerest apologies for the delay. No hard feelings about missing each other a few weeks ago. It was nice to see you at the ceremony, which reminded me to reply to your last email. I hope we can bake together soon. You see, I am working on my very first cookbook, featuring recipes both old and new, and I would like if you could contribute something like a foreword, or at the least, taste test my latest innovations. In fact, I wanted to ask if you would like to collaborate with me on an idea I have for a dessert beverage that I concocted in your honor. The Maple Chino. My best, Chef Pierre. This certainly lifts my spirits. Maple Chino sure sounds like it involves milk and maple syrup. Did Billy tell him about our shared love for the unique drink? Possibilities race through my head. Maybe Chef Pierre and I could finally collaborate on my Queen Daphne cake recipe. Before sending my resounding yes, I take a moment to consider putting my name in the public eye as a baker. The thought horrifies me, but also thrills me. It makes sense, when not much else does. Taking back my title of Crown Prince is great and all, but none of the fallout with Billy has felt right. He never deserved the way I treated him, or what happened to him in Ottawa. The undies stunt, those anti-monarchist protesters and anti-LGBTQIA+ protesters, the fans who stormed the grounds, not to mention the grace with which he's faced the world after losing his dad. He's not just a good prince. He's a good person, a good brother. It hits me, the thought I'd had seconds before his ceremony. Billy deserves to be crown prince. Again. I don't always respect tradition, but I respect this one. He's the older twin, even if it is only by a minute. It's his birthright. And it's not fair that was pried away from him through no fault of his own. Allowing Billy to step back into the picture would be the right thing. I wish there was a way I could help make it happen instead of continuing to dig myself deeper into the royal role. Chewing it over, and thinking about what Pax would say to do, I respond to Chef Pierre with an enthusiastic yes. Then I'm back to thinking about Billy and Pax. I miss them. I shift over to my Finsta, where I've been stalking them. No new posts or stories. In fact, the firm shut down Billy's official Instagram with its 30+ million followers. In my grid, a post of Mac catches my eye, taken pre-ceremony, hours before things went AWOL. She looks fresh-faced and full of aplomb, seated in a pile of synthetic maple leaves, her fuchsia dress ballooning up around her, her lacy fascinator glittering. I tap it and am stunned to discover her Instagram account has 21.4 million followers. Her numbers on TikTok aren't far off from that either. She truly has become New York's newest social darling. With this kind of influence, she could do anything. Saye. I scramble into a seated position, pressing my back against the mound of silken pillows, and FaceTime Mac, who should be available since we were all told not to go out and about until further notice. Please pick up. Please pick up. The screen fills with Mac's face. She's got her hair in pigtails, and she's standing in a barn. I ease into a casual smile. Hello there. How rustic. Hi? She wipes a frizzy flyaway from her forehead. Why are you calling? Can anyone else hear me? She looks around, then says, Nope. Well, unless you count our horses. Billy's working and Mom's meeting with the butcher in town. We're not raising the cows as pets here. So what's up? Terrific. Listen, I have a plan, and I need your help. My help? She juts her head back. This better not be about Billy making an apology video. Those are never a good idea. Besides, I already tried convincing him to make one. It's a no-go. Hear me out. I need your help to execute a media blitz. A media what? It's when TV, tabloids, and social media all pick up the same story. Why can't you do that yourself, Mr. Crown Prince? Why do you need my help? Because, 1, I don't have the right social media reach, and 2, you're Billy's sister with a huge following. Believe it or not, the goal of my plan is to turn favor back to Billy. She narrows her eyes at me. And move it off you? Yes. I'm of the mind that Billy deserves to be crown prince. This might be how to help. Why should I trust you? Billy told me that you're to blame for what happened. Well, once I tell you about my plan, you can use your judgment to decide if you think I'm still being dishonest. What makes you think he even wants to be crown prince again? Come on, Mac, I implore. You saw how happy he was. True. He's never been happier. Before he got canceled, obviously. And he does keep sighing and saying he didn't know what he had till it was gone. Mac makes a contemplative humming sound. I'm in. She scrunches up her mouth. But what exactly do I have to do? I look to my door, talking low. Could you post a photo of Billy? Any photo, totally up to you, but flattering. Preferably not one of him picking his nose. And then simply use the hashtag #CrownBillyBoone. She stares, and the silence stretches on. Done. Perfect. I cross my fingers on screen. Here's hoping it goes viral. Public opinion always sways the votes, especially if we can get people writing to their members of parliament before the vote. Take it from me, and the fact that negative public opinion is mostly to blame for his excommunication from the royal family. The firm receives a few angry letters and calls demanding my dad strip Billy of his title, and suddenly he's being kicked to the curb. If the public can affect big decisions, then so can we. We can flip the script. For someone who never goes off script, this feels good. And you're sure you want to do this? Let Billy take back the crown. I nod. It's what he deserves. Wouldn't you agree? Yep. Plus, if he's crown prince again, I can ditch this place again for the high life. Her screen goes blurry as she minimizes it. Give me a sec. Looking for a good photo. I get off the sofa and stand at the window overlooking Central Park. Got it. I'll post the photos I was planning to use for Billy's gift, the photos that weren't leaked. Creating a photo dump now? Okay. Now adding the caption and hashtag And posted. My stomach flutters with excitement. Thank you kindly, Mac. Let's take a look. With my heart racing, I gaze at my phone. A Google alert lets me know that the extremely expedited House of Commons session in 2 days will determine the fate of the crown. Apparently, Mum and Dad will be in attendance, presiding over the room. There isn't much time to right the wrongs. I hurriedly close it out and reopen my Finsta. The first photo in her carousel shows Billy with his arm around Mac at the ranch, maybe taken a year or 2 ago, back when he had much longer hair. The second photo shows him playing the violin, his passion for music evident in his expression. The third photo shows him with Mac and their parents in a grassy field, the wind whipping their hair, their smiles effervescent. The fourth photo is a selfie of Billy and Pax in Times Square. And the fifth and final photo shows the two of us, posing together on the red maple carpet. If I didn't know any better, I'd say we look like the best of friends. The likes are coming in, Mac cheers. Excellent. The people are loving it, she squeals. Great work, Mac. I owe you one. Keep me in the loop. And not a word of this to Billy or your mum. I'm sure they'll see the post eventually. Hopefully it brightens their spirits. I hang up, bursting with hope, and wander into the kitchen. I refresh the post again and again, watching the number of comments slowly climb before I set my phone down. Give it a little time, Edward. To keep busy, I pull my cookbook from its hutch and flip through its flour-spattered, stuck-together pages. What shall I bake to pass the time? I land on my chocolate biscuit cake recipe, the one that gives Granny's senior chef's recipe a run for his money. It's her all-time favorite, easy to make, and non-bake. I usually make it for her on her official birthday. After clearing my workspace and turning on some classical music, I get to work, feeling any tension start to slough away as I break up tea biscuits into a bowl, then go on to whisk the eggs and add in softened butter and sugar. I have the recipe practically committed to memory. I dump the mixture into a separate bowl of dark chocolate I've melted, stirring it together till it's nice and glossy, all the while resisting the urge to obsessively check my phone. In go more crumbles of tea biscuits. Last but not least, I add my Edward signature ingredient that makes my recipe way better than Granny's old tired one. 2 tablespoons of maple syrup. It makes all the difference. I lick the batter. Délicieux. I pour everything into a stainless steel cake pan and pop it in the fridge to chill, then wipe my hands off. Shall I begin on the chocolate frosting just yet? No. I snatch up my phone greedily. There's Mac's post. This time, with 31,767 comments. Just what I was hoping for. My phone rings, and I nearly drop it in the sink in surprise. There's Mac over FaceTime again. Lil Nas X just reposted to his story, and Ariana Grande. It's catching on. I glance at the comments. Everyone is recounting all the great things Billy did over the past several weeks, with even more comments pouring in about what a fine crown prince he'd make once more. Hashtag Crown Billy Boone and hashtag Justice for Billy are spreading like wildfire. My heart is pounding, and a warm sensation traces a ticklish trail in my stomach. Talk about a media blitz. Let's see if our little groundswell reaches the firm. I sure hope so, Mac says wistfully. I can't stand seeing Billy so sad. She gazes around at the horse stalls where I'm pretty sure I saw a mouse scamper by. And I can't stand sweeping up one more cow poop or horse pee. You sweep up horse pee? Actually, you shovel it. She looks at me, and the corner of her mouth twists into a smile. Edward, this was a great idea. Glad I could help. I'm starting to think you're not an evil twin after all. I laugh. Thank you again. Au revoir for now. I hang up. I'm realizing that I will be perfectly okay if it turns out I'm no longer heir apparent to the throne. In a strange way, this step was my first move toward trying to truly love and accept myself. It may be a long road, but I'm finally ready. And if my future involves more of what I love to do, baking and possibly dating Pax, even better. Now, as far as Billy goes, What more can I do? I've tried everything. Well, not everything. The next day, the Royal private jet lands on a small strip of runway in a flat green field. It's a good thing Mom and Dad didn't bat an eye when they assumed I wanted to borrow it for the afternoon to set up a lovey-dovey surprise for Fee, to apologize for our argument. I know, more dishonesty. I'm working on it. Not to mention Gord is flying up to Canada early, too preoccupied with preparing for tomorrow's debate to give me much thought. Security guides me into a car waiting on the runway, with the lack of usual urgency required in places more populated. There's no paparazzi lying in wait to snap my picture. In fact, there's barely anyone. I only see one person in the distance. No, wait, that would be a scarecrow. Regardless, I'm in an inconspicuous baby blue velour zip-up hoodie, designer jeans, pristine azure blue sneakers, oversized sunglasses, and a simple one-tone baseball cap. Okay, so maybe not all that inconspicuous. We start down a main road with more endless blue sky and a mountain ridge in the distance. There is something charming about it all, along with the smell of fresh grass wafting in from the open window. On second thought, perhaps that's what's making me sneeze. I roll up the window. We pass a one-road town with shops and restaurants festooned with festive flags, in honor of Billy, I'm sure. A man steps out of a shop and sits on a stool in front of vegetable carts. I sigh in relief. I was starting to think this eerie small town was haunted by flag-hanging ghouls. Pax wasn't kidding about this place being secluded. The thought of them being in the same state as me again makes my heart pitter-patter. As we start on another seemingly endless, curving path, I can't help but wonder which part of town Pax lives in. The town part with the shops, or somewhere out here in the wilds among the livestock. There doesn't seem to be an in-between, at least none that I've laid witness to so far. I'm tempted to text, letting them know I'm in town, but I remind myself there may still be time for that later. It will all depend upon how my surprise visit goes over with Billy. The car slows beneath a decrepit wood sign, Old Boone Ranch. There's a bit of shuffling as the driver hops out to open the entrance gate, and then we're driving through a fenced-in pasture of sorts, before he hops out again to open a second gate. This time he fends off a curious brown cow, who takes a hold of his sleeve in the process, while more cows push past him. By the time we park outside the log cabin-looking home, there are cows all around it, grazing in the window boxes and chewing the grass by a screen door. I search the peeling wood for a bell, but there isn't one, so I open the screen and knock. And I wait. There's a pile of logs to my left, into which I'm pretty sure something furry just scuttled. An insect lands on my neck, and I slap it, hitting myself a bit too hard in the process. Thinking about tiny flying bugs makes my whole body itch. Let me in already. Mac opens the door. "Edward!" She gives me a big hug, then pulls back, her expression soured. "P.U., you stink." I do? I sniff my armpit. All I can smell is the woodsy outdoors. She looks past me. "Aw, hogs, you let the cows in." Mac takes a step onto the drive with her bare feet, shouting at the cows crowded around the house. "Shoo! Shoo!" Apologies. I let out a laugh, inhaling a mouthful of gnats in the process. Blech. "It's fine. I'll take care of it. Good thing Mom still isn't home." Mac jerks her hand. "Billy's out back. He's going to be so confused you're here." I'm hoping that works to my advantage. "Come on in. Follow me." Mac retreats back into the relative coolness of the home. I follow her past knickknacks and a mantel prominently showcasing a framed photo of Billy's family, the same one Mac posted in her Instagram carousel, and another framed photo on a table of her dad, alone. It sends an unexpected pang through my heart. He has bright blue eyes and a smile that looks like it's never met pain. He was Billy's dad, too. Suddenly, I no longer feel the wave of envy that came with contemplating his budding relationship with our dad. He could still use a father, and ours is pretty great too. Mac opens a back screen door for me. Head on out. You'll find him. He's finishing herding the sheep. I'll go take care of the cows. She wags her finger markedly at me. Good luck. This better work. Then she's gone. I step off the porch and into an endless grassy field. And then I see him. There, across the pasture, in the distance, just beyond a little copse of oak trees, Billy is riding toward me on the back of a glossy, muscular chestnut horse. In his jeans, pale yellow flannel, and cowboy boots and hat, he looks at one with the horse, and I envy how connected he seems with the steed, something no official riding lesson can teach. As he gallops closer, I see a glimmer of why Billy might have wanted to come back, and realize he's always been the prince of his own domain, even if he never knew it. My face breaks into a gentle smile. He pulls the reins to stop short in front of me, looking less enthused. I don't know what kind of welcome I expected. A tip of his tattered cowboy hat? Edward? What are you doing here? I shield my eyes from the sun. Hey, brother. I've never met anyone who was more in tune with their horse than Granny, yet here you are. He looks past me at the house, as if expecting to find an entourage and security detail. It's just me. As long and hard as I've thought about what to say, I decide it's best to just wing it. I'm here to apologize for pulling all those pranks on you, and to convince you to come back to New York and fight for the throne. His horse whinnies, as if objecting on his behalf. There, girl. Billy pats her neck, then shakes his head at me. You flew all the way here just to ask me that? He taps the horse's muscular flanks with his heels, yanking the reins, and she starts to trot away. Hey, I didn't come all the way to Podunk nowhere to be turned down, at least not so swiftly. I make to move after him and step into a giant steaming pile of cow poop. Not my custom-made Giuseppe Zanotti. I try wiping it off on the grass. Chris. Billy has returned, trying not to laugh. Watch your step. Little late, don't you think? I mutter. He reaches his hand down. You did come all the way here. I can't send you packing just yet, even if you are morally shaky. Fair, though from his tone, I can tell that he's forgiven me. I begrudgingly take his hand, and he hoists me up onto the horse. I look for something to hold. Well, this is certainly... Giddy up, Junebug. The horse breaks into a trot. I grip Billy's sides, holding on for dear life. Where are we going? I call out. Thought maybe you'd want to see the place. Billy effortlessly gestures. This is our ranch. We gallop through the field and eventually pass 2 oak trees on our left. Mom and Dad planted 4 oaks, one for each of us. He points to the 2 oaks full of leaves. That oak was planted for me, and that oak was planted for Mac. The trees bend and rustle in a balmy spring breeze. Beautiful, I say. They remind me of the ceremonial trees planted at Rideau Hall. Billy turns Junebug around and sets us on course back for the house. He pulls on the reins in front of the gate, and the horse halts. Then he gestures to 2 oaks on either side of us. Mom and Dad planted these when they first built the place. He dismounts and runs his hand over the peeling bark. This one was Dad's. He looks at me, and I can see sorrow return to his familiar features. I reach over from where I still sit atop the horse and gently touch the trunk, as if feeling for a pulse. I would have liked to meet him. Billy stoically unlatches the gate and guides Junebug through without a word. Moments later, the horse slows beside a water trough outside a barn, and Billy helps me dismount. He takes the reins and looks on as the horse drinks, stroking her silky brown mane. It's a nice home you have here, I say, in an attempt to connect. He keeps his gaze fixed on the trough. Home is where the heart is. Speaking of which, I say, trying to choose my words carefully, please come back to New York with me. Get back on the horse or the saddle or whatever that expression is. I reach into my pocket and unfold the piece of construction paper with the crayon drawing of Billy and the scribbled words, "You're my hero." Billy regards it for a long moment, looking pensive before locking eyes with me. I want to go back. I knew it, I cheer. Yes, of course you do. Great. So, what's stopping you? He looks at the house, the green pasture. All this. The ranch. It's the last thing keeping my dad's memory alive. If I don't work to take it over, it'll get sold off to someone else, especially if we're not getting secret money wired to us to keep it going. Still not over that, I see. He drops the reins to wring his hands. Mac sure as heck isn't going to step in, and Mom can't keep going at the rate she is. It's all on me. He sighs. Maybe I'm destined to stay here forever. Besides, the world clearly isn't ready for a gay prince. He stops, flushing. Sorry. I didn't mean... No one is ever ready for change. I hand him the construction paper, and he carefully tucks it into his shirt pocket. But it's needed. That's why you've got to come back and keep going. Me? Why not you? Billy, you were made for it. I take the maple leaf brooch out of my pocket and offer it to him. I appreciate what you're doing, he says, eyeing it. But even if I were to come back, the firm and Parliament still doesn't want me. I mean, how were you expecting to get around that? Billy gives me a knowing look. Mac's hashtag? Oh, you saw that. You're not the only one who can make a finsta, he says. I give a sheepish chuckle. Clever, right? I smile, but he still looks stoic, despite my attempt to lighten the mood, and I instinctively slide the brooch back in my pocket. Listen, I don't exactly know, but that hashtag is catching fire. Public opinion matters, you know that. That's why I flew here, so we can figure it out together. For starters, how did the great pantsing stunt occur if it wasn't you? And if it wasn't you, Billy shoots back. Touché. I stare off into the blue sky, thinking about how if I had the chance to snag the speech cards from the ceremonial outfit in the corridor, then perhaps someone else could have tampered with the pants while the outfit was being moved. I'm determined to know, I say. Let's retrace what happened leading up to the ceremony as it pertained to your ceremonial garb. Fine, I'll humor you. Billy screws up his mouth. Pax designed and finished the outfit, and a footman brought it in on the mannequin the day before the ceremony. I tried it on, and the head of robe made some minor adjustments. And then it was bagged and overnighted to Rideau Hall. And then, I urge. The day before the ceremony, Gord came to steam and press it, and then the staff transported it to Parliament Hill that night. I suppress the memory of my interfering with its nightly transfer. Not that it ultimately mattered. Gord's pressing suits now? For all the years I spent trying to impress him, he never did that for me. I try not to feel hurt. Wow, he must have really taken a liking to you. Doubtful. Besides, it was only the one time, Billy admits. Still, the Gord I knew would never act that way. My envious tone betrays me, despite working on trying to quell it. Billy shrugs. I mean, he was adamant about going to the hall before me to help get everything in order. When I got to my room, he told me he took care of it. But that doesn't mean anything, right? That doesn't sit right with me. I try to picture it, Gord pressing a suit. It feels all wrong. But hasn't Gord been your family's most loyal advisor since forever? I remember you telling me that out of all the people to trust, Gord was number one most trustworthy. I shake my head. I can't put my finger on it, but there's something very amiss. And the more I think about it, the deeper my suspicion grows. I fix Billy with a stare. I have a bad feeling about this.
Chapter 28. Billy. Something definitely doesn't smell right, I tell Edward. We both look down at his fancy blue sneakers. Then he looks up at me, his eyebrows raised. I meant about Gord, but that too. I lead Junebug to her stall. Do you think Gord leaked those photos of me? Edward flushes. That part wasn't him. I step back out of the barn. How do you know? Edward swats at a gnat. Honestly, how did you survive so long living here? I'm not amused at his obvious attempt to change the subject. Edward, I say flatly. Sorry. So, about the photos for the Billy Gate article, those would have been V. V? I guess I shouldn't sound so surprised. Why would she have done that? He hangs his head. You seriously have to ask? I kick a clump of grass. Oh, right. Maybe it has something to do with her undying love for you and the future you two might have had were it not for me. Well, that charade's all over now. She and I. Don't go telling anyone, though. It's not exactly reached the public sphere yet. I look at him. Which scheme of hers finally did it in for you? Was it Billygate? Actually, Edward rubs his neck. She broke up with me. Oh. I can't tell if he's happy about that. Edward grinds his shoe into the dirt, then examines the underside. I might have let slip about me to her. It dawns on me what he's referring to. Oh, wow. Are you nervous she's going to tell people? She wouldn't, Edward laughs, but only to protect her own reputation. How would it look that she's been dating a gay prince all this time? At least, I hope she wouldn't. Then again, her motto is all publicity is good publicity. Regardless, we still don't know who leaked your story with absolute certainty. I chew over what he says, but something still isn't adding up. Let's say Fee leaked the story too. How could she possibly have known about my mom's backhanded deal? She's Canadian nobility, but she doesn't have access to royal records or anything like that, right? She doesn't, Edward muses. I suppose I could ask her, but I don't think she'd be very receptive to a call from me right now, considering the circumstances. She's a bit torn up. Rightfully so. I feel rotten about leading her on. He strokes his chin. Tell me anything peculiar you know about the hospital mix-up. I try my hardest to recall. My mom said when she figured it out 3 years ago, she immediately reached out to the firm and told someone all about me. The man she spoke to said he would pay her off for her keeping quiet about the mix-up because he didn't want a media firestorm? Edward cuts in. We look at each other, our eyes going wide. Gord, we say in unison. My heart races. So, what? He wanted to keep my existence under wraps? Sounds like him, wouldn't you say? And obviously that didn't work, I continue. So then he did orchestrate my wardrobe malfunction. But why? You said your mom told him all about you, Edward asks. 3 years ago? I nod. She said she told him everything. Everything? Yes. Something clicks, and I wonder if he's thinking the same. You don't think Gord kept out a gay prince for a straight one? Edward uses air quotes for the word straight. Well, joke's on Gord, isn't it? I say. I mean, that totally checks out. He was always going on about the newly formed Canadian monarchy having the best chance at taking root and upholding the traditions of the British royal family. I'm pretty sure that doesn't include a history of gay royals, out or otherwise. On top of that, he's molded you from a child. He's been rooting for you since day one. And from everything you've told me, Gord has no idea you're gay. Edward takes a breath. Precisely. Fee sent the tabloid the photos, and Gord likely got wind of it and contributed what he knew about the payoff. His face lights up. Do you know what this means? I take a breath, my thoughts reeling. What? Now that we know Gord has been trying to kick you off the throne and succeeded, we stand a fighting chance of reinstating you as the rightful heir. I fight the hopeful flitter in my stomach. Don't we need evidence? Edward's smile wavers. What about Fee? I suggest. What about her? I'm not certain, but I do know she's good at digging up dirt on people. I recall Granny's words. One just has to know where to look. You're brilliant. If we can get our hands on some hard, cold evidence, it'll be the final nail in the coffin. And hopefully, we can get it in front of Mum and Dad before their session tomorrow at the House of Commons. What are you talking about? I ask. Tomorrow, Mum and Dad will be presiding over the House of Commons at Parliament Hill to decide the official transfer of the title from you to me. If we can get them to see the light ahead of then, hopefully you can get the crown back. I take a deep breath and nod. Edward smiles. So, shall I tell them to fire up the jet for 2? I try to slow my heartbeat and gaze out over the field. Under one condition. Edward folds his arms coolly. And what might that be? From here on out, you have to promise to be honest. No more sabotage. Done. Or self-sabotage. Edward squirms. I'm pretty sure you just said 1 condition. Technically, that would be 2. I tilt my head at him and stick him with a hard glare. He lets out a quick breath. Fine. No more sabotage or self-sabotage. Now, is that all? Oh, no, sorry. I buried the lead, I say. Pax really likes you. Don't be a jerk. I think back to Pax explaining everything to me, and how Edward and Pax gave a whole new meaning to the royal we, honey. I felt sorry to hear it had to break off, and was warmed to hear that Pax chose our friendship over their relationship in the end. Now, I want Pax to be happy, especially knowing my twin isn't a total jerk. So, they told you about us. Edward blushes. Luckily, I really like them. He runs his hands through his hair. I've seriously messed up, haven't I? He jams his hands in the pockets of his designer jeans. I have to make things right with them, and I need to start by finally being honest with my parents about not wanting to marry Fee. I'll have your back when you tell them, and the country, if and when you decide you're ready. After all, I say, smiling, what are brothers for? But what about all the vitriol that's bound to follow? And the haters? There's always one, I say with another smile. The cruelest voice is always the loudest. As Pax would say, don't cater to the hater. It'll be okay. Thank you. You're right. And for all those commentators saying you're too gay, Edward says, well, one can never be too gay. So, in time, I'd like to squash that rhetoric. One thing at a time, I grin. So he does care about more than just surface things. Hopefully, we can save Pax's reputation in the fashion world, too, he adds softly. We gaze out over the beautiful Montana hills and mountains, the gorgeous robin's egg blue spring sky, the 4 oaks rustling in a perfect breeze. I feel as if they're letting me know, for the first time, that I'm free to set off and do whatever I want, with my brother by my side. I turn to him, something igniting within me. Fire up the jet. Excellent! Edward's eyes sparkle. But before we go, there's someone I still need to see, I tell him, thinking about how ever since I've been back, I've been wanting to visit Dad's gravestone. Now I'm compelled to let him know how I'm doing, to let him know it's not goodbye, but I'll see you soon. I'll need a few hours, I add. Edward flares his nostrils. Under one condition, he says smugly. Yes? Actually, two, he says. One, do you have a change in shoe? He turns up his nose in disgust at his dirty sneaker. Yes. I don't mention they're not much of a step up. Great. Now two. Where can I find a certain special somebody? Little Timber Cemetery is green and smells unsurprisingly of soil. I stand in front of Dad's grave, a stone block carved with his name. I run my fingertips along the edges of the roughly etched letters, the right angles of the simple carved cross. Benjamin Boone, loving husband and father. I open my mouth to speak. The words don't come. I want to tell him everything that's happened, everything that could happen, but most of all, the very real possibility that this is goodbye. I swallow the lump forming at the back of my throat. I stand for a very long time, grappling with what to say, how to say it. Eventually, the sound of a nearby bird stirs me. I rest a hand on the headstone, and the words come out. You'll always have me by your side, too, no matter what. I stay rooted to the spot until a weight lifts, until I feel Dad gently squeeze my shoulder. Then a breeze stirs through the trees. Would you look at that? Oak trees. And just like that, all is well.
Chapter 29. Edward. I stand in Billy's spare pair of cowboy boots on the porch of the quaint gray house at 17 Bitterroot Road. I knock, then take in the property as I wait. It has a little green lawn with a flower bed hugging the front of the house, scraggly trees, and an American flag blowing over the front door. Charmant. There's movement through the warped oval of glass set into the door, which then opens to reveal a heavy-set older woman in a vibrant floral muumuu with a cloud of white hair piled atop her head. Her orange, bold-framed glasses hang from a string of beads around her neck. She peers at me. Hello. Can I help you, sweetheart? You Pax's friend from the 4-H? Billy, isn't it? I think we've met before. I smile, my eyes flitting past her into the cluttered interior of the house. Hello there. I'm another friend of Pax's. Are they home? Oh, so you are here to see my Paxy Flaxy. Well, they didn't say they were expecting any guests. Come on in, doll. She calls over her shoulder. Pax, sweetie, you got a visitor. Their voice comes from somewhere upstairs. What, Grandma? You got a visitor. She turns back to me. What's your name, sweetheart? Edward, I reply. Edwin, she yells up the stairs. Close enough. Bless her. I step through a mothball-smelling foyer, with a huge collection of decorative spoons hanging on the wall, all carefully dusted, and into a cramped yellow kitchen. Pax's grandma points out a chair for me, and then ambles into the next room as I take a seat. I hear the sound of Pax trundling down the creaky steps. They appear in the kitchen doorway, in a loose pink blouse and overalls with one of the straps undone. What in the beef Wellington? What are you doing here? They are completely shocked, and I can't blame them. After all, their grandmother did say Edwin. Their mouth opens and shuts like a goldfish. I stand. I've come to kidnap you. Pax grimaces. Huh? What now? You heard me. Come on, let's go. I stride past them and toward the front door, then turn back around. Pax is still rooted to the exact same spot in the cramped hall. Well, are you coming or aren't you? I sigh. Billy knows I'm here. We've mended fences. I've cleared my name with him. In fact, he's the one who gave me your address. And those boots, clearly. I see a smile creeping over their face. Okay, fine, but where are we going? And what should I wear? What you've got on is perfect, but you may need a jacket. Okay, give me 2 seconds. Pax jets back upstairs. I realize their grandmother has reappeared and put on her bold-framed glasses. She looks shocked as well. I guess she finally figured out who I am, because she drops into a deep bow. I grimace and wave a hand. Oh, that's really not necessary. Your Royal Highness, my goodness, pardon the mess. I knew you looked like Billy, but I can't see that well without my glasses on. Oh, I should have put 2 and 2 together. Of course. Can I get you a spot of coffee? I stifle a laugh, watching as she moves backward into a cabinet, sending its plates chattering. I've got Oreos. You want an Oreo with some peanut butter? Or how about a vanilla wafer? She straightens up and begins prying open cabinet drawers. Oh my gosh, the prince. Here. Where did I put those doilies? Let's not advertise my visit to the whole town, shall we? Oh, I'm not going to say nothing. My lips are sealed. She runs her thumb and pointer finger across her mouth and flings away the invisible key. I smile. Excellent. Pax thunders back downstairs in a bedazzled jean jacket and high tops. Ready. Excellent. I turn to their grandmother, who's bowing again. A pleasure. Oh, the pleasure was all mine, Your Majesty, she says, her nose to the floor. Grandma, Pax remarks, get a hold of yourself. They kiss her cheek. I'll be back. Their eyebrows rise as they look at me. I will be back, won't I? Their grandmother shakes her head. Oh, take your time. Take all the time you need. Thank you. Pax will be in good hands. In a flash, we're out the door and seated in the back seat of my car. The driver clocks us in the rearview mirror, then pulls out of the gravel driveway. Pax squeals. This is out of control. Where are we going? It's a surprise, I say. Are you opposed to me blindfolding you? Do it, honey. I fish into my jeans pocket and bring out a red kerchief that Billy lent me. Wrapping it over Pax's eyes, I make sure it's not too tight. Then I sit back. Our hands meet on the middle seat, and our fingers intertwine. It feels right. We drive out of the quiet suburbia along a dirt road and come to a stop in a meadow of purple and yellow wildflowers, with the mountains ringing us in the distance. Stay put, I tell Pax as the driver opens the door for me. I step out into the hot, fragrant field, pop the trunk, and lay out a horse blanket with a picnic basket. It was the best I could scrounge up on the fly, given what Billy had lying around the ranch. I hope Pax likes it. I open the door for them. Come on out. Pax unbuckles, and I steer them out of the car and onto the edge of the blanket. Then I untie the makeshift blindfold. Pax takes in the meadow and the picnic. Edward. I signal the driver, then all the car windows open as Mariah Carey's voice reverberates out into the meadow. OMG, this is one of my all-time favorite songs. Pax starts singing along in delight. A little birdie told me you quite like this particular meadow. I do. I used to come here all the time as a kid and chase bumblebees. Well, until I finally caught one and it stung me. Pax giggles and sits on the blanket. I follow suit. They brush their hand over the tops of flowers. I'm glad it brings you such fond memories. I pause. Am I actually going to say it? Yes, I am. I take their hands in mine. I want to tell you something. Being apart from you, it's been driving me out of my mind. Pax turns to me with a trembling lip. Me too. I pull them into a hug. When we finally part, I gesture at the basket. Shall we? Pax nods. I pull it open and hand Pax a frosted brownie. Sweet Mary and muslin. Pax takes a bite and smiles. There is chocolate frosting all over their lips. Perhaps this wasn't the best treat to eat on a date. You've got a bit of chocolate. Just there. Pax blushes and runs their tongue over their lips, then smiles. Better? Perfect. They're delicious. Did you make these? They have Edward written all over them. I nod. I was pleasantly surprised with Billy's kitchen supplies. Luckily, brownies are just sugar, eggs. Pax cuts me off with a kiss. A wonderfully sweet kiss. That was nice, I say when they pull back. It was simply perfect, they say breathlessly. They pause. Does this mean that we're... Pax's words trail off into the warm spring air. Being gay, I thought I'd always wanted a boyfriend. But Pax is not a boyfriend. They're even better. I jump in. Would you like to be? My heart is thumping 1,000,000 miles an hour. Pax explodes into the biggest grin I've ever seen on their face. And that's saying a lot. We? And this means we're officially the royal we. Indeed. Speaking of which, what term would you like to use to describe our relationship? Are we partners? Significant others? How about maple hearts? Pax laughs. Too sappy? I actually really like that. My smile flags. You should know, I haven't exactly told my parents about Fee yet, but I'm working toward it. I told her the truth about me being gay. Or actually, I think queer is a better word to describe me. You told Fee? Pax blurts. It went terribly, but I felt awful for lying to her for so long. Pax takes my hand. I am so proud of you, Edward. Thanks. I couldn't bear to keep stringing her along. I keep holding on to their hand. Or you. I've had feelings for you since the start, but I was scared to dive into a relationship for fear of people finding out. Plus, up until now, I felt like I had to stay in the closet for the good of the monarchy, and I didn't want to subject you to that. I admire your ability to love yourself and be yourself, and I know that you deserve the same in someone special. I want to be that person for you. I can do it. I'm finally ready to be who I am, with or without a title. I pause and take a deep breath. In fact, I'm also ready to tell my parents the truth. I find myself grinning. That was easier to say than I had expected. Wow. Well, thank you for saying all that. I don't know what my future holds either, but I know I'd like for you to be a part of it, Pax says. I'd like that. Pax's light dims. But Crown Prince is the most important thing in the world to you. There are more important things, like being able to be myself. I love that for you. We kiss and kiss again. This time there isn't any more fear. I allow Pax in, allow my feelings to flow through me, unhindered, and without internal monologuing. We just are. Pax laughs. Did you really come all the way here for one sweet picnic with me? I convinced Billy to help me reinstate him as Crown Prince. And if we can do that, hopefully it'll also clear your name as the wardrobe malfunctioning fashionista. Pax's face lights up. And hopefully Parsons will reconsider my admission. They grin. I belong in New York. With you. Billy and I are heading back to Ottawa tonight. There's a debate happening tomorrow in the House of Commons that we'd like to influence if possible. Coming with? Let me think. Pax pauses. Of course. I can't wait to tell my grandma. That's probably a wise idea. Pax shudders. I love her, but she can be a little intense. Oh, I know all about intense grandmothers, I quip. Pax laughs. I lock eyes with them. There's a terrifying sensation bubbling up, making me want to roll into a ball. But I push through it and let the words rise. I'm in like with you, Pax. Pax gasps. My cheeks flame, but I try to act cool. Well, it's true. I'm in like with you too. We kiss, and suddenly, I'm thinking Montana isn't so bad after all. If there's time, I'd love to show you around town, Pax says. You can meet the Howard Loyolas, and we can get maple butter. That is, if there's any left. Hot commodity here. If that's what you'd like, then that's what we'll do. I kiss them through my smile. As long as we hurry, I add, with a little laugh. The picnic is all packed up, and we are climbing back into the car when my phone rings. I hold it out at arm's length, shocked at the caller ID. It's Fee. Pax ushers me out of the car. Take it. I'll wait in here. All right, if you don't mind. I gently close the door and take a few steps into the grass. Hello there, I say as Fee's poker face fills my screen. My hand is shaking. Nice background. Where are you, Switzerland? Montana. I laugh, letting loose a bit. It's good to see your face. Her lips pinch, and she nods. That's not something I thought I'd ever hear. Hey, listen. I'm sorry I've been ignoring your texts. And I'm sorry I Real Housewives of Ottawa on you at Casa Loma. You know, with the dramatic water throwing, not my finest moment. I have an apology of my own. I let out a deep breath. Royals don't apologize if it can be helped. But I've been starting to realize lately how much I strongly dislike that particular custom. I'm sorry for leading you on. She laughs and fiddles with her chunky gold necklace. It's not your fault. Don't worry. We'll always be friends. I bristle. Fee? Were we ever friends? Shut up! And yes. She examines her French manicure. Besides, I'll just find another hot prince to social climb with. Unless you want to keep up the charade, I'm not against it. Something tells me that's not the best idea. I blink at her. So, you forgive me? Abdi. She rolls her eyes. Listen, in all seriousness, you're the truest friend I've ever had. I value our friendship. Not to get all mushy on you, but you're the only one who hasn't left me. I've pretty much burnt bridges with everyone else I've ever known. I don't know how you tolerate me. She laughs, but there's a sadness. I've been asking myself the same, I chuckle. Also, if my parents ask, I told them I'm with you, not with you geographically. They don't know I'm here in Montana. She shrugs. What are friends for if not for corroborating false narratives? Well, thanks, friend. And the feeling's mutual. I'm serious this time. She smiles. I mean, the fact I didn't rat you out to the press that night just proves our friendship is real. I told them what they wanted to hear. It was so tempting to say otherwise. Much appreciated. Good, because believe it or not, there's a nice person in here somewhere. One who knows just how important being crown prince is to you. And why are you about that? Me wanting to be crown prince has taken a permanent backseat. What? Fee's eyes go wide and her jaw drops. Spill! Now! After filling her in, I hang up and duck back into the car. How'd it go? Pax asks. Surprisingly well. I buckle my seatbelt as the car rolls forward. Pax takes my hand. I think you have one more call to make. I give them a quizzical look. I do? Come on. It's so obvious you and Neil had a fallout. Call him. Clear the air. Besides, you're going to need his help too. I smile. I've been trying, but he's not picking up. Pax hands me their phone. So call him from mine. I take the phone, laughing. Genius. Daily Maple Online. The Royal Roundup. May 4th, 8:14 p.m. Eastern Time. Eddie to steal back title of Crown Prince? By Omar Scooby. Way to go, Eddie. After reallocating his coveted title of Crown Prince to Billy weeks ago when his older twin first appeared, Eddie is about to be confirmed as Crown Prince once more. A tweet from Rideau Hall confirms what everyone's been thinking. The Crown Prince of Canada may be switching back from Prince Billy to Prince Edward. It's still a mystery as to when Billy's title will be returned to his brother and when Eddie's investiture ceremony will be scheduled. But the Daily Maple is eating it up. Rumor has it that Frederick and Daphne will be present during the official debate at the House of Commons that will determine if the title will indeed go back to Eddie, requiring a unanimous vote. The very nature of the Maple Empire teeters on the precipice. When asked about how Edward is doing in light of this recent news, our source said he seems overjoyed at the prospect of getting back in the game, and we'll be here to root him on. As for Billy, a source said that in the meantime, the dark horse has headed back to the stables, in Montana, where he hails from. We're sure he's quaking in his cowboy boots at the recent twist in fate, but everyone's favorite hot mess hayseed is decidedly better off back in his one-horse town. Related stories. Is Prince Billy the most hated celeb in the world? Billy's fall from grace, splitting heirs. Maple leaf undies sell out online. Lady Sophia as future queen consort. Polls reveal people want Canadian monarchy to go. Backlash over carbon emission of royal private jet. Breaking. Fritz and Daffy to debate with Prime Minister.
Chapter 30. Billy. I drive past the plank that says, "Welcome to Little Timber," which now has a banner strung over it with only the "Welcome" showing beneath. Welcome home, Billy. From the rope and neat handwriting style and paint, I know the Howard Loyolas must have been behind creating the banner. I slowed past the one-road town. It seems even smaller than I remember. Do I park and get out to have reunions with everyone? On second thought, I doubt anyone's going to be hailing me as their hometown hero or jonesing to have me sign my autograph. That's when I see something I must not have noticed earlier. Rainbow flags and Canadian flags blowing from each storefront. Every single one. They have my back. Maybe they've had it all along. I smile to myself and keep on driving. I know I'll be back. At the ranch, I pack for Canada, unable to believe I'm returning there so soon. I load up a backpack with the essentials: toothbrush, phone charger, wallet, passport. As I zip up my bag, I think about how reckless this is. Going to the Citadel to creep into Gord's central office, searching for dirt. But I'm ready to be reckless. There's nothing to lose. And I won't be alone. If our plan works, I'll leave Montana to dream big. But it will always be home. Always. Always. Even though the ranch hand's technically still on the clock, and has been with no days off, I have time to help out for old time's sake. I ride Lucky Lady and herd the sheep, do a perimeter check of the fence, and feed both horses carrots once they're back in their corral. Mac sees me from the house and comes out to help, scraping grime out of their water bowls, scrubbing their buckets and their feed pans, without so much as a grimace. We sweep out the barn and hose it off together, not speaking, but feeling comfortable in the shared silence. I know she hates this kind of labor, yet here she is. I can tell she doesn't want me to fly back. She's trying to be strong, though, taking in the details of the moment, like capturing a memory to look at later when she's missing me. As I wipe my brow, she points out a little shard of rainbow on the barn door. I nod. Maybe it's Dad. We each flash a little smile. I cross the pasture and meet the hungry cows waiting by the gate. I cut the net wrap to lay out their food and hand feed a few clumps of hay into their slobbery, licking mouths. At long last, I fire up the incinerator behind the house to burn up the used net wrap. The flames lick the sky, dancing, free. Finally, Mac and I head back in to clean ourselves up, our hair stuck with hay, our clothes damp and soiled, and our faces streaked with dirt. I try to savor each moment, too, not knowing what the future holds. If I'll ever be back to living out of this tiny bedroom. The sun sets over the Gallatin Range, sending long shadows stretching through the den. After Mom gets home from getting supplies in town, Mostly just sacks of corn, oats, and barley for the steers. I sit her down on the pull-out couch and tell her everything. What Edward and I deduced. Gord's homophobic intentions to oust me. Our plan to find proof. And the fact that something that should take weeks to organize, the vote on the Section 41 amendment at the House of Commons, was fast-tracked by the 338 elected members of Parliament. The Prime Minister won't likely get a unanimous vote because Quebec will surely vote against keeping the monarchy. Nothing is certain. Even if we can't find the proof to affect the votes, I hope whatever happens, we get justice. Some way, somehow. When I'm done talking, Mom nods solemnly. Don't worry about leaving. We can manage things here. She pats my knee. What's most important right now is that you're pursuing your dreams. You go, boy. Thanks, Mom. I can't wait to see you on the cover of People magazine. That hasn't happened yet? I joke. But Mom sniffles, fighting a cry. I pull her into a hug. Mom, it's not like you'll never see me back here. If this works, I'll have access to the Royal private jet. I'll be able to fly you out to Canada or New York anytime. My heart is in Montana. You come visit me. I laugh. Okay. Every other weekend. It's a promise. We hug. Mac steps into the den, rolling a suitcase. I'm going with Billy. We look at her. Mac, I say, how long have you been eavesdropping? She smiles sheepishly. I'm all packed. Mac, you're 13, Mom tells her. Sorry, dear. Ugh, fine. Mac stomps back toward her room. There's a knock on the door, and Mac runs to fling it open. Edward, Pax, she says brightly. You're holding hands. Yay! My best friend's eyes bug out at me, darting to their hand gripping Edward's. I laugh and nod, glad to see Pax finally got their happily ever after. Mac? Edward bows, blushing. Connie, lovely to see you all again. He looks at me. It's probably time to get going. I didn't exactly tell my parents where I was, and they're going to start wondering where I have gone if I'm not back soon. Not to mention time is of the essence if we're going to influence the vote on Billy's title. I drag my bag outside and hand it off to the driver, and hug Mac, then Mom. I love you. I love you too. I hop in the car, and we're on our way. I give Dad one last wave goodbye as the car passes his oak, which blows serenely in a perfect spring breeze. Within minutes, we're airborne, seated comfortably in the private jet. I scroll through the many on-demand movies and start watching Poultrygeist, a classic stop-motion kids movie, to take my mind off what we're about to do. Edward's fallen asleep on Pax's shoulder. Pax gives me an elated thumbs up. It's nice to see them looking so happy again, their sparkle restored to its former glow. I peek at my phone. There's hashtag Crown Billy Boone trending at #1. I don't know what's more touching, the fact that the public is being so supportive, or the fact that my brother and sister thought to do this for me, that they and Pax are fully in my corner. An hour into the flight, I feel my eyelids grow heavy, and I drift. There's Dad again, standing in the pasture, full head of hair, full-on smile. My joy at the sight of him starts to dwindle. I know it's the last time I'll see him in my dreams. I can just tell. It makes me sad. It's okay, he tells me. Go. I don't want to. I can feel my body, my real body, seated in the plane, racked with silent sobs, my mouth drawn in a taut, clenched line. But I stay in the dream. Son, go. Maybe, just maybe, I can move on, or at least take a tiny step into tomorrow. I inhale a deep, cleansing breath. I'm ready. It's time. He fades before me until he's gone. I don't scream for him. I don't even chase him. I let him go, and I feel for the first time since his passing a complete and utter sense of peace. I wake as the plane descends onto the runway and look over at my friends through tear-filled eyes. You okay? Edward asks me. I nod, blowing my nose into a napkin. I'm good. Well, I'm not, Pax exclaims. Are we really doing this? Breaking into Gord's office to snoop? Edward looks from Pax to me and gives a resolute nod. Indeed, we are. Our dreams are just a hop and a skip away. That is, if this all doesn't go south. After staying overnight in Edward's heritage suite at a castle-like hotel, the Chateau Frontenac, the next morning, we meet Fee in the empty lot outside the citadel of Quebec, where we just spied Frederick and Daphne leaving the premises. I remember what Gord taught me about the citadel, how the location, on the banks of the St. Lawrence River, is the second place the Royals now hold permanent full-time residents in Canada other than Rideau Hall. It's also the location of Gord's central office. Fee's wearing a fitted white suit jacket over a short white dress with black heels and enormous sunglasses. If it isn't the whole motley crew, she says with a smile as we approach. Fee, Edward says with a nod. Although Pax and Edward are no longer holding hands, the way they stand so close to each other, side by side, screams couple, at least to me. It looks like Fee catches on, too. Edward? Pax? She brushes a strand of hair out of her mouth and faces me. Billy, I am so sorry. Mac's photos weren't mine to send, and I never imagined they'd end up as part of the whole tabloid scandal feature. By sending them, I hoped they'd at the most end up in a what not to wear editorial. I was desperate to save the crown for the boy I loved. She glances at Edward. But I'm sorry I hurt you, and I'm sorry your family's reputation was damaged. That includes you too, Pax. I forgive you, I say. The photos alone didn't do the damage. I forgive you too, honey. Even if you are pettier than a petticoat at times, Pax says. Besides, we have a fashion empire to rule. Fee nods in earnest. Were you able to dig up my mom's old emails and trace them back to Gord? I ask Fee. She shakes her head. But I did hack into his calendar, and he's apparently out to lunch, meaning we can nose around through his office, Edward says quietly, glancing at the ceremonial guards watching us from narrow blue sentry boxes in their fuzzy black hats. Pax gasps. OMG! Scandalous, honey. Let's do it. I knew this was coming. Still, my heart begins to race. We're just waiting on one more, Edward says, raising his hand to shield the sun as he looks down the drive. Did he ever call you back after you left the voicemail? Pax asks. Edward shakes his head, his arm lowering. I guess it's just us then. Suddenly, a car approaches from down the drive. It pulls right up to us, the door sliding up from the floor, and someone steps out in an army green short-sleeve button-down with matching shorts, each with bright orange pockets. Neil, Edward hugs him. I'm glad you decided to come. And I'm sorry about everything. You were right. I went too far. He grins. Glad you finally came around, Bara. He regards Edward's less than formal attire, from windswept hair to casual sneakers, and that you finally loosened up a bit. A smile tugs the corner of his mouth. Besides, you really thought I'd pass up your invite and miss out on the mischief? He grins at the rest of us in a greeting. Now that we're all here, let's get this party started. We form a sort of cluster and move toward the entrance, a tall arch in a wall of stone. The guards recognize Edward, welcoming him in salute as he leads us inside, as if he's been doing this his whole life, which he has. We pass through the tunnel and onto the grounds, hurry up a grass-lined walkway bursting with tulips, and step into the private entrance of a long, gray building. After emerging from a foyer, we hang a right at a carpeted grand staircase and stride stealthily down a long hallway on a runner, framed sketches on either side of us. Edward takes a sharp right, and we quicken our steps. We pass through a dining room with crystal chandeliers and a hutch of china plates, before Edward pauses outside a door. After a moment, he opens it and beckons for us to follow him. Inside, it's dimly lit, with puke-yellow walls, dusty drapes, and a large wooden desk in the center of the room on an intricate rug. A gold-framed portrait of Frederick in his youth hangs over the fireplace. There are bookcases and leather sofas, and the royal flag of Canada. So, this is Gord's central office. It's honestly just how I'd expected it to look. We don't have long, Edward cautions us, yanking open a desk drawer and digging around inside, while Pax does the same on the opposite end, moving aside ink pots and rubber stamps. What are we looking for again? Neil hisses. Anything that might implicate him, I whisper. My hand reaches for a stack of magazines on a table at the same exact time as Neil. We touch for a split second, then apologize. Fee begins rifling through a stack of paper in a shallow basket on the desk. Neil opens a glass door and starts combing through the ancient-looking books. I root around in a red and white dispatch box resting on a table in the corner by an old clock. My heart feels like it's going to pound right out of my chest, terrified we could get caught at any second. I move to open drawers in a dresser under a framed oil painting of Rideau Hall. There are just files after files. Blueprints, maps, nothing that screams suspicious or homophobic. I hear everyone else rustling around me. The metal clang of a desk drawer as it's closed, the rummaging whisper of more papers. Sighs, soft hums, the sound of a double knock. We all whip around to find Gord standing in the doorway. "What's all this?" Gord asks Edward. His steel-gray eyes land on me. "Billy?" "We were just taking a tour of your office, G." Neil smiles. Gord folds his arms. "I can see that. Now, if you don't leave, I'll have to call security." "We're not going anywhere until you tell us what you did," Pax shouts, standing protectively in front of me. Gord smirks. "I don't have the foggiest clue what you're talking about." He looks at me again. "As for you, you're never to show your face here again. Understood?" "You're the one who paid off my mom years ago to keep quiet. She might have been silenced, but I won't be." "I'll give you to the count of 5, Gord asserts coolly. "And then you went and sold the story to the press," I continue, accusation dripping in my voice. "You're also the one who messed with my pants so that they'd rip when I bent over and got me booted out of the royal family. It was you." I jab my finger at him, heart racing, blood hot and in my ears. Gord sighs. "So, you're not as dim-witted as you look." He glances at Edward. "No offense, Your Royal Highness." My legs are shaking, and I feel like I could fall over, but I hold my ground. "So we're right." "Well, you're not wrong," Gord says. "I admit, I've worked too hard and too long to make sure the royal family of Canada has a long, successful, and stable tenure. A smug smile contorts his features. The last thing I needed was a scandal, he goes on. Especially after your mother let it slip that you were gay. He grimaces at the whispered word. When she contacted me 3 years ago. He takes another step into the room and closes the door tight behind him. I don't want a gay prince. My stunt at the investiture ceremony, sabotaging those pants so they'd unravel, ensured that the Canadian monarchy would be rid of you once and for all. You know what else worked, Cupcake? Fee asks with a satisfied smile. The secret video I just took. She holds up her phone, and Gord's voice comes through its speakers. I don't want a gay prince. I exchange a look with Edward, who's now standing by my side. Pax, Neil, and Fee hem in around us. Triumph surges through me. At the same time, it feels like the twist of a knife. How can people act like they're fine with somebody being gay while they're secretly doing everything they can to bring them down? Gord blanches. He extends his hand out to Fee. Give that to me. Mac's face appears on Edward's phone screen via FaceTime, waving her own phone. Thanks, Fee. And uploading the secret video of Gord's confession to my channel. And done. How dare you? Gord snarls at her. Hey, no one talks to my sister like that, I yell back, taking a step toward him. Edward moves with me. Sorry to say, but it looks like you'll be at the center of this media firestorm. Guards! Gord calls over his shoulder. In moments, infantrymen bust open the door. Seize them! Gord shouts. Edward points at him. Gentlemen, as a Prince of Canada, I command you detain this man on the account of treason. And blatant homophobia, my God, Pax adds. Without hesitation, they seize Gord, who submits to being cuffed. What a jerk, Neil murmurs. Seriously, though, Fee adds with a shake of her head. I exhale. Well, we got what we came for. Edward claps me on the back, chuckling. Sure did. Not quite. Pax checks the time on their phone. Your parents are about to weigh in on the official vote for the title transfer any minute now. We might want to hurry to Parliament.
Chapter 31. Edward. A short jet ride later, I burst emphatically through the heavy doors into the House of Commons at Parliament Hill, Billy and I in lockstep. The 338 members of Parliament are pushing back their chairs and standing to applaud Mum and Dad, who are seated on 2 olive-green thrones at the far end of the aisle, running down the center of the room. Mum in an elaborate gown with cape and crown, Dad in military regalia. The members of Parliament sit back down in the rows of desks and chairs on either side of the aisle. A hush falls over the packed room as all eyes land on us, including from various political parties and press in the upper level. His Royal Highness, Prince Edward, the speaker says into an intercom. Billy takes in the high-arched, stained-glass windows, sending soft light streaming into the chamber, then at the TV cameras aimed at Mum and Dad, and goes white. But I grip his wrist and give a reassuring squeeze to say there's nothing to fear, not even with the members of the House of Commons staring at us in disbelief for barging in during a debate of utmost importance. The fate of the monarchy. Edward? Dad's expression is one of sheer confusion. Dad. I pull Billy across the green runner toward the thrones. What are you doing here? Mum asks. Is everything all right? Our government is voting on the fate of the heir to the crown, Dad says, eyeing the captive audience. It appears most are in favor of the title transferring back to you, Edward. Crease, we're too late. "The Right Honorable Prime Minister," the speaker says into his mic. The Prime Minister steps up beside Mum and Dad, buttoning his jacket. "Your Royal Highnesses, the decision has been made." He looks at Billy. "The vote was unanimous, Billy. You are no longer Crown Prince. Edward is the official Crown Prince." He clears his throat, then addresses the room again, repeating it all in French. My heart sinks. "Mum, Dad," I say in appeal. "Gord orchestrated the whole thing." I pull my phone out and show them the video queued up on Mac's YouTube channel, titled in true clickbait fashion, "Press Secretary's Shocking Confession." Dad gapes, and Mum touches her fingers to her lips, eyes widening. Two expressions that would repulse dear prim Granny. "What's all this?" The Prime Minister sets his mouth in a hard line. "Edward," Mum says softly, "this may not be a good time." "It's the only time," I retort. "Edward," Dad starts. I bow before the throng of people, and the room crackles into tense silence. I press play with trembling fingers as Billy bows beside me, holding my phone against a microphone. Gord's voice ricochets around the vast space. I realize the video is also being projected, magnified on a large screen for all to see. The video ends. The crowd takes a stealing breath and looks from Billy to me. We wait. "I'm sorry," Dad says, so quietly I almost don't hear it. Royals don't publicly apologize. What is going on? He smiles. "Please know that Mr. Gord Lauzon's beliefs do not reflect those of the royal family. I cherish you both for exactly who you are." The way he says it, the way he stares, it's as if he knows. As if he's known all along that I'm queer too. You do?" I stammer, lowering the phone to my side. "Thank you," Billy chimes in, sounding relieved. Dad turns to the Prime Minister to discuss the sudden turn of events. I look at Billy, and then out at the attentive audience. The tension is palpable. What is going to happen? There's no going back now. Finally, Dad addresses the room. "Our royal advisor is to blame for Billy's incident." He smiles, ignoring the hubbub. "Therefore, Billy's title will be reconferred." I can hardly believe it. My chest swells with joy. I turn to Billy, who's holding his breath. He breaks into a laugh and joyfully tugs my sleeve. As the room reacts with murmurs and outbursts, Dad repeats what he just said again, this time in French. "We did it," I breathe to Billy, my grin spreading wider. "We did it," he affirms, his laugh growing giddy. "The title of Crown Prince remains with Prince Billy," says the Speaker of the House. The MPs applaud, and Pax, Fee, and Neil race into the room and join us. Billy gives them a beaming thumbs up, and they whoop and scream in a most undignified way, unfitting for such a formal setting. But who cares? I join in, cheering and laughing and bouncing up and down. I feel like I'm floating. "Well done," Mum tells us, standing from her throne to applaud. She and Dad embrace Billy, and I join in on the dog pile. Billy and Dad exchange a meaningful look. But my normal twinge of jealousy isn't there today. Not at all. This is doing the right thing. This is choosing to be part of the right side of history. And this is being a good brother. No ulterior motives in sight. There's nothing more princely than that. After all, blood is thicker than maple syrup. I wrap my brother in a hug and don't let go. Some of the Maple Crown rules are now a thing of the past. Certain traditions, like fruitcake as the traditional royal wedding cake, are meant to be tossed out. After the debate, the firm apologized publicly and privately and admitted our grievances are real. No more only share what is necessary, Maple Crown Rule 77, nor tradition trumps personal preference rhetoric, Maple Crown Rule 99. It's a new age for the monarchy. I'm back at Rideau Hall, seated in the small drawing room across from Mum and Dad. My teacup is shaking in my hand. I'm so nervous. More nervous than I was barging into the House of Commons meeting yesterday unannounced. You must have something of importance you want to talk to us about, for you to want to join us for our afternoon tea, Mum says gently over the top of her own teacup. I freeze up. But then I remember I want my life to begin. That desire supersedes my fear, allowing me to push through the final layer of ice. In the spirit of authenticity, which, Mum, I know you're always preaching about, I have something I've been wanting to share with you both. Dad leans forward on his armchair. All right, son. We're listening. I take a deep breath and just say what I've been too afraid my entire life to utter. I'm queer. Mum and Dad show no reaction. They each blink, spurring me to continue. I realized I need to break away from the crown, be my own person, leave this all behind. And I love to bake. Who knew? I laugh, then grow completely flushed and go very quiet. My heart flutters a click a minute. Not quite the buttoned-up prince I used to be, at least not now. Dad takes Mum's hand. We understand, if that's what you want to do. But you don't have to leave the family to be yourself or be happy. I can see love in his brown eyes. What about the queer thing? I ask. Neither of you seem surprised. We're a little surprised, Mum admits, smoothing her skirt over her knee. But we've always loved you, and always will love you, no matter what. We accept you as you are, Dad adds. It feels like a gigantic millstone around my neck is lifting. Before I know it, we're all hugging. We're sorry for putting so much pressure on you, Mum says. We are so proud of you for standing up for what you want and for being your true self. Something we were brave enough to do when we were in your shoes and chose to break away from England, Dad says. We've only ever wanted you to be yourself, to listen to your heart. Thank you. I love you. We love you too, Dad says, wiping his eyes. Are you comfortable with Billy being heir again? Mum asks, recrossing her legs. Yes, I'm ready to step down and let Billy uphold his rightful mantle. I grin. Besides, I was thinking maybe I could attend Chef Pierre's culinary school, even if it has to be via Zoom. You know, while also staying on as Billy's official royal advisor. After all, he's in the market for a new one. We can arrange that, Dad says. It'll be nice to have a royal advisor who isn't trying to oust the crown prince through latent homophobia. I like this. Even better, a royal advisor in full support of equal rights. All this time, I was being guided by someone with inherent bias and homophobia. I smile, relief flooding back through me, knowing I can finally move on and be myself. Now would probably be a good time for me to usher in my brother. Billy, I call, and he enters the room and perches on the arm of my chair, the maple leaf brooch pinned above his heart, where it belongs. It'd be great if Edward could be my advisor, Billy says, flashing an easy smile. Mum nods. Oh, and I know Billy's too nice to tell you himself, so I'll ask on his behalf, I say, shooting him a grin. He really wants to be sure he still has time to continue with his music. My brother turns to our parents. I reached back out to Juilliard about rescheduling my audition. If I get in, can I still attend the music program this fall, while continuing to train for Crown Prince? Of course, Mum says. We know it's so important to you, and it really seems like the one thing in your life that you truly did just for you, because it made you happy. Mum smiles kindly. We are prioritizing happiness these days. Perhaps we could even introduce him to the master of the king's music, I add, thinking of the musical equivalent to the poet laureate who directs the court orchestra. I'd love that, Billy chimes in. Excellent idea, Edward, Mum says. I bet Sir Nicholas would be delighted. Splendid. Dad checks his timepiece. Is that everything? There's one more thing. I spring out of my armchair, run to the door. and find Pax pacing in the corridor. When they see me, they freeze, their hand oscillating between a thumbs up and a thumbs down. I give them a big thumbs up, and a smile washes over their face. Come with me. Pax follows me into the drawing room. Mom and Dad glance up at them, kicking up a swirl of nerves in my stomach. But Billy's presence calms me. I'm grateful my brother's here by my side, just like he promised he'd be. Billy gives me a reassuring nod. Hello, Pax, Mom says. Hello, royal family. I slowly, carefully, take Pax's hand in mine. Dad blinks. Oh. His eyes dart from me to Pax, then back to me. Are you together? Yes, I say. We're dating. Mom claps her hands together. Wonderful. Indeed. Dad stands and pats me on the shoulder. Glad to see it. He shakes Pax's hand. Super. And no questions about fee? I'm impressed and grateful. The way Mom's looking at me, I know she understands now. So, who do we talk to about a royal wedding? Pax asks. Before anyone can react, they add, Kidding, kidding. Everyone laughs. The strange thing is, the idea doesn't absolutely terrify me like it once did. They would look nice in Jolie's ring. I glance at Pax, and they smile back at me. I'm thrilled at the notion of finally being able to be openly queer and in a real relationship, my first, with my maple heart. And who knows? Maybe one day Billy will find his true love, and there will be a first ever king and king, or a less gendered title combination altogether. It's truly time for a monarchy that supports all within its walls. A time of progress, a time of inclusion. And now, the Canadian monarchy will flourish as was first intended, with no one left to set us off course. We're here to stay. If there's any more homophobia or hate of any kind, we're on it. This is going to be one hell of a story to tell my kids one day. Progress has already begun. After the truth got out about Gord, Pax's fashion design business is back in full swing, with a focus on degenderizing fashion. They even asked Fee to be their official brand ambassador and champion of haute couture, which means Pax gets to move back to New York with Billy and me and graduate from St. Albans come mid-June. I've already booked a baking date with Pax to whip up Chef Pierre's take on pear and Gruyere tart, taught by the good chef himself, wearing my King of Bakers apron with pride. Plus, I can't wait to partner with Chef Pierre on his cookbook. First the sweet maple chino, then possibly my Queen Daphne cake, and then an even newer idea. What I call the Little Timber Yule Log. Billy's doing just great, along with Mac and Connie. He taught me that to bear a crown of power doesn't mean you have to be alone. For that, I'm forever grateful. My parents have continued to illustrate their support, although if they apologize one more time about always having said, "We look forward to the day you find the perfect girl," I'm going to scream, though it is nice to hear. And as for Neil, my best friend is just excited that I can gallivant around the world with him like old times, without fear of ruining my royal reputation. That is, within reason, nothing illegal. As he likes to say, there were many royal Edwards before me, but I'm by far the best. A few had some very suspicious friendships with notorious dictators, a rather low bar. Oh, and Prince Eddie and Lady Fee announced they have broken up, went over well in the press. Apparently, airheads prefer me without her. Who would have thought? It's much better being platonic friends with Fee anyway. I know it's only a matter of time before she finds a new way to be Canada's hot topic. And before Pax and I go public. Perhaps as a fairy tale love story the likes of Mum and Dad's. Royal baby steps, as they like to remind me. If Pax taught me anything, it's that there are many types of perfect. And they're mine. Canadian Royal Communications. 8th May. Statement from His Majesty the King. The entire family is disheartened to ascertain the true depth of how trying the past few months have been for Billy. The points presented, particularly that of homophobia, are troubling. While some accounts may vary, they will be attended to accordingly by the family with discretion. We shall see to it that press secretaries undergo proper sensitivity training, as we have no tolerance for discrimination and hatred. A full investigation is also underway, and a diversity officer will be hired. Edward and Billy will always be much-loved family members as well as royal members. To this effect, the status of Crown Prince of Canada has been reinstated to Billy. He will also regain his royal patronages, funds, and security. It took an important vote to change the succession law. We thank Billy for his patience as he awaited his confirmation to the line of succession. We have sincerely apologized to him for any upset. Ends. 7 weeks later. 7 semaines plus tard.
Chapter 32. Billy. It's a perfect last Sunday in June, as the rainbow carriage we stand in glides past Stonewall Inn. The crowds cheer, and cops on motorcycles, with pride flags flowing off the back, drive in front of us. I even managed to spot the Howard Loyolas shaking noisemakers at us as we pass. I couldn't help flying them out here to pay them back for all their kindness. Pax convinced Edward and me to wear rainbow capes with fake gold crowns, and get this, Pax made me the ultimate gay cowboy classic look, which looks so similar to what I used to wear in Montana, but it's all high-end maple leaf tartan and perfectly fitted. When I put it on, they stepped back and said, "Honey, when you asked me to design a sexy flannel shirt for you, I knew I said it couldn't be done, but I went there and I did." On the way over, Mom kept on saying how much I looked just like a Harlequin romance cover, and the fans must have agreed because they screamed and were dying over how incredibly handsome I am in my true colors. A photographer from People even took my photo before I got in the carriage, and I said to Mom, "I think you're going to get that People cover sooner than you expected." Meanwhile, Pax is in an electric pink cowpoke suit, looking sickeningly good in the matching hat and boots, the studs lining their lapel winking in the sun, as well as a choker and harness over a fitted mesh shirt, completing the look. Mac and Fee stand beside them in matching Pax-designed rainbow gowns made up entirely of miles and miles of tulle. Neil's in jean shorts and a designer rainbow short-sleeve dress shirt. He jumps up and down, crushing me in a hearty side hug. Even the 2 white horses pulling our carriage have rainbow feathers in their headpieces. And then there's Mom, doing her comical robotic dance beside me, in a breezy rainbow sundress and vibrant sun hat, living her best life. It's nice seeing her happy again. I glance over at Neil dancing beside me. "Aren't you going to miss all this?" He flashes me a cheeky smile. "Nope, because I'm not going." "What?" "I cancelled my trip," he yells excitedly over the music. "I realize this is my home. There are plenty of people here worth staying for." He grins again, his dark eyes sparkling, and shimmies against me, his moves amusingly all shoulders. "That's great!" Before I can ask any more questions, Edward appears from the other side of the float and dances toward us. In moments, he and his bestie are hip-bumping and roaring with laughter. After losing Dad, my family felt smaller. I can't believe how much it's grown since discovering I'm a prince. I'd been dreading Father's Day earlier this month. And it certainly wasn't easy having to confront how much I miss him. But it was nice to get to spend the day with Frederick, who found a way to honor Dad by unveiling a portrait of him at Rideau Hall. Like his oak tree back on the ranch, it helps me feel close to him in my new home. Speaking of oak trees, we just planted a 5th in honor of the baby Mom lost 18 years ago. That was all Edward's idea. I keep moving, dancing to the tune of hope, surrounded by friends and family, by love. It's like everything's lighter, freer. The music bumps loud from floats ahead and behind us. Everyone's waving flags and banners, and people on foot blow whistles, bang drums, and throw beads and other keepsakes. Signs read, "Love Twins," and #twinces. Fans hail me as the new crown prince, and Edward as out and proud prince in his own right. My investiture ceremony, take 2, went off without a hitch last week, and wrapped up just in time for us to celebrate my first ever NYC Gay Pride Parade. Even though Frederick and Daphne weren't able to attend, they're here in spirit. And so is Dad. I can feel him in the high-rises and bars on either side of the street, in the joyful faces of people young and old, queer people and allies, children and babies standing behind the barriers and rooting us on, cheering and yelling and hollering. He's all around us. A confetti cannon explodes, showering us in rainbows. And through the trees, over the skyline, a real rainbow breaks through the clouds. It's Dad! Matt grips my arm, pointing. He's giving us a rainbow. I smile and wrap my arms around her. He is. He really is. The horses clomp onward, and the sun warms my face. The future is bright.
British Royal Communications. 26th June. Statement from Her Majesty the Queen. My family, along with the monarchy and the world, embraces Prince Edward for coming out as queer. We also want to express the same love, acceptance, and support to his twin, Prince Billy. Our government supports all people, no matter their sexual orientation. We admittedly have not been very vocal about our support for the LGBTQIA+ community in the past. The history of the LGBTQIA+ community is vast, rich, and above all else, important. We vow to continue to show our public support not just for my grandsons, but also for the equality and social justice for all. We wish you all a very happy Pride, today and always. Eliza R. The end. Fin. One last reminder. For access to the family trees and the author's acknowledgments, don't forget to download the accompanying enhancement PDF from your audiobook provider, or go directly to harpercollins.com/pages/A Tale of Two Princes. We hope you have enjoyed this unabridged production of A Tale of Two Princes by Eric Geron, performed by Pete Cross